Jiang Ming's voice also attracted Qiu Zishan's attention. He frowned. What tricks were these people playing? Could it be that he had added something unique to the dishes? Why did it feel like Jiang Ming was very confident? However, no one could say that his dishes were bad. Moreover, Jiang Ming was very young. Even if he had started cooking when he was young, it was impossible for him to cook as well as him. He had decades of experience. Yes. The taste. A young customer picked up a bite of Qiu Zishan's dish and put it into his mouth. He frowned and hesitated to speak. It's too dull. The person beside him told him. These words also roused everyone who was eating this dish. It's bland and tasteless. Yes. It only looks good. It doesn't have much taste. It's like drinking plain water. Everyone commented on his dish. And Qiu Zishan's face turned green. Jiang Ming was slightly surprised. This was a very famous dish, but it was not easy to make it delicious. He thought he was going to lose, but he was not. Next was Jiang Ming's dish. Oh. It's so delicious. Yes, it's so fresh and tender. I think I'm in heaven. All the customers who tasted this dish were full of praise. Jiang Ming was actually very happy when he saw that everyone was happy. The others also tasted it curiously. It's really delicious. Chu Xinxin gave him a thumbs up. Everyone's heartfelt praise was simply baffling to Qiu Zishan. What freshness! Isn't that the smell of dirt? What nonsense are you talking about? He muttered softly at first, but then he could not help but ask loudly, Are you guys okay? It's delicious. The customers looked at him curiously. Then they felt helpless. It's delicious. Can't we even taste it? Qiu Zishan was speechless. The restaurant owner and the other assistants were also shocked. Offending customers was a big taboo. Qiu Zishan walked over, unwilling to admit defeat. He tasted it personally. This one mouthful was enough to change his life. The stubborn old man put down his chopsticks and lowered his head in silence for a while. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Jiang Ming. I did lose. I misunderstood you. After saying this, the people in the restaurant smiled and began to enjoy the food. Jiang Ming also joined in happily. What's wrong with these people? Yuan Hehe was baffled when he saw the situation developing in a strange direction. It was obviously Jiang Ming who won with his own strength. Why did this old man and Jiang Ming turn around and start having fun with someone else? Don't fuss over this. After all, we are in someone else's restaurant. Chu Xinxin, who was standing at the side, reminded him softly. After all, this is their shop. The customers are here to enjoy themselves. They don't really care about winning or losing. Don't spoil their mood. Yuan Hehe nodded. He had really learned something new. After the competition ended, everyone followed Qiu Zishan out of the restaurant. Chu Xinxin, I think I should also have a good chat with your father. Why don't we go now? Qiu Zishan was a little embarrassed, but he was still an elder. He had to say what he had to say. Chu Xinxin was very surprised and uncertain. Would he really give in? However, Qiu Zishan really followed them to the village. After this trip, the sky was already dark. Oof, friend. Chiozashin strode over with his arms wide open, causing the village chief to be baffled. You damn Chio, what are you doing here? Chu Xinshin hurried forward. Why? Are you there? Then, she saw Jiang Ming and his two comrades. What are you guys doing? Father. Chu Xinshin hurriedly ran to her father and told him what happened when she and Jiang Ming went to Chiozashin's place. As she spoke, Chiozashin was already standing in front of her. Dad. Chu Xinshin quickly added. Mr. Chiao said that you're a good friend that he absolutely can't give up on. Is that so? These words made the village chief soften, but he still could not get out of this situation. He glanced at Chiao Zishin, and Chiozashin took the opportunity to say, of course, that's why I came over personally. Jiang Ming and the other two walked over. This time, Chiozashin's attitude toward Jiang Ming had changed drastically in front of his friend. This young man is not bad. He's humble and capable. I didn't expect him to be so good at cooking. I admit defeat to that dish just now. Oh? You know how to cook? The village chief was intrigued. He looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Yes, it's just. Before Jiang Ming could be humble, Chiozashin chimed in. Just what? Just do what you have to do. Young man, don't be too humble, okay? Ah, yes. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. These two old men seemed to like food very much. Seeing this, the village chief could not help but be interested. Is his cooking really delicious? It's really delicious. Chiozashin was very sure. I want to try it too. This, Jiang Ming said. He was stunned for a moment and somewhat surprised. This village chief did not eat the dishes cooked by those chefs but ate his own. What was going on? What's wrong? You're making it for Zishin and not me? How could he? He still wanted the yellow gall grass. He made the dish again in the kitchen. However, one of the greatest fears of a chef was remaking a dish. No one could make the same thing as they did earlier. Moreover, Jiang Ming did not have much experience in cooking. He thought about it. It was fine as long as it was delicious. At this moment, he wanted to fool everyone. In the main living room, the village chief was still sitting with his best friend, Chiozashin. After the dishes were served, the two of them picked them up at the same time and put them into their mouths. Yes. Delicious. The village chief's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. What did I say? It's delicious, right? Chiozashin said with certainty. The village chief was even more satisfied with Jiang Ming. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Jiozhu, how about you open a restaurant for me? He was so happy that he said this repeatedly. If Jiang Ming was unwilling, he could offer more generous conditions. After you and Chu Wanwan get married, you will have to manage the village. It's good to practice early. Jiang Ming lowered his head and seemed to be listening attentively. Chu Wanwan was standing beside him, looking shy. At this moment, Chiozashin asked, Friend, will you take out that treasure of yours too? When Jiang Ming heard this, he could not help but have an idea. What kind of treasure could this be? Yes, we do need to take out the yellow gall grass. That's my treasure that can shake the mountains. As expected, Jiang Ming was secretly delighted, but he still lowered his head and could not show it. He pretended not to hear him and tilted his head to look at Chu Wanwan. This time, Chu Wanwan lowered her head in embarrassment and her face turned red. The two old men also saw the scene. Of course, they were very satisfied. Jiao Zhu, quickly agree. Huh? Jiang Ming turned around and pretended to be stunned. The village chief looked at him. This foolish child was only thinking about women and did not hear anything. Hurry up and agree. Thank you, master. Jiang Ming quickly said. Ha ha ha. The two of them could not stop smiling. Friend, your village hasn't been lively for a long time. Right? Look, I'm going to have a son-in-law. The village chief was happy. Coupled with the fact that he had drunk some wine, his face was flushed. After returning, Jiang Ming also informed Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe about this matter. Great, we're getting the yellow gall grass, the two of them said in surprise. Sikong Wu Yuan said, I still think stealing is better. Just as he was about to continue, Yuan Hehe immediately covered his mouth. Shoo! Don't mention this. All right. Sikong Wu Yuan nodded, but he soon started to worry. Speaking of which, after getting married, will you not be able to leave? Then what should we do? How can that be? Yuan Hehe immediately interrupted him. This isn't real. It's fake. After we get the yellow gall grass, we'll leave. Don't forget, people are still waiting for us. Yes. Sikong Wu Yuan nodded. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. The two of them trembled in fear. He turned around and saw that it was the village chief. The old man's face was beaming with joy, and his eyes were almost invisible from his smile. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Hello, chief. They greeted him in unison. The village chief chuckled as he looked at the two of them. He walked over and said to Sikong Wu Yuan, the wedding is about to be held. Jiao Zhu is very busy. In the future, you have to help him. Yes. They pretended to tremble as they replied while complaining in their hearts. It was unknown if the village chief had heard what they had said. The village chief turned around and left. However, they could only hide their thoughts in their hearts and could not say them out loud. After intense preparations, the wedding was about to begin. Jiang Ming, as the groom, had to carry out the ceremony. Before this, he was still a little worried. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe and said, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. If you're in danger, run away. Immediately. Jiang Ming urged them repeatedly. Got it. The two of them patted their chests and promised. However, Jiang Ming's heart was pounding. He could not feel at ease, but he had no choice. He still had to carry out the ritual. In the boudoir, Chu Wanwan's heart was filled with excitement. She could finally marry Jiang Ming. All her previous efforts had not been in vain. She could grow old with Jiang Ming. With that in mind, she picked up a piece of red paper and pursed her lips. Then, she heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Chu Wanwan thought it was Chu Xinxin and did not even turn his head. Chu Xinxin, don't come over yet. We'll talk about it later. It's almost time for me. I know you've wanted to talk to me for a while, but I have to. Hurry up. Unexpectedly, the person who came did not say anything. There were no footsteps as well. It was as if she had only opened the door, and no one was there. However, Chu Wanwan felt someone's presence and could not help but ask nervously, "Who is it? Where did you come from? Why are you here?" That person still did not say anything. Instead, he walked toward Chu Wanwan step by step. Chu Wanwan felt that he had ill intentions. She quickly turned her head and wanted to capture the person, but she was captured instead and fell to the ground. Her jewelry fell to the ground with a clang, and her wedding dress was covered in dust. Chu Wanwan could not help but stare at the approaching person. When she saw that it was her cousin, she could not help but be surprised. "I remember that you weren't invited to the wedding. Are you here to ruin my wedding?" Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She quickly said, "Let me have my wedding first. The two of us can settle the rest later. There are some things that we can't settle now. It's almost time. I don't want Jiao Zhu to be unable to see me. Besides, I don't want anyone to ruin my wedding." Unexpectedly, Chu Yuanqi lifted his leg fiercely and pressed Chu Wanwan under his body. He rolled his eyes and said, "Chu Wanwan, you don't think you can escape from me so easily, do you? Previously, I had something to do and was sent by the chief to resolve some trouble. That's why I didn't come back. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise as soon as I came back. Even the chief hid it from me. You're something else. The two of us had already decided to marry each other. Why do you still want to marry someone else? And you're ignoring me as well. You know, I understand your thoughts. If you were coerced, you wouldn't have behaved like this. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation." Chu Wanwan stammered. "I thought you were dead, so my heart longed for someone else. Were you going to make me a widow forever?" By the end of her sentence, she had already become self-righteous. "In the end, it's all because of you. If you were outstanding and had defeated your enemies, I wouldn't have loved someone else. If you still have a heart, you should let me continue to get married now. I'll make it up to you later." Just as she was speaking, the servant girl outside suddenly rushed out in a hurry. When she saw the current scene, she hurriedly went forward, wanting to pull Chu Yuanqi up and save Chu Wanwan. She pulled and hit at the same time. "Young master, what are you doing? Our young miss has never done anything to let you down. She's finally old enough to get married. She's like this because she thought you'd already left. She was sad every day and lost a lot of weight." "Exactly. I didn't do anything wrong at all," Chu Wanwan added. As she spoke, she heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her servant came out to defend her. Otherwise, she really would not be able to explain herself. She knew her cousin's personality very well. If he knew that she was sincere and that she had taken the initiative to marry Jiang Ming, he would definitely be extremely irritable. She did not want Jiang Ming to encounter any more danger. But she did not want to die either. She wanted to live happily ever after with him. Thinking of this, Chu Yuanqi stared at Chu Wanwan suspiciously and sized her up. "You're very beautiful today, but he's not suited to you. I'd be the better choice." Come with me now n/o/vel/b/j/n/c//om. I will take good care of you. I will personally apologize to the village chief and will not implicate you. After saying that, Chu Yuanqi pulled Chu Wanwan and wanted to leave. Chu Wanwan staggered forward and said unhappily, "That's enough. I can't be like this. We were in love before, but it's different now. You've been gone for so long. I've also experienced all kinds of sadness, and I've already let it go. Now you suddenly tell me that you're still alive. What do you want me to do? Let's not talk about anything else. First, just the relationship between the two of us can only be that of cousins. Now, there can't be anything else." However, Chu Yuanqi did not believe her. He grabbed Chu Wanwan tightly and said, "Impossible. Why are you talking to me like this? You weren't like this before. Did someone threaten you? Tell me. I'll kill that person, and then we'll go far away." Chu Wanwan felt helpless and frustrated. Her cousin was really annoying. She had already said this, but he still pestered her. She really hated his personality. If she did not need him to do something for her back then, things would not be like this. At that time, she should not have provoked him. The eldest miss keeps her word. She has already promised to marry Jiu. Your current state won't change anything, the servant girl added. Besides, Jiu saved her life and helped the village a lot. Logically speaking, you should not make things difficult for her. Please let her go. When the time comes, if she needs anything, I'll definitely let you know. I'll also pay attention to her safety and won't let you worry." Chu Yuanqi was in disbelief. He stared at the servant girl and said, "Why are you speaking up for Chu Wanwan now? Aren't you my servant? I was the one who arranged for you to be by Chu Wanwan's side. Besides, I'm doing this for her own good. Why are you trying to absolve her? Of course, I believe her. However, I still need proof." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Wanwan silently. He even took her hand and kissed her. "Chu Wanwan, my goal is to see us getting married. I will definitely give you a grand wedding some other day. Leave with me now, and don't stay in this place anymore." At this moment, Jiang Ming was listening to the people congratulating him while drinking wine. The corners of his mouth were raised, and he seemed very happy. However, in reality, only he knew that all of this was just a lie. After he obtained the yellow gall grass, all of this would be nothing. Just as he was thinking about it, a strange woman sneaked a glance at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Where did this person come from? Why did it feel like he knew her, but he had never seen her before? As he continued to think, he suddenly heard the woman's words. "Young master, you're really handsome. What's so good about marrying the eldest daughter of that place? Why don't you marry me? I can give you endless wealth. As long as you're willing, I can give you my body and mind." On the other side, Chu Yuanqi began to try to persuade Chu Wanwan using emotion and reason. "Chu Wanwan, you swore to me that you would marry me eventually. Now that you're marrying someone else, it's equivalent to you breaking your promise. But I don't blame you. I understand your pain, but now everything should go back to Normal. You should give me everything you promised me. Don't worry, I will. Definitely treat you well. I have already saved up a lot of silver. We can travel the world and have fun. You don't have to do anything in the future. You will have no worries about food and clothing. I'll be your servant and serve you. Chu Wanwan felt disgusted by Chu Yuanqi's feelings. She might have been touched by these words before, but now she felt that they were lies. She cleared her throat and said, "It's already time. If there's anything, we'll talk about it after everything is over. Chu Yuanqi, you should go back first. Don't disturb me. If you really love me, you should do this." She became more and more self-righteous. She even pushed Chu Yuanqi away. Chu Yuanqi sensed that something was wrong. He grabbed Chu Wanwan's arm tightly and said, "Chu Wanwan, you weren't like this before. How did you change so quickly? I've only been away for a year and a half. Is Jiozhu really that important to you? What kind of person is he?" Before he could finish speaking, he was about to rush out. He wanted to find that man. He had thought it through. Only when Jiang Ming died could he be with Chu Wanwan. Chu Wanwan saw Chu Yuanqi's movements clearly and knew what he was thinking. She quickly took a step forward and tried to pull him back, but she failed and fell to the ground. Her expression was pained when she fell. Her body was not in a good condition to begin with, so she could not afford to suffer any setbacks. She felt like she was going to be crippled. Chu Yuanqi also squatted down. "Chu Wanwan, are you all right? Do you need me to find a doctor to take a look at you? I told you, only I can take good care of you. Don't talk now. Let's go." As he spoke, he squatted down and wanted to carry Chu Wanwan. He had even thought of where to take her. Chu Wanwan would rather die than submit. She shook her head vigorously. "Chu Yuanqi, I really don't want to leave. Besides, the servant girl has already made it clear. I can't be ungrateful. Please leave. I'm begging you." Chu Yuanqi did not expect Chu Wanwan to say that. He could not help but stand rooted to the ground and look at her without moving his hand. "Chu Wanwan, you weren't like this before. What exactly happened? You have to tell me clearly. In that case, I can think of what to do." Chu Wanwan sighed. "Times are different from the past. The past is already gone. Just pretend that I'm dead and go look for someone else. The chief will definitely be happy for you." "What do you mean by that? If that's the case, then all the things we did and said before don't count. You're so heartless. You cut me off right away. We clearly had so many happy times before." Chu Yuanqi could not help but cry. His eyes filled with tears. He had never cried for anyone, and he even felt that it was embarrassing for a man to cry. However, he finally understood why men cried. n/o/vel/b/jnd c/om. Enough, stop crying. Chu Yuanqi, what is this? I should be the one feeling sad. The person I thought was dead is actually alive. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Chu Wanwan intended to make a countercharge, her eyes filled with hatred. "That's why I said that it's all a matter of ability. Leave and don't appear here again." Her last words could not help but break Chu Yuanqi's heart. He went a little crazy. I don't care. I want to take you away. You are mine, you can only be mine. Chu Wanwan had never thought that Chu Yuanqi would become like this. She was instantly shocked and turned around to leave. She felt that if she continued to stay, she would be the one suffering. She could not be manipulated by him. Where do you want to go? Do you want to marry that man? I won't let you succeed. Chu Yuanqi could not take it anymore. He went forward and pulled Chu Wanwan back. Chu Wanwan was about to fall to the ground again. However, this time, Chu Yuanqi picked her up by the waist and placed her on the bed. The servant girl was dumbfounded. She wanted to shout loudly, but Chu Yuanqi sealed her throat. She could only mutter some words, but she could not say a complete sentence. She glared at Chu Yuanqi. Although she was brought by Chu Yuanqi to Chu Wanwan, she had been with the latter for so many years and was already loyal to her. Seeing that her young miss had been turned into such a state by Chu Yuanqi, she could not help but be furious. She even wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, she decided to end things. A dagger appeared in her hand. During the years she had followed Chu Yuanqi, she had also learned some spells. She did not believe that she could not defeat him. Seeing the servant girl attack Chu Yuanqi, Chu Wanwan was shocked and stood rooted to the spot. She had been with this servant girl for so many years, how could she not know that she knew how to fight? She had never mentioned it to her. This was too strange. What? You want to use the techniques I taught you to fight me? A disciple can't surpass their master. Chu Yuanqi was completely indifferent. He shrugged and went forward to attack the servant girl. He did not respect the servant girl. It did not matter if she was familiar with this spell. He was clear about all the breakthrough points of this spell. He could easily subdue her. After fighting for a while, he realized that the servant girl seemed to have created some new spells and could not help but frown. This was great. It would take some time to get rid of her. Chu Wanwan was not idle either. At this moment, she took advantage of the fact that the two of them were not paying attention and went straight to the door. She wanted to push the door open and run out. However, although Chu Yuanqi did not seem to be looking at her, he saw her clearly. Seeing that Chu Wanwan was about to leave, he quickly released a suction force. Under this powerful suction force, Chu Wanwan lost the ability to move on her own. She was directly sucked in front of Chu Yuanqi. Chu Yuanqi chuckled while Chu Wanwan was dumbfounded. She did not remember anything happening to her. Why did she suddenly appear in front of him? Moreover, she had no way of leaving. The servant girl growled at this moment. She stuttered, "Let go of her. She has treated you well. Why are you treating her like this? This suction force can damage a person's meridians. She shouldn't be subjected to such a spell." Chu Yuanqi did not care. As long as he could obtain Chu Wanwan, it did not matter if it was just her corpse. At worst, I can just calmly look after her body. Chu Wanwan was dumbfounded. She did not expect Chu Yuanqi to be so perverted. She wanted to scream. She was so scared just now that she had completely forgotten that her throat was fine. She was going to scream for help. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuanqi had also seen through Chu Wanwan's intentions. He directly stepped forward and pressed on his acupuncture points. He said slowly, "Chu Wanwan, don't struggle. It's a waste of effort. Since you've already become my woman, you don't have to find anyone else. I believe the village chief will give us his blessings. He has the second mist to support him, so there's no need to worry. Let's stay together in a forest somewhere. As he spoke, he cast another spell and tied the servant girl up. The servant girl was already panting at this time. She just happened to be hit, and could only helplessly watch herself being subdued by him. She looked at Chu Wanwan with tears in her eyes. Chu Wanwan understood what she was thinking and sighed in her heart. Although this servant girl had hidden some things from her, she had indeed treated her sincerely. If possible, she really hoped that she would be safe and sound, and it would be best if they could have a happy marriage. At the thought of this, she gestured at Chu Yuanqi, indicating that she would not shout anymore. Naturally, Chu Yuanqi did not believe her. He turned around and knocked Chu Wanwan unconscious, intending to bring her to a quiet forest. Jiang Ming's situation was a little strange. The next second after the woman spoke, the people around him suddenly stopped moving. The scene around him also changed into the scene in the kitchen. It was only him and the woman. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was stunned. What did she want to do? Did she really want to kidnap him? The woman seemed to have read Jiang Ming's mind and smiled. Don't worry, I won't take you away without your consent. I just need you to do one thing. Jiang Ming grinned. Even if she wanted to take him away, he would not let her succeed. What do you need me to do? His eyes were deep in thought. He wondered if Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had stopped moving. If they could move, they might find some clues. At that time, they could work together to defeat this woman. He wondered who this woman was. What the woman said next shocked him. Make some food for me. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Huh? What did this woman say? Unexpectedly, the woman repeated herself seriously. You didn't mishear. I need to eat your dishes so that my spiritual energy can recover. When the time comes, I will give you a generous reward. I know you want the yellow gall grass in this village. I can give it to you. You don't have to marry the young lady here. She said each word clearly. Jiang Ming was surprised, puzzled, and confused. How did this woman know? It was as if she could predict the future. However, she did mention an attractive condition. What do you think? Seeing that Jiang Ming did not answer for a long time, the woman became anxious, and her eyes were filled with urgency. Jiang Ming also came back to his senses. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her warily. I can agree, but you have to tell me the reason. Otherwise, I won't agree to it. I'm Su Chu Chu, the eldest daughter of a merchant. I've been enjoying delicious food for my entire life. Yesterday, you competed with the famous Chiu Zishan. I'm very curious about how you won. Su Chu Chu was quite polite. She smiled and revealed a pair of dimples at the corner of her mouth. Huh? She used a spell just because of this? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes secretly. Who would believe that? A normal person would not use such a spell at this time, just to make him cook a meal. Seeing that Jiang Ming seemed to be in a daze again, Su Chu Chu could not help but feel anxious. I'm a little anxious. Jiao Zhu, please do it quickly. I believe that you will agree to my request. Besides, you know that you've already promised me. You can't go back on your word. She was not bad, but Jiang Ming had to be careful. Su Chu Chu's motives were definitely not simple. He had to make her tell him. The real reason. She wanted to lie to him? No way. I understand, but I want to hear the real reason. Your excuse is too fake. It's ridiculously fake. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Chu. The most important thing now was to find a way to break the spell. Su Chu lost her patience. She crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Ming up and down. Jiao, the spiritual energy of a person who knows the stop spell is not very shallow. You will only kill yourself if you keep doing this. It's already very good that I have the patience to talk to you and negotiate with you. In her heart, she was extremely frustrated. Who was Jiang Ming? How dare he treat her like this? She was a supreme existence to others, so why did Jiang Ming not take her seriously? Thinking of this, she could not help but feel angry. Her eyes were bloodshot, and there was a hint of burning anger in them. Jiang Ming sensed her emotions and frowned. Su Chu was obviously coming at him menacingly. However, what use could his cooking have? What if I won't do it anymore? I suddenly changed my mind. You can't do anything about it, right? He might as well go all out and start acting shamelessly. He knew that it was not good to do this in front of a woman, but she was really full of schemes, so he had to be wary. Su Chu was dumbfounded. She did not expect Jiang Ming to give her such an answer. Logically speaking, since she had already said so, he should be afraid or wary. However, why was he so shameless? She even suspected that she had misheard and could not help but ask another question. Can you repeat what you just said? Jiang Ming was stunned. Su Chu's hearing was a little bad. Then, he said it again. Su Chu's face immediately fell. Jiang Ming was obviously treating her as a joke. He actually dared to offend her dignity. Thinking about it, she was flustered and exasperated. She did not want Jiang Ming's cooking anymore. Her hand was like lightning as she grabbed Jiang Ming's neck. Fortunately, Jiang Ming took a step back and Su Chu missed. However, she did not give up. Instead, her actions became more and more intense as she grabbed him with her bare hands. In her eyes, Jiang Ming was just like an ant. He would become whatever she wanted him to become. If she wanted him dead, he would die. Jiang Ming frowned and looked at her hand. Without hesitation, he broke it. The sound of bones breaking was very loud, and both Su Chu and Jiang Ming heard it clearly. The pain surged. Su Chu was shocked. She looked up at Jiang Ming subconsciously and asked in a daze, "How did you do that? Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to break a bone like this. I don't believe that you're so powerful." She suddenly felt uncomfortable. After a while, her forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and she was even on the verge of collapsing. She tried her best to force a smile, but she could not. Seeing Su Chu's attitude, Jiang Ming could not help but feel more confident. You've already become like this. Are you sure you want to continue chasing me? When the time comes, you'll only be the one suffering. Su Chu was not convinced at all. Instead, she retorted, "You're just a bit good at cooking. It's nothing at all. Jiao, you'd better focus on cooking. Don't be unable to return to your original world when the time comes. My spell is not something that ordinary people can crack." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Su Chu to be so arrogant. He could not help but laugh. If I can't go out, then I can't go out. At most, I'll stay here with you. With you accompanying me, I won't be lonely. After saying that, he shrugged his shoulders and laughed as if he did not care about Suchuchu at all. This is a spell that I created. I can naturally leave. You're really funny. Jiaozhu, you should just obediently cook. As she spoke, a whip appeared in Suchuchu's hand. She wanted to beat Jiang Ming into confessing. Unexpectedly, this gave Jiang Ming a chance. He snatched the whip and tied Suchuchu up with lightning speed. In order to prevent Suchuchu from breaking free, Jiang Ming deliberately tied her up tighter. With such a tight grip, Suchuchu felt as if her entire head was filled with blood. She could not break free at all. Not only that, but she also felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. She felt that it was all Jiang Ming's doing. She could not help but glare at Jiang Ming fiercely. I just want you to cook. Is it that difficult? What else do you think I want? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and then looked at Beam. This has nothing to do with me. Your old illness has come back. If you cared a little, you wouldn't be like this. Suchuchu was stunned for a moment, and her eyes were filled with confusion. I don't even have any old illnesses. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and let go of me, or I'll die here with you. If I die, so be it. However, I will never let you live either. At the end of her sentence, she was already angry. She turned her head and looked elsewhere. She did not even bother to look at Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming was not annoyed. He smiled and said, "What good will it do you if you do this? But I'm different, I still have companions. When my companions realize that something is wrong here, they will save me." Your companion? Suchuchu found it ridiculous. Do you think I didn't investigate you? Your companions are only Sikongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. They have already been frozen by me. It's impossible for you to see them. You can't do anything. You can only wait for death. Jiang Ming simply sat on the stool and looked at Suchuchu. I think you're trying to show off. First of all, I don't only have these two companions. Secondly, I'm afraid you don't know that you're about to die from poison. Right? Do you think you still have a chance to live? Suchuchu gritted her teeth. It had to be said that what Jiang Ming said was true. She was indeed a little overwhelmed now. She almost used all her strength to stand up straight. She exhaled and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiaozhu, let's make a deal. I do need your food. She was deep in thought. She did not want to die at all, but now, she had no choice but to accept reality. She did not have anyone she could rely on, so it was impossible for anyone else to save her. Moreover, who knew if it was someone close to her who had poisoned her? She had already made up her mind, and her eyes were cold. Jiang Ming would definitely agree. After all, she needed him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming turned around and said firmly, "No." He smiled and did not respect Suchuchu at all. He felt that Suchuchu was really indulging in her wildest dreams. Did she have to cooperate with him just because he wanted to do something? He had just been attacked by her. He could not let her have her way. At most, he would continue to waste time with her. He did not believe that this spell would still exist if the caster was already dead. Moreover, he could see that the poison had only taken effect for a short period of time. It had only been a day. As for Chu Wanwan, he had his own ways of dealing with her. Suchuchu did not expect Jiang Ming to say that. Su Chuchu was stunned for a moment and did not even know how to reply. Finally, she reacted and glared at Jiang Ming fiercely. Don't think that I can't find someone else to cure this poison. Are you the only one in the world who can cure it? Who knows? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Maybe I am. As soon as these words were said, Su Chuchu could not help but fall silent. She had no idea what kind of poison she had been poisoned with, so she could only guess based on her own knowledge. If it were some rare poison, she would still be the one suffering. Wouldn't she die if only Jiang Ming knew the cure? Although she was unwilling, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she said indifferently, at most, I'll just die. Anyway, you're here to accompany me. If you don't want to trade with me, then don't trade with me. Originally, this deal was beneficial to both of us. Neither of us would gain much, but if you insist on doing this, then I have no choice. Besides, you need the yellow gall grass to save someone else, right? You can disregard your own life, but can you disregard the lives of other people? That person is extremely important to you, right? Su Chuchu spoke logically. I don't really care about that person, Jiang Ming said nonchalantly. I only thought of saving her on a whim. Since you want to waste time, then waste time. By the way, your poison will take effect within a day. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save you. It's fine if you don't believe me. After all, you can't hold on anymore. If you die, so be it. It's nothing. You. Su Chuchu was speechless. It had to be said that Jiang Ming was right again. She felt her spiritual energy and life force flowing away. This would only happen when she was about to die. Jiang Ming asked leisurely, Are you willing to die like this? After all, you still have a lot of time left. You can do many things in the future. Look at your original spell, you probably didn't pass it on to anyone else. You're not willing to lose this spell just like that, right? These words hit Su Chuchu's heart. She had no choice but to give up. You're right, Jiaozhu. I've lost. I'll agree to whatever you want. Seeing that the initiative was already in his hands, Jiang Ming began to pretend to be considerate. To be honest, I really don't want to die. I don't want to be trapped here. As for the deal you mentioned, it's not that I can't agree to it. However, I still want to know the true reason why you want me to cook. No matter what, you have to let me know what the situation is. You're right. I can't refute you. Su Chuchu did not dare to say anything else. She could only nod and then say, I heard that your food could strengthen the body. I want to eat it to increase my spiritual energy. At this point, she felt helpless. When had she ever been bullied like this? But what could she do now? She just had to give in to reality, but she really did not want it to be like this. Huh? This time, it was Jiang Ming's turn to be dumbfounded. What did he just hear? Strengthening the body? Increase spiritual energy? Why? Didn't he know that his cooking had such an effect? Moreover, he used ordinary ingredients, right? What spells and body strengthening things could these ordinary ingredients have? This was the funniest thing he had ever heard. He could not help but laugh again. Come on, are you afraid that you've been cheated? Besides, I've only cooked once. What? This time, it was Su Chuchu's turn to be dumbfounded. What did she just hear? Did Jiang Ming say that he had been deceived? But how was this possible? She clearly remembered that this was what she had heard. There were even people who wanted to kidnap Jiang Ming to force him to cook for them. She did this to prevent others from getting ahead of her. In the end, everything was fake. Then what was she doing? That's impossible. You're lying to me. Your food must have all kinds of magical effects. I don't believe you. Su Chu shook her head furiously. It was as if she wanted to throw everything that Jiang Ming had just said out of her head. She even turned her head away, unwilling to listen to Jiang Ming's words at all. Seeing her childish appearance, Jiang Ming was very helpless. He said, "Seriously, my food has no effect. You've really been deceived. Besides, if my food really had such effects, I would cook for myself very frequently." Why? Would I only cook once? Wouldn't that make me lose such a benefit for no reason? Su Chu fell silent. It had to be said that what Jiang Ming said was true. She could not say anything else. She was instantly disappointed. This is great. I used such a spell for nothing. I'm already terminally ill. And about to die. What should I do now? Su Chu looked shell-shocked. If Jiang Ming had not looked carefully, he would have felt that she had aged decades. He suddenly felt that Su Chu was quite pitiful. She just wanted to improve her condition, but she was about to die. He also roughly understood that this spell would probably have a certain backlash. Otherwise, Su Chu would not have said so. Forget it, I'll be a good person today. Jiang Ming hammered his thigh and looked at Su Chu. Su Chu roughly understood what he meant. She could not help but feel a little touched. We've only known each other for a day. I even did such a cruel thing to you. Yet, you're willing to let bygones be bygones and save me. But what about the others? They all want my life, no matter how much I love them. Why are you suddenly feeling sentimental? Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said as he detoxified Su Chu, these things happen all the time. Why do you have to care about these things? What should be in the past will be in the past. As long as you're happy, it's fine. Su Chu nodded seriously and then said, Jiao, where are you from? Are you willing to come to my attic for a chat later? I have many secret treasures in my attic. When the time comes, you can choose one. As for the yellow gall grass, I will also bring it to you. You don't have to be forced to marry the eldest daughter of this village. She has a hot temper. You won't be able to stand her. She seemed to be thinking about something. She saw clearly that Jiang Ming was a good person. If possible, she hoped to become good friends with him. In life, what one always lacked was a true friend. It was her great fortune to be able to meet this person now. Jiang Ming could see Su Chu's sincerity, but he was a little uncertain. He pondered and said, how do I know if what you said is true or not? I've been scammed by many people before. Although he said that, he did not stop treating Su Chu. After a while, the poison in Su Chu's body was completely removed. She had fully recovered, and her entire person was radiant again. She even felt that she had become another person. Her entire body was filled with energy, and she could practice spells even more powerfully. She was almost crying tears of joy. She said to Jiang Ming, Jiao, thank you so much. As for whether you want to believe my words or not, that's your business. But no matter what you want, I can give it to you. This is my Repayment to you. Jiang Ming nodded and looked around. The most important thing now is to remove this spell. No matter what, even if I don't get the yellow ball grass. At least I have to attend this wedding first. The eldest miss of this village is looking forward to this wedding. I don't want to let her down. Jiang Ming looked at Su Chuchu seriously. She was stunned for a moment and could not help but look into Jiang Ming's eyes. Only then did she feel that his eyes seemed to have stars in them. They were all gathered in front of her, and her entire person was about to blend in. She did not take a closer look at Jiang Ming's appearance just now. Only now did she realize that his appearance was truly shocking. Even his medical skills were extremely brilliant. She suddenly felt a little jealous of the village's eldest daughter, Chu Wanwan. If only Jiang Ming were her groom. Jiang Ming felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Su Chuchu staring at him in a daze. He could not help but take a step back. However, when he saw that she did not respond for a long time, he had to remind her. Su Chuchu, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Deep down, he felt a little awkward. Why was Su Chuchu staring at him? Could it be that there was something strange about him? Su Chuchu could not help but feel awkward. She coughed and said, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else. I can't cancel this spell for the time being. I can only cancel it after you cook something for me to eat. She was a little embarrassed, and her eyes were flustered. This was the drawback of her spells. After she used a spell, she would set a condition in her heart to cancel the spell. After that, the spell would only be automatically removed after this condition was fulfilled. If the conditions were not met, then the spell would always exist, and even she could not leave. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Is that so? That means that if I can't cook, you can only stay here, right? Su Chuchu nodded awkwardly. She smiled and said, I lied to you before. It's indeed like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted you to cook all this time. Even if the food really has no effect, I think I'm lucky. I can taste the food made by you. It's a great pleasure in life. I heard from others that your food is simply top-notch and incomparably delicious. It's a pleasure that I haven't been able to get until now. You're exaggerating. I just happened to cook once. Forget it. I'll start cooking now. The wedding is still in progress. I can't delay it any longer. Jiang Ming turned to the stove and prepared all the ingredients. Su Chuchu also rolled up her sleeves. I know how to cook too. Let's cook together. Jiang Ming nodded and then said with some worry, if you help me cook, will this spell count? Can we still cancel it? Su Chuchu could not help but laugh. It won't go against the rules. This is a spell that I set up. As long as the conditions are met, it will be considered completed no matter who helps. Don't worry. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief and continued to cook. On the other side, although Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He had stopped moving, they were still conscious and could still talk to each other. Seeing their current situation, they could not help but be dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't we move? Yuan He said, in the legends, I've heard of a stilling technique that was created by a rich young lady. However, no one has been able to learn it until now, and we don't even know who that person is. Could it be that the young lady who knows the stilling technique has come? Sikong Wu Yuan immediately denied it. How is that possible? If she really came, why did she come? Could it be because of Jiang Ming? She doesn't even know Jiang Ming. If we had met before, we should have been able to sense that she knew the stilling technique. Yuan Hehe also felt the same and instantly felt a headache coming on. This is really confusing. Perhaps there are other people who know the stilling technique? He began to make wild guesses again. Sikong Wu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You said it yourself. There's only one person in the world who knows the stilling technique. Moreover, those who know the stilling technique will not be willing to live in such a small village. Although this village is not bad, it's remote. It's difficult to realize their ambitions. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't stay here. Does he have such ambitions? It varies from person to person. We can't always treat everyone with our own opinions. Yuan Hehe was silent. Sikong Wu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the end of the day, there's no point in saying all this now. Instead of guessing who cast this spell, it's better to crack it first. Do you know how to break it? I feel like I'm going to die of exhaustion. He was currently bent over and felt like he was about to die. He was old and could not bear to continue like this, but he could not straighten his body. This made him extremely worried. Yuan Hehe sighed. If I knew how to crack this, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't be wasting time with you now. Let's have a chat first. Perhaps Jiang Ming will have a way to save us. How do you know Jiuzhu isn't still? Sikong Wu Yuan also sighed. Speaking of which, could that person be here for Jiuzhu? Yuan Hehe immediately nodded. Yes, they must be here for Jiuzhu. What other brilliant techniques can the people in this village have? Only Jiuzhu is powerful here. The others are not worth mentioning at all. Take the young miss of the village for example. Her spells are terrible. Although the chief knows some spells, he still can't defeat Jiuzhu. It'll be an eye-opener for me if that person is looking for someone else. That's why I said that Jiuzhu might save us. Sikong Wu Yuan was silent for a moment. In that case, let's wait. Maybe we can move later. Yuan Hehe also felt that it made sense. He nodded and said, Don't worry. We'll definitely be able to get out. As they spoke, the two of them started chatting about other things, trying their best to kill time and not let themselves be sleepy. Coincidentally, Jiang Ming had already finished cooking. Although it was his second time cooking, he was a little uncertain, but the food looked quite good. Su Chuchu picked up her cutlery and smiled. I'm lucky today. I can actually taste the dishes made by you. Jiang Ming laughed. It's just a small trick. It's nothing at all. Try it. Su Chuchu nodded. Then, she picked up some leafy greens and put them into her mouth. The delicious taste spread on the tip of her tongue, and her eyes lit up. She could not help but say in surprise, Jiuzhu, the food you've made is too delicious. I've lived for many years, but this is the first time I've eaten such delicious food. What? Jiang Ming was shocked. Su Chuchu did not look like she had lived for many years. Moreover, she had clearly exaggerated. How could she not eat food that was similar to his? However, it had to be said that her words were very useful to him. Thank you, Su Chuchu, he said sincerely. Immediately after, the space suddenly trembled. He also discovered that the surrounding scene began to change and had returned to its previous state. The people around them seemed to have no memory of their previous motionless movements and began to drink with smiles. Jiang Ming also held the cup in his hand as if nothing had happened. He raised his head and realized that Su Chu Chu had already disappeared. He could not help but feel puzzled. How did Su Chu Chu disappear so quickly? Those who did not know better would think that she had never appeared. But then, he did not think too much about it. Since the stilling technique had been resolved, he had to continue doing what he had to do. He was not sure if Su Chu Chu would give him the yellow gall grass. He had to rely on himself now. Thinking of this, he began to drink again. He was going to pick up the bride later. Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He were shocked. They were the only people who could retain their memories when time was frozen. Seeing that there were no changes to their bodies or in front of them, the two of them were dumbfounded. Yuan He scratched his head. I remember that those who encounter this technique won't have any memories. Why? Can I still remember? Moreover, the surrounding scene hasn't changed at all. Logically speaking, the space we're in should be different. Did you remember? Wrongly? Xikong Wu Yuan was stunned. Maybe it's not like this? Yuan He denied it. How is this possible? I can't remember other things, but I remember this very clearly. I was very interested in the stilling technique. So I learned a lot of information. Otherwise, I wouldn't know so much. Xikong Wu Yuan also could not figure it out. But then, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's continue. It's more important to get the yellow gall grass first. As for this matter, I think we'll probably meet the woman who used the stilling technique in the future." Yuan He felt that it made sense, so he did not say anything more. Instead, he followed Xikong Wu Yuan to the location they were thinking of. The two of them were extremely fast. They were afraid that if they were one step late, the ceremony would end, and Jiang Ming would not be able to escape from this stronghold. Chu Wanwan was in a precarious situation. Although she was awake, she struggled to get away from Chu Yuanqi. However, no matter what she did, she could not break free. Not only that, but he even provoked her. "You'll never be able to break free in this lifetime. Don't waste your energy. Otherwise, be careful that I'll make a move on Zhu. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me." Chu Wanwan was extremely furious and decided to stop pretending. "If you continue like this, I'll hate you for the rest of my life and won't marry you. Even if I die, I won't give you my innocence. If you let me go now, and let me finish the ritual without hurting Zhu, I can go with you." She had other thoughts in her heart. She felt that this Chu Yuanqi should be easy to manipulate, and she should be able to deceive him. Everything they had experienced before was exchanged for by her lies. She did not believe that Chu Yuanqi did not trust her at all, let alone have any compassion. As expected, Chu Yuanqi could not help but waver when she heard this. In fact, he really wanted Chu Wanwan's sincerity. He also felt that Chu Wanwan should have some feelings for him. It was just that because he was dead, she had fallen in love with someone else. Since she might be willing to leave with him, he was more than happy to have such a situation. NOV, beat / JNN. Chu Yuanqi hesitated. In the end, his love for Chu Wanwan had broken through everything. However, he still hesitated. Chu Wanwan, are you serious? Are you really willing to come with me? I'll trust you one last time. If you lie to me again, I won't trust you anymore. Although he said that, he knew that if Chu Wanwan used the same trick again, he might still believe it. Of course it's true. Could it be fake? Although Chu Wanwan felt a little guilty, she did not dare to say anything. She felt that Chu Yuanqi was a complete lunatic. If she said anything wrong, she would be the one suffering. We used to have a good relationship. How could I lie to you now? She quickly added, afraid that Chu Yuanqi would not believe her. Don't worry. As long as you let me complete the ritual, I'll definitely leave with you. But think about it. If you kidnap me now and stop me from continuing the ritual, I'll hate you instead. Even if you imprison me for a lifetime, even if you treat me well, I won't be moved. Instead, I'll feel that everything that happened before is a lie. Her words were clear and logical. Chu Yuanqi could not help but listen to them. He nodded and said, all right then. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, he put Chu Wanwan down. He glanced at the servant girl and untied the ropes on her body. The servant girl immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yuanqi. Thank you, young master. You are a magnanimous person. Miss Wanwan will definitely fulfill her promise. Although she said so, she understood in her heart. It was impossible for Chu Wanwan to really make it. She could tell what Chu Wanwan was thinking. She was deeply in love with Jiang Ming. It was a friendship that she had never had with Chu Yuanqi before. I'll wait for you at the usual place after your ritual. Chu Yuanqi looked at Chu Wanwan with deep affection, as if he could not see the servant girl at all. He had a wonderful dream in his heart. He had always wanted to have a wonderful married life with Chu Wanwan. His wish could finally be fulfilled. As he thought about it, he could not help but feel anxious. He hoped that the ceremony would end soon. That way, he could be with Chu Wanwan sooner. Chu Wanwan nodded and pretended to be full of happiness. Chu Yuanqi, we will grow old together. Chu Yuanqi turned around and left. Chu Wanwan heaved a sigh of relief. Then, her entire body swayed as she sat down. She really could not imagine what would have happened to her if Chu Yuanqi had not believed her and had taken her away. This marriage was a big deal. If this ceremony was interrupted just like that, she would be sad for the rest of her life. Even if she did it again, she would not feel as good as this time. She could finally continue the ritual. The servant girl saw through Chu Wanwan's thoughts and comforted her. Miss, get up quickly. You still have to tidy up your clothes and headdress. Your clothes and hair are already dirty. That young master has already left and won't be coming over for the time being. Don't worry. Besides, after the ceremony is over, Jiao Zhu will definitely protect you as your husband. Chu Yuanqi will not be able to abduct you again, no matter how hard he tries. I can tell that Jiao Zhu is much more powerful than Chu Yuanqi. Chu Yuanqi was only able to kidnap you because Jiao Zhu was still preparing the ceremony. Chu Wanwan nodded and raised her hand again. Help me stand up. My legs are a little weak. She still had some lingering fear in her heart. It was difficult to imagine the consequences. The servant girl patted Chu Wanwan's shoulder and comforted her. She then helped her up, turned around, and brought her to a chair. She then began to tidy up her clothes and hair accessories. The servant girl's hands were very skillful. In a short while, Chu Wanwan returned to her gorgeous appearance. Meanwhile, Chu Yuanqi had snuck into a bush in the garden. He was secretly delighted. The ceremony was almost halfway through, and he would be able to leave with Chu Wanwan soon. He could afford to wait for a little bit. At this time, Chu Wanwan had already put on a red veil. She was supported by the servant girl and waited quietly for Jiang Ming to come over. Her mood also changed, and she was extremely excited. She could finally be the bride of Jiang Ming. At this moment, Jiang Ming, who was wearing a red robe, had already mounted his horse and was heading toward Chu Wanwan. Sikong, Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe wanted to find the yellow gall grass before it was too late, so they went back and forth in the stronghold and even found the village chief's room. No? No. Shaking their heads, the two of them could only come out first. However, just as they took 2 steps out of the door, they heard a voice behind him. The two of them were immediately frozen and did not dare to turn around. They were all too familiar with this voice. It was the village chief. As expected, the village chief walked over from behind and looked at the two of them. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe looked at the village chief's sharp gaze and felt a little guilty. They did not know what to say. Let's see if there's anything else we can help you with, Yuan Hehe said quickly. Yes. There's no need. You guys go have fun first. The village chief nodded. All right. Yuan Hehe nodded, grabbed Sikong Wu Yuan's hand, and ran away. The village chief looked at the backs of these two people and his throat moved. He frowned, but then he turned around and left. Today is a big day. There seemed to be something wrong with these two people. They seemed to be here for the yellow gall grass. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, who were lucky enough to escape, ran to a corner before they dared to stop. The two of them held their chests and panted, feeling that it was a close call. Yuan Hehe. Are we all right? Sikong Wu Yuan became worried. He leaned against the tree and straightened his body. Not far ahead, the people in the village were busy celebrating today's wedding. It's okay. It should be all right. Yuan Hehe had intended to appease Sikong Wu Yuan, but he was not sure. Why don't we see where Jiang Ming is? The two of them thought about it and decided to look for Jiang Ming. They turned around and saw Qiu Zishan standing not far away. Qiu Zishan stared at the two of them without saying anything. His expression was dark. Sikong Wu Yuan. Don't be afraid. Before anyone came over, the two of them whispered. Qiu Zishan took a few steps forward. Like a magnet, he pulled the two of them closer. Mr. Qiu, Yuan Hehe said carefully, almost wanting to retreat. This person suddenly laughed, causing Yuan Hehe and the other two to feel inexplicably flustered. Is there anything you need? There is indeed. something. In contrast, Qiuzishan was calm. Can you guys come with me to the garden for a chat? n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. Yuan Hehe and Sikongwu Yuan looked at each other. It seemed like he had no choice but to say no. There was a group of people dancing in the garden earlier. However, there was no one left. Qiuzishan, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped. A sense of uneasiness made the two of them stop immediately. At this moment, they sensed something. As expected, Qiuzishan turned around. The friendly and strange smile from before was gone. He opened a folding fan and swept it over the two of them. The two of them were caught off guard and were sent flying back a few meters by a strong gust of wind. This killer move woke the two of them up, and they immediately raised their eyebrows. It seemed like he was going to get serious. They rushed up to confront Qiuzishan. The two of them were full of spiritual energy and could exchange a few moves with Qiuzishan for the time being. However, an expert was an expert after all. Moreover, Qiuzishan was an experienced and mature man. Soon, the two of them were defeated, and the gap between them became more and more obvious. Ah! Sikongwu Yuan. In the end, the two of them were so injured that they could not get up. Humph! Qiuzishan was a ruthless person. He wanted to add another blow. Sikongwu Yuan immediately stood in front of Yuan Hehe. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sikongwu Yuan fell to the ground. See. Yuan Hehe reached out his hand, but he could not touch his companion. On the other side, Jiang Ming, who was holding a ceremony with Chu Wanwan, felt that something was wrong. He was already feeling uneasy and could not help but abandon Chu Wanwan. He rushed to the garden based on his intuition. Yuan Hehe. Sikongwu Yuan. As soon as he arrived, he saw the two of them lying on the ground covered in blood. On the other side was Qiuzishan, who was about to kill them. Qiuzishan. What are you doing? You actually killed them. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in anger. He stood up and stared at Qiuzishan. The person in front of him should pay the price. You should know better why I am like this. Qiuzishan snorted coldly. The two of them were at daggers drawn. At this moment, Chu Wanwan ran over. After all, she was an innocent person, so Jiang Ming's attitude softened. He did not want to use others all the time, but there was no other way now. Jiuzhu, what's wrong? Chu Wanwan ran to Jiang Ming and saw Yuan Hehe and Sikongwu Yuan lying on the ground. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She immediately raised her head and saw Qiuzishan, who still had a murderous look on his face. She immediately understood everything. Mr. Qiu. How could you do such a thing at my wedding? Chu Wanwan did not say anything and rushed in front of Qiuzishan. Her recklessness frightened Jiang Ming and Qiuzishan. Jiang Ming saw Chu Wanwan blocking Qiuzishan and shouted, "You must come with me to see my father. Speak clearly." Qiuzishan could only follow behind her. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to heal Sikong and Wu Yuan. Qiuzishan had attacked too heavily, so he could only slow down for now. Chu Wanwan brought Qiuzishan in front of the village chief and complained loudly. But this time, the village chief did not seem to be on Jiang Ming's side. Mr. Qiu is Doing this for your own good. In other words, he's doing this because he cares. About me. Chief, what are you talking about? Are you confused? Chu Wanwan was puzzled by the chief's words. Our friendship is not a joke. Love is stronger than gold. When it comes to me, it's not love. This, Chu Wanwan could not understand. Zishan, leave first. The chief gestured to Zishan. He nodded and left. He believed that the village chief would seek justice for him. Chu Wanwan, the village chief said when he saw that Jiang Ming was gone. Jiang Ming is not marrying you. He is really stealing our yellow gall. Grass. Chu Wanwan coldly snorted and waved her hand. That's impossible. Chief, you've disappointed me. I'll take my leave first. She turned around and left. The village chief sighed. It seemed that he could only do something to protect his silly daughter. On Jiang Ming's side, the two of them finally opened their eyes and stood up with difficulty. Leave this place. Immediately, Jiang Ming said, thinking about the situation on the village. Chief sighed. What about you? Yuan Hehe felt strange. I still have other things to do. You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Jiang Ming looked at Sikongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe quietly. Then, he left them alone. Seeing this, they did not say anything else. They turned around and planned to find a place to hide. Halfway through, Jiang Ming suddenly noticed that there seemed to be someone behind him. He could not help but frown. Who wanted to spy on him? Thinking of this, he could not help but think of Su Chu and immediately fell silent. Could it be Su Chu? After all, she had said some things to him before. However, she should not have any malicious intentions toward him. He had saved her. However, Jiang Ming was not sure. He could only rush forward quickly. No matter what, he had to shake off the people behind him. Even if Su Chu was kind, he could not let Su Chu catch him. Just as he was thinking, the person behind him sped up and even wanted to grab his clothes. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the hands that were almost close to him. He did not plan to escape anymore. He turned back and pushed them directly. His eyes were cold. Who sent you? What do you want to do? The man snorted. You should know what you've done to the village. If you know what's good for you, come with me to see the chief. If you tell me everything, everything will be easy to resolve. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. The village chief didn't even say anything to me. What right do you have to speak to me in his tone? Who are you to him? As he spoke, he focused his eyes on this person's face. Unexpectedly, this person was wearing a mask. He could only judge that this was a man based on his voice. The man's voice was very thick. He smiled and said, Jiao Zhu, I'm the chief's right-hand man. Don't worry. Even if you tell the chief about me, he won't believe you. He'll even seek justice for me. Jiang Ming also laughed. Why are you so sure that I will kill you? So you can't beat me at all? That's a pity. You don't have the right to follow me. After saying that, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the man. The man did not panic at all. Instead, he calmly went up to him, without even taking out his weapon. In his opinion, Jiang Ming was not worth mentioning at all, nor was he worth fighting with his weapon. As long as he raised his hand gently, he would be able to finish off Jiang Ming perfectly. Jiang Ming did not expect this person to be so arrogant, but he did not want to kill him either. He did not know if the person was telling the truth, but what if it was true? At that time, he would have a conflict with the village chief. In the end, he did not want to have any dispute with him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming also restrained some of his strength and did not use all of his spells. After all, in the man's eyes, Jiang Ming was a complete idiot. It was not worth it for him to use all his strength. He simply reserved some strength. After a while, he could not help but laugh. I thought the person whom the chief favored was very powerful, but it turned out to be nothing more than this. You still want the yellow gallgrass here? Dream on. Jiang Ming was stunned. He did not expect the man to know his intentions. However, it did not matter. He did not take any actual action. This was empty talk. It was all slander. How the village chief treats me is his business. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, I don't have any thoughts about the yellow gallgrass. Don't slander me with empty words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and retorted directly. The man did not care at all. He only thought that it was a joke. Killing me will not benefit you at all. You will only suffer losses. You haven't obtained the yellow gallgrass yet. You still need to curry favor with the chief. Jiang Ming's last sentence hit the nail on the head, but he did not want him to notice. He raised his eyebrows and said, "It doesn't matter. This is just your own opinion. At most, I'll turn against the chief. This doesn't matter to me. I'd just leave this place." Is that so? The man did not say anything else. Instead, he released a little more spiritual energy. He did not want to talk nonsense with Jiang Ming anymore. He just wanted to end the battle quickly. As long as he killed him, he would not have to worry about whether this person would get the yellow gallgrass. Yellow gallgrass was a great auspicious sign in the village. If he took it away, it would be detrimental to the village. Jiang Ming could see his killing intent, but it did not matter. He continued to fight with him. He believed that he could beat him. Even if he could not beat this man, he would not let him off easily. Thinking of this, the two of them fought even more intensely. At this moment, a sharp blade suddenly flew in front of them and directly cut off their spiritual energy. They could not help but split up and go to two different places. Jiang Ming was stunned. Then he realized that the sharp blade was not a sharp blade but a book. He was dumbfounded again. A book could actually become a weapon? Why are you stopping me, sir? The man asked unhappily. To think that the chief still likes you so much. You actually dare to block his way. Was he a teacher? Jiang Ming pondered. It seemed that these two people knew each other. Then, he turned to look at the so-called teacher. This person had a scholarly look on his face, and he seemed gentle. His hair was tied up with a hairpin. He looked like a woman, and he was holding a folding fan in his hand, gently fanning himself. He felt strange. He had never seen this person before, so why did this person save him? The teacher's eyes were also fixed on Jiang Ming. There was a smile in his eyes, and he seemed very friendly. I'll be in charge of Jiao Zhu. The village chief has already told me that you should leave first. I don't want you to kill him now. When he said the last sentence, his voice was already cold. It was as if this man did not agree, he would directly rush forward to deal with him. How is that possible? The man could not help but be surprised. You don't even know Jiao. How could the chief let you manage him? I think you came here on your own accord, right? Do you really want to get involved in this mess? When the chief blames us, you'll be the one in trouble. It wasn't easy for you to stay in this village. In the future, you won't have any place to settle down. Don't waste your happiness. The man gritted his teeth, and the hostility in his eyes was obvious. He originally thought that this teacher was on his side, but he did not expect that he would actually go against him in every way. He could tolerate other things, and even suffer losses, but he actually wanted to interfere in the matter of Jiang Ming. It was too much. He was clearly just sharing the village chief's worries, but this teacher did not take the village chief's matter seriously at all. Instead, he was biased toward an outsider. He was really furious. Why did the chief treat this person so well? This person had no right to enjoy all of this. What's wrong? Do you not believe me? The chief is so good to me, so I naturally follow his orders. Your words really make me a little uncomfortable. The teacher narrowed his eyes, and the folding fan in his hand was already ready to move. What do you mean? Do you want to fight me? The man lost his patience and narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere had already begun to tense up. The teacher chuckled, causing the situation to erupt at any moment. If you insist on fighting with me, then I have no choice. However, the chief probably doesn't want to see the current situation. Moreover, you know that compared to you, the chief favors me more. Who will suffer and be punished? You should be able to understand, right? The man fell silent. It had to be said that what the teacher said was right. The village chief indeed favored the teacher more. He had been brought up by the chief since he was young, so their relationship was naturally not as deep as the man's, who was a latecomer. However, he felt that the village chief was reasonable and would definitely not punish him casually. Thinking of this, he could not help but become arrogant again. You should know the chief's character. There's no use in threatening me like this. After all, I've contributed to the village. He can't just side with you. You're not even sure if you're biased. How dare you confront me? The teacher did not take the man's words to heart. Jiang Ming was confused. What did he have that was worth the teacher's protection? Could it be that he wanted to cooperate with him to obtain the yellow gall grass? His mind was filled with wild thoughts, but he could not find any answer. He had never interacted with this teacher before, so it was easy for him to make a mistake based on what he had just said. He might as well continue watching. After the masked man left, he would be able to interact with the teacher alone. At that time, this teacher would probably tell him the truth. Thinking about it, he continued to wait, wanting to see what would happen next. You poor fool. The man gritted his teeth. All right, I'll give this person to you. I want to see how the village chief will treat you when he finds out. I've lost. The man sighed in his heart. No matter what, he was still inferior to this teacher. There were many things that the village chief had taught him that he could not come into contact with. This person's skills and spells were above his. If he fought with the teacher, he would be the one suffering. He knew this very well. Although the village chief would not be unable to distinguish right from wrong, he would not punish this teacher severely either. At that time, he would instead suffer. He did not want to have to recuperate for a few months after the incident. He hated getting sick and injured the most. After saying that, he left immediately. He had wanted to work in the dark again, but he was discovered by the teacher. The teacher deliberately shouted, "Don't come back. Don't be sneaky either. I can find you. You know that I'm best at this kind of thing. You'd better stay far away. Don't make me angry. If I'm angry, it means that the village chief will be angry. All right, you've seen through me." The man laughed and looked embarrassed. Then, he left and turned to look for the village chief. No matter what, he had to tell the village chief about this matter. If he could not punish this person, the village chief would definitely be able to. Seeing that the man had already left, Jiang Ming looked at the teacher. "Although I don't know what your intentions are for me, I have to thank you. Anyway, there's no need to say any more. I need you to answer something for me." The teacher looked straight at Jiang Ming and directly stated his purpose for coming. Jiang Ming did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. He was a little stunned, but he quickly recovered. "What is it?" At this point, he could not help but think of Su Chu Chu for some reason and began to ponder. Could this teacher be doing this for Su Chu Chu? However, he shook his head. It should not be. This teacher did not seem to be related to Su Chu Chu. Unexpectedly, the teacher spoke calmly in the next second. "During the wedding, a woman met you. Her name is Su Chu Chu. You might not know her name, but you've already seen her face. There's a white flower in her hair." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He recalled the white flower on Su Chu Chu's head and began to play dumb. "I don't know who she is." Although he had argued with Su Chu Chu, their relationship had eased somewhat. In the end, if this person was her enemy, then he could help cover for her. Unexpectedly, the teacher seemed to have seen through Jiang Ming's inner thoughts. He smiled and said, "We know each other. Don't worry. I won't do anything to her. I just wanted to ask if she really came over." "Don't you already have the answer? Why do you still ask?" Jiang Ming also saw through the teacher's thoughts. He shrugged helplessly. "I just wanted to confirm it, all right?" The teacher suddenly lowered his head and rubbed the back of his head like an innocent boy. Jiang Ming was not curious about this. He continued, "She didn't have much contact with me. We've also gone our separate ways. If you want to find her, you can go and find her yourself. I don't know where she went." "You really don't know where she went?" the teacher asked dejectedly. "I really want to see her. I haven't seen her since I was young. I really miss her." These words could not help but arouse Jiang Ming's suspicions. "You met her when you were young, huh? Then, how could you know that there's a white flower on her head now? This is her unique characteristic. She used to love wearing white flowers. She told me that she would still wear white flowers in the future. As long as I come to this residence, I can rely on the white flowers to find her." The teacher's eyes lit up and he looked up at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming could feel the deep friendship between the two of them, but he also said helplessly, "Although I really want to help you, I really can't help you with this matter. I can only tell you that I've seen her. That's all." The teacher, however, became inexplicably anxious. I think something must have happened between the two of you. Didn't she mention me? Did she mention the little boy waiting under the eaves? Jiang Ming shook his head. The teacher did not give up on this. He continued, she should be using the stilling technique, right? She's looking for you for something, right? You can tell me about this. I don't have any other intentions. Jiang Ming thought for a while and hesitated, but in the end, he told the teacher. She wanted me to make some food for her. She heard from others that the food I made could increase spiritual energy and strengthen the body, so she wanted to get the food I made. In the end, she didn't realize that the rumors were false. My food didn't have any effect at all. In the end, she ate the food and dispelled the spell before leaving. The dishes you cook have the effect of spells? The teacher was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled faintly. She's still the same as when she was young. She's naive and innocent. She hasn't been polluted by the world. Thank you for telling me, Jiaozhu. Also, let me remind you that the village chief has already suspected you. You should leave quickly. As for this yellow gall grass, I advise you not to have any unnecessary thoughts. You can go to other places to pick it, but there's no need to take the risk in this place. There are still many other places with yellow gall grass. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Ming was even more confused. Why are you helping me? Could it be because of Su Chu Chu? I don't have a good relationship with her. Do you want to get something from me? He found it hard to understand why the teacher would go to such an extent just for news about Su Chu Chu. If it were him, he would definitely not do this. The teacher paused for a moment. Then, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, you don't understand how important she is to me. If you meet her again, you must tell me. This is the 1,000-mile crane. After we find her, we just need to release it and I will know. As he spoke, he gave him a small paper crane. The paper crane did not look like it was made of paper. Those who did not know better would think that it was a sculpture. Jiang Ming took the 1,000-mile crane and looked at it from top to bottom. He could not help but smile. Your 1,000-mile crane looks both real and fake. This sentence made the teacher laugh. The things I make are all made of paper, but they are very spiritual. Don't worry, no matter how you throw them away or destroy them, they will return to you. After all, they already treat you as their master. Editor's note, dear readers, we have caught up with the Ross for this novel, and will now be following the author's uploading schedule. Thank you so much for your continued support of this book. With that, the teacher disappeared from where he was. Jiang Ming raised his head and was about to say something when he realized that the teacher had already left. He could not help but mutter to himself. This teacher is quite fast. I wonder if he can meet Su Chu Chu. As he thought about it, he headed toward the village chief's room. He had not heard the conversation between the village chief and Qiuzishan. He had to go back and listen to it again. When he reached the room, he realized that the village chief seemed to have left. The room was extremely empty, and there was no one there. He was somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, he almost bumped into someone. He looked up and saw that it was the village chief. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he deliberately covered it up. I wanted to talk to you about something. I didn't expect you to be away. Now that I've bumped into you, it's really great. Jiao, what do you want to tell me? The village chief asked with a smile. Now that the wedding is over, I was just about to look for you and give you the yellow gall grass. Why are you here all of a sudden? Did something happen? In the village? I don't know. Jiang Ming concealed the matter from earlier and immediately said, I'm also here about the yellow gall grass. I thought you had forgotten about this matter, so I came to remind you. After all, this yellow gall grass is also the gift and proof of my marriage. If you don't give it to me, I'd have concerns about whether I'm actually your son-in-law. His words were clear and logical, and there was nothing to doubt at all. However, the village chief no longer believed Jiang Ming. He snorted coldly, You're probably here just for my yellow gall grass, right? I said I'd give you the yellow gall grass so that you can treat Chu Wanwan. Well, I didn't expect that you would be cruel to Wanwan. You just wanted to use her to obtain the yellow gall grass. You really opened my eyes. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his pocket and threw it on the ground angrily. This jade pendant was originally intended to be given to Jiang Ming. There was some spiritual energy in it. As long as he absorbed the spiritual energy in it, his spiritual energy would also increase greatly. He had originally wanted Jiang Ming to be the next village chief and protect Chu Wanwan. However, he had not expected Jiang Ming to be such a despicable person. Jiang Ming looked at the broken jade pendant and said in a daze, Why do you say that, chief? I don't think I've ever said that I'm coveting the yellow gall grass. I don't have any thoughts about it in my heart. Chief, you've really misunderstood me. He denied it, but his heart was somewhat panicked. However, he also felt that if he did not admit it, he did not believe that the village chief would still suspect him. You and your companions want this yellow gall grass, don't you? The village chief looked at the seat beside him and sat down. He knocked on the table and said, I don't care if you're after the yellow gall grass or not. Since you've made me think that you have such intentions, you should leave this place. As for the young miss, I'll explain it to her in detail. I'll find her another husband. I don't need you anymore. For the sake of our past relationship, I'll let you off for now, but don't think about causing any more trouble. In the end, the village chief picked up a cup of tea and calmly drank it. If Jiang Ming had not heard that, he would have suspected that he was relaxing with the village chief. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanwan suddenly walked over aggressively. Chief, what are you doing? Why did you say such things to Jiao? We're already married, so we should live together. We shouldn't let him be alone and let me become what I used to be. Seeing Chu Wanwan's figure, the village chief was a little stunned. Why did Chu Wanwan suddenly come over? Didn't he send someone to keep an eye on Chu Wanwan? Where did that person go? Unexpectedly, Chu Wanwan saw through his thoughts and said with a smile. Chief, you don't think that a servant can send me away, do you? Although I grew up in this village and haven't seen much of the world, I also know some things, and I know your personality best. No matter what, Jiao must stay in the village. If you insist on going against him, then you're going against me. In the end, she even grabbed Jiang Ming and stood in front of him. Jiang Ming was quite surprised. He did not expect her to be so affectionate to him. She did not even hesitate to argue with the village chief time and time again for him. After all, the village chief had raised her. If she could treat him like this, for her, it was enough to show her sincerity. The village chief had originally wanted to drink a cup of tea slowly, but when he saw this, he could not continue to be leisurely. He almost spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes were filled with helplessness and some anger. I raised you on my own. Do you really want to go against me? In the end, Jiao is just an outsider. There are plenty of men like him. I can find many for you, but I'm afraid there's only one like me. In the end, he could not help but roar. He could not believe it. Chu Wanwan had always been obedient and sensible. How did she become like this? What kind of bewitching drug did Jiang Ming give her? No matter what, he had to chase him away. He began to feel that Jiang Ming was a scourge. How bewitched was his daughter? The image of a well-behaved young lady from a wealthy family was completely gone. Chu Wanwan became nervous when she heard the village chief's words. She quickly said, "You can kill me, but you can't hurt Jiao. I'm willing to give everything I have. I just want him to live the rest of his life in peace." Are you crazy? Hearing this, the village chief was so angry that he could not even speak gently. He had once said that he did not want to treat Chu Wanwan like this. However, he could not help it. He felt that she had gone crazy, and there was no way to turn back. If he did not say anything, it would really be over. Yes, I'm crazy. Chief, you clearly know that I like Jiao. I'm really sad that you treated him like this. I hope that everything will be fine between the two of you. Did he do something wrong again? Hearing this, the village chief could not help but fall silent. Jiang Ming felt that he should say something now, but he was stopped by Chu Wanwan, who had already expected it. Jiao, this is a conflict between me and the chief. Let me resolve it. Don't interfere. Since things had come to this, Jiang Ming could not say anything more. He could only nod. Do you have to go to this extent with me? We weren't like this before. The village chief let out a breath and tried to negotiate with Chu Wanwan. Yes, before this, you were still my father. But now, I think that if you insist on breaking off with Jiao, you're breaking off with me. I hope you can understand. As she spoke, Chu Wanwan raised her head and looked at the village chief. Her eyes were filled with determination. The village chief fell silent. It had to be said that he had been with Chu Wanwan for so many years, and naturally understood her personality. Since she had said so much, it was enough to show that she was speaking her mind. He could no longer interfere with Chu Wanwan. However, he still held on to hope and wanted to reason with Chu Wanwan. Chu Wanwan, you know what I'm thinking. I've never treated you badly, and I've always treated you better than anyone else in the village. If you treat me like this because of an outsider, you will lose everything in this village. Besides, you will also hurt me. It wasn't easy for me to raise you. Chu Wanwan narrowed his mouth and sighed. Chief, I've always treated you as my father. You might think that I'm adopted, so you've always been afraid that I won't treat you as my real father. I understand what you're saying, but I hope you won't interfere in my private life. I'm willing to bear the responsibility for my happiness. Even if Jiao is an evil person, I'm still fine. I won't complain about anything. As she spoke, she knelt down with sincerity in her eyes. I know that I've been unfilial this time, but I really want to be with Jiao. I also hope to receive your blessings. I really don't want to be reduced to such a state. Just now, I was wrong. Please. Don't be angry. Seeing that Chu Wanwan had already done so much, the village chief could not help but feel uncomfortable. He was very fond of Chu Wanwan. Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore. He went forward to support Chu Wanwan. If you have anything to say, just talk it out. There's no need to go to this extent. After all, you two are family who have been together for so long. You guys have a good chat. I'll take my leave first. He was moved and suddenly regretted marrying Chu Wanwan just because of the yellow gallgrass. He really did not expect that Chu Wanwan would like him so much. However, since things had come to this, he could not say anything else. In the end, the village chief could only sigh. He even stopped Jiang Ming. Jiaozhu, you don't have to leave. Just stay here. I won't stop you. You can do whatever you want. I only hope that you won't regret it when the time comes. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. His biggest mistake was to raise his daughter to be so innocent, ignorant of the world, and unaware of its dangers. Otherwise, she would not have been kidnapped so easily. He hoped that Jiang Ming would treat his daughter well. If Jiang Ming betrayed his daughter, he would definitely not show mercy. Seeing that the village chief had finally let go, Chu Wanwan could not help but get excited. She quickly held Jiang Ming's hand and said, Jiaozhu, did you see that? The chief agreed. He's willing to let us stay here together. That's great. As she spoke, she jumped up and hugged Jiang Ming. She even wanted to pull him into her arms. Her eyes were full of tears. She really wanted to grow old with Jiang Ming, and now she could finally achieve it. Thinking of this, she could not help but worry again. Chu Yuanqi was not an ordinary person. He could be plotting something. However, she did not know where he was hiding. If Jiang Ming knew, he might cancel his marriage with her. No matter what, she had to find a way to get rid of Chu Yuanqi. Chu Wanwan's eyes flashed with killing intent. She even clenched her fists, wanting to rush out and cut Chu Yuanqi into pieces. The servant girl at the side also saw this. She said to Chu Wanwan in her heart, Miss, don't worry. I've already sent people to track Chu Yuanqi. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Even if I don't give you Chu Yuanqi's corpse, I will still tie him up and bring him to you. I will definitely not let him cause you any trouble. Chu Wanwan did not expect the servant girl to be so considerate. She was touched, but she also said gratefully, thank you. I didn't treat you well when you were by my side. You were the best to me at the critical moment. I didn't trust you because of Chu Yuanqi. Now, it's my fault. Please don't be angry. The servant girl shook her head. Miss, you don't have to say that. If it were me, I would also be suspicious. Miss, you can live happily with Jiang Ming. All the bad things will be dealt with. I know. Chu Wanwan revealed a knowing smile. Jiang Ming also felt her joy. He patted her shoulder and said, although the village chief has given us his blessing, he doesn't seem very happy. We have to help him more in the future. This was what he wanted Chu Wanwan to do. No matter what, the village chief was the father who raised her. Now that he had become like this, if he did not do anything, it would be tragic. To be honest, he did not want their relationship to change because of him. He simply wanted to take the yellow gall grass and leave. However, Chu Wanwan felt that Jiang Ming was very considerate of her. She could not help but nod. Jiao, don't worry. I've been with the village chief for so many years. I know everything about him clearly. I will definitely do this. After that, I will restore my relationship with him. You don't have to worry. Since the chief has already done this, he has actually admitted it and even made a concession. It's just that he can't put down his face. Jiang Ming did not expect that he would be comforted by Chu Wanwan. He sighed. I'm not worried about this. I'm only worried about you. He felt a little guilty. He knew that it was not a good idea to do this, but saving people was more important. I knew it. You love me the most. Chu Wanwan could not help but hug him even tighter. Jiang Ming felt like he was about to be strangled to death. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly said, Chu Wanwan, you're hugging me too tightly. I can't breathe. Chu Wanwan coughed and felt embarrassed. She quickly let go of Jiang Ming. She was elated. No matter what, today was a joyous day, and she had to finish what she had to do. At the thought of this, she suddenly thought of something and lowered her head shyly. Jiao, I think we haven't entered the bridal chamber yet. Today's ceremony is a little unorthodox. But fortunately, the main part of the ritual has been completed. Now, there's only one crucial step left. As Chu Wanwan spoke, she coughed a few more times, her eyes filled with embarrassment and bashfulness. Although she had read the relevant books on the subject, it was still difficult for her to say it out loud. However, she knew that Jiang Ming should be able to understand what she meant. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was a little stunned. He had forgotten that there was such a step, and he did not know what to say. He did not really like her, so he naturally could not joke about her innocence and chastity. Then, he thought for a moment and found an excuse. It seems like the chief has agreed to our request. In fact, he has no choice. Before he agrees, I still don't want to take your innocence. When the time comes, if you give birth to a child, I'm afraid the chief won't like it. Only when he truly acknowledges our marriage will he like our child. I hope to see 3 generations living under the same roof. I want it to be a happy and harmonious scene, Jiang Ming said seriously. Hearing this, Chu Wanwan did not find it strange at all. Instead, she felt that Jiang Ming was only thinking about her. She could not help but say with tears in her eyes, Jiao, you're so good. You're always thinking about me. You don't think about yourself at all. I'm really lucky to have met you. I hope we're together forever. As she spoke, she could not help but smile. Her dimples were revealed on both sides, and she looked very happy. Jiang Ming coughed and did not say anything else. He sighed in his heart. At the end of the day, he still had to let Chu Wanwan down. Jiao, where are your 2 companions? Chu Wanwan suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Ming again. A thought flashed through her mind. These 2 were Jiang Ming's good friends, and their relationship seemed to be very good. If one day, Jiang Ming discovered her relationship with Chu Yuanqi, she would Be able to explain herself better if those two could help her. The most important thing now was to build a good relationship with those two and get rid of Chu Yuanqi. This way, everything would be fine, and she would have nothing to worry about. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. I don't know where they went. I'll go look for them. Then, he patted Chu Wanwan's shoulder. You should go somewhere else to take a look. I'll call them back first. They might be drunk. Chu Wanwan was delighted and quickly agreed. She had the time to explain everything to Chu Yuanqi in detail. Chu Yuanqi would be easily fooled by her. When the time came, she would be able to join hands with the servant girl to get rid of Chu Yuanqi. Jiang Ming turned around and left. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt something strange and turned to look at Chu Wanwan. At this moment, Chu Wanwan looked like she was in a hurry. She also seemed to be worried about something. He was confused. The matter of the village chief had already been resolved. What else could Chu Wanwan do? Could it be that Chu Wanwan had done something harmful to him behind his back? If that was really the case, then he could use this opportunity to stall and not feel guilty anymore. Thinking of this, he could not help but narrow his eyes. It seemed like he needed to investigate Chu Wanwan. What he did not know was that Chu Wanwan's servant girl was also looking at him. Their gazes met, which also aroused the servant girl's suspicion. Jiang Ming's gaze was really strange. It was as if he knew something. Could it be that he knew about Chu Wanwan and Chu Yuanqi? Chu Wanwan had always wanted to live happily ever after with Jiang Ming. She could not let him find out. Thinking of this, she could not help but form a plan. On the other side, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were hiding in a room. The two of them were in a terrible state. They waited and waited, but Jiang Ming was nowhere to be seen. They wanted to call out to him in their hearts, but he did not respond. Did something happen to him? Yuan Hehe asked anxiously. Why haven't I heard from him? Although the three of us have different communication spells, we've never had a problem before. Logically speaking, he should be able to contact us. I'm really worried that we haven't contacted each other for a long time. Why don't we go out and take a look first? As he spoke, he wanted to leave. Sikong Wu Yuan stepped forward to block Yuan Hehe. We'll attract too much attention if we go out like this. If we're discovered by the people in this village, we'll bring trouble to Ning Kaichen. Yuan Hehe understood all this, but he still felt a little frustrated. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. It's just a small matter. What else can happen to me? You're worried about the wrong thing. Don't worry, I've settled everything. After a while, we'll be able to get the yellow gallgrass and leave. Everything will be settled. 11:05. Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion. Ning Kaichen shouldn't be suspected yet. Could it be that the village chief has said something to slander us? Sikong Wu Yuan fell silent. He did not know what to say either. Still, they had to wait and see. If they went out, it would be easy for accidents to happen. Sikong Wu Yuan, why aren't you saying anything? We have to make a choice now. Otherwise, Ning Kaichen will be in big trouble. Yuan Hehe had already thought of the worst-case scenario. He wished he could fly out and rushed to Jiang Ming to save him. Sikong Wu Yuan immediately made his decision. He did not want anything to happen to Jiang Ming. Then, he looked at Yuan Hehe and said, "Let's go quietly and avoid people. We'll search the village secretly. Don't worry. Ning Kaichen will be safe." As they spoke, the two of them rushed out and bumped into Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at the two anxious people with his mouth agape. Confusion flashed in his eyes. "Who asked you to come out? No matter who it is, you can't believe anything they tell you. There are many people in this village." At the end of his sentence, he put on a serious expression. Yuan Hehe was extremely excited. "Why would we listen to someone else? We were just afraid that something would happen to you, so we came over. I didn't expect to run into you. Ning Kaichen, thank goodness you're safe." Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. "It's just a small matter. What else can happen to me? You're worried about the wrong thing. Don't worry, I've settled everything. After a while, we'll be able to get the yellow gall grass and leave. Everything will be settled." Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion. "Why would you say that? How could this be? Those people look extremely shrewd, but they were persuaded by you so easily?" Jiang Ming smiled. "This isn't my doing. It's all thanks to Chu Wanwan. This is all her hard work." Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Now, the people in the stronghold don't dare to touch me at all. Even the village chief has to avoid me. Huh? Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were instantly dumbfounded and even somewhat incredulous. "Ning Kaichen, are you sure? Have you already reached such a position?" Jiang Ming guessed what they were thinking and smiled. "You may not believe it, but it is indeed like this. Chu Wanwan secretly has feelings for me and will not marry anyone but me. She even had a conflict with the village chief. Now, the village chief can't control us anymore. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he might use some tricks in the dark." As he spoke, he also described what had happened to the two of them. Sikong Wu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the village chief definitely can't do anything obvious. We can also leave quickly. However, he didn't say that he wanted to give you the yellow gall grass. This is still a big problem. We already came this far. Why are we afraid of not having the yellow gall grass? Even if we have to fight to the death with them, we can still obtain this yellow gall grass. It's just that the illness can't be delayed. We still need to get the yellow gall grass as soon as possible. We'll sneak over in the middle of the night. No matter what, we can find the place where the yellow gall grass is." Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. He already had a plan. Then, he suddenly heard Su Chuchu's voice. "Jiao Zhu, tonight at 8 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at Star Lake. At that time, I'll give you the yellow gall grass. If you believe me, then come. If you don't believe me, then go and find the yellow gall grass in this village by yourself." The voice was calm and mischievous. It was obviously Su Chuchu. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and felt strange. How could Su Chuchu appear and disappear like a ghost? She even knew where they were and talked to them. This was really terrifying. Could it be some new technique? What's wrong? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Ming? They could not help but worry. Ming Kaichen, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly seem to have gone crazy? Did something happen? Jiang Ming immediately came back to his senses after hearing this. Then, he shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly spaced out. You guys continue to stay in the village. You don't have to leave. The people in this village won't say anything to you. We have to leave with the yellow gall grass tomorrow night." Hearing this, Yuan Hehe was confused. Why don't we go tonight? Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? Is there something going on with you tonight? He had a feeling that Jiang Ming was hiding something from them, but he also felt that he would tell them after a while. As expected, Jiang Ming said lightly, "I can't tell you about this for the time being, but you'll know later." Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be wary. Ming Kaichen, don't be fooled. Some people can't be trusted easily. If you have anything to say, you must tell us. Why don't we go with you? We're very worried about your safety. Yuan Hehe nodded. Yes, Ming Kaichen. Did you meet someone? It's fine if you don't want to tell us, but you must protect yourself. Jiang Ming could not help but feel touched when he saw how worried the two of them were. Then, he said, "Don't worry. I'm fine. That person won't do anything to me. She can't beat me. Don't ask about it yet. When the time is right, I'll definitely tell you. You have to believe me." Finally, he smiled. "You guys go back to your rooms first. I have to go and see Chu Wanwan." He had a vague feeling that Chu Wanwan was doing something that he could not know about. If he went over now, he might be able to see all of this. At that time, it would be a good thing for him. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe saw that Jiang Ming seemed a little anxious. They urged him. "If you have something to do, go ahead. Everything is fine here. You don't have to worry." Jiang Ming nodded and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Yuan Hehe's eyes were filled with confusion. Ming Kaichen seems to be very busy recently. I don't know what he's dealing with. I hope he won't be deceived by anyone. Don't worry. With Ming Kaichen's brain, he definitely won't be deceived. At worst, if he really is deceived, we'll help him deal with the aftermath. Sikong Wu Yuan patted Yuan Hehe's shoulder and comforted him. Yuan Hehe exhaled and nodded. That's the only way. According to his personality, he should only tell us after the event. Let's just wait quietly. What if it's something good? Maybe. Sikong Wu Yuan nodded. In fact, he knew that this matter was not so easy to talk about. It might be a bad outcome, but right now, they could only trust Jiang Ming. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe left and returned to their rooms. Just as Jiang Ming had said, when the two of them returned, the servants' expressions were very normal, and they even looked respectful. The two of them did not have the mood to rest. They sat in the room and pondered, planning to wait for Jiang Ming to come back. On the other side, Chu Wanwan tried to find Chu Yuanqi's traces. She looked around in the grass, but she was also extremely worried. According to her understanding of Chu Yuanqi, he should be hiding here. Thinking of this, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Yuanqi said that they were meeting at the usual place, but after so long, she had long forgotten the usual place. How could she go there? She was just trying her luck. In order to prevent others from hearing her, she did not dare to call out to Chu Yuanqi. She only dared to look around. Fortunately, after searching for a while, Chu Yuanqi saw Chu Wanwan and quietly walked behind her. The courtyard of this village was vast and had a variety of plants. There were tall banana trees all around. It was difficult to discover strangers hiding among them. Chu Wanwan only felt a chill on her back. Then, she felt something wrapping around her waist. She felt a chill run down her spine, and she shivered. Her eyes were filled with panic. However, she did not dare to raise her voice and could only hiss in a low voice. Who are you? Why did he stay here? How did you get into the village? As she spoke, Chu Wanwan raised her hand and directly hit Chu Yuanqi. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. This person was very bold. He actually dared to offend her. Thinking of this, she was already furious. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were already enough things to do in the village. Why was he here? However, Chu Yuanqi's words made her body stiffen. My wife, you're finally here. Chu Wanwan was right. It was Chu Yuanqi. Chu Yuanqi was leaning close to her ear. The hot breath from his mouth reached her face, making her feel itchy and uncomfortable. You don't seem to recognize me. Seeing that she did not speak for a long time, he could not help but feel a little unhappy. He even began to feel that what Chu Wanwan had said to him before was all a lie. Chu Yuanqi, how could I not recognize you? Chu Wanwan said awkwardly. I was just panicking. We're going to be husband and wife in the future. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if we don't recognize each other? She quickly added, afraid that Chu Yuanqi would suspect something. That's true. Chu Yuanqi was very satisfied with her answer. He tightened his grip on Chu Wanwan's waist and said happily, Chu Wanwan, you're really good at making me feel better. I'm really glad to have a wife like you in the future. Although the latter part of the sentence was meant to compliment her, Chu Wanwan was not in a good mood. Instead, she felt that he was insulting her. But she did not dare to say anything more. She could only smile awkwardly. I'm being sincere. This is the truth. All right, let's leave now. Hearing this, Chu Yuanqi became even happier. He could not wait any longer and pulled Chu Wanwan to leave. I know you like following the rules, he said as he pulled her. You don't want to break the rules, right? Today's wedding ceremony was incomplete. Later, I'll hold a complete ceremony for you. I guarantee that you'll never forget it in your life. Chu Wanwan was dumbfounded. She started to stutter and did not know what to say next. She did not expect Chu Yuanqi to think of holding a wedding for her. Putting everything else aside, she was extremely unwilling to marry Chu Yuanqi. Besides, she was already married to Jiang Ming. If she married Chu Yuanqi now, what would she do if Jiang Ming found out? That was unreasonable. Although she was the eldest daughter of the village chief and Jiang Ming was just a young man, she could not do this. It was equivalent to ruining her reputation. At the thought of this, she subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away from Chu Yuanqi. However, Chu Yuanqi had already expected this. He deliberately clenched his fist tightly and said casually, you don't have to care about those formalities. Since the wedding ceremony wasn't completed, it doesn't count. From now on, you have nothing to do with Jiuzhu. Don't even think about looking for him. Didn't you promise me that you would go far away with me? I don't want you to lie to me. In the end, his voice became a little heavier, and his eyes were cold. He knew this very well. Chu Wanwan was very cunning. She might easily be pretending to want to go with him. He was indeed moved by her display of love, but now he did not want to be fooled by her again. Chu Wanwan's heart thumped. Why did Chu Yuanqi seem to have suddenly been enlightened? It was as if he had seen through her lies. However, she had been able to deceive him previously. Who was it that taught him these things? She was terrified, but she knew that she had to take action now. She could not help but cough. Chu Yuanqi, you don't treat me like this. How could I go to Jiuzhu? I like you. Look, I was taking the initiative to look for you. If I wanted to be with Jiuzhu, why would I come and look for you? Wouldn't I be asking for trouble then? Why don't we just let you wait here? After thinking about it, Chu Yuanqi felt relieved. He patted the back of Chu Wanwan's hand and said, Chu Wanwan, I knew that you liked me. You don't have to think about your shortcomings at the wedding just now. I built a large courtyard there, and there are many servants inside. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. The layout is not worse than a regular house, so don't worry. You're so considerate. I feel so blessed. Chu Wanwan grinned, but she did not show it on her face. She pretended to be touched and hugged Chu Yuanqi. Her eyes were filled with happiness, but in fact, only she knew the truth. She felt disgusted. What was the difference between this and forcefully marrying her? However, she could not say it out loud. She could only curse silently in her heart. Jiang Ming came to Chu Wanwan's room. The servant girl was blocking him at the door. Jiuzhu, she is resting. Come back to see her later. The wedding has just ended, and she's already resting? Is she feeling unwell? Jiang Ming felt that something was off and wanted to ask the servant girl carefully. The servant girl immediately said, yes, she was a little angry because of the village chief's matter, so she went to rest early. Her health was not good before, and now it's a little worse. That's fine. I know medicine. I can take a look at her. As her husband, I should have given her a full body checkup. I forgot about it. As he spoke, Jiang Ming turned around and wanted to barge in. The servant girl immediately panicked. She did not expect Jiang Ming to find such an excuse. Jiuzhu, Ms. Wanwan, has fallen asleep. It will not be too late to check her body when she wakes up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming had a rough guess. There was probably no one in this room. Otherwise, this servant girl would not be so secretive. Moreover, they were talking so loudly that even a dog would wake up. He did not think that Chu Wanwan was in the house. He did not reveal anything. Instead, he said, all right then. When she wakes up, you can tell her. I'll leave first. He turned around and left, not intending to listen to the servant girl anymore. The servant girl thought that Jiang Ming believed her and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She had finally driven Jiang Ming away. If he continued to pester her and persist in this, there was really nothing she could do. Seeing this, she could not help but worry about Chu Wanwan. She walked toward the courtyard anxiously. Chu Yuanqi was like a lunatic, and Chu Wanwan was not as strong as him. If she suffered a loss, it would be terrible. She had to go and take a look quickly. But what she did not know was that Jiang Ming seemed to have left, but in fact, he did not leave at all. He looked at the servant girl's departing figure and followed her without hesitation. He faintly sensed that this servant girl should have gone to look for Chu Wanwan. Why did they hide it from him? This was probably not good for him. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's speed increased. The servant girl also found it strange. Although she did not notice Jiang Ming, she also felt that there seemed to be someone behind her, so she did not dare to look for Chu Wanwan anymore. She was extremely confused. How could he be detected by others? Could it be the village chief? That should not be the case. Had Chu Yuanqi sent someone over? Was he going to disturb Chu Wanwan? At the thought of this, the servant girl could not help but feel even more anxious. From the looks of it, Chu Yuanqi was probably going to do something. What would Chu Wanwan do then? She had to save her. If she was a step late, Chu Wanwan would definitely be tortured. Her eyes were filled with worry. However, she also knew that she had to shake off the people behind her. She just did not know who was following her. Thinking of Jiang Ming, she shook her head again. It should not be him. He believed her just now. Jiang Ming noticed that the servant girl's speed had picked up, so he took his time and deliberately softened his footsteps. He did not expect that this servant girl would actually notice him. He did not know if she had recognized him. However, no matter what, he had to let her relax and think that he had left. As Jiang Ming's footsteps gradually lightened, the servant girl's nerves began to relax. She could feel that the person behind her had given up. This was a good thing for her. Fortunately, she had worked on her endurance before. Otherwise, she would not have the patience to continue fighting with the person. After a certain amount of time, Jiang Ming pretended to walk in a certain direction, giving the servant girl the feeling that he had already left. In fact, he had used a spell to return to his original position. The servant girl did not suspect anything. She walked briskly into the distance and quickened her pace. She could not imagine what kind of torture Chu Yuanqi would put Chu Wanwan through. If she was a step late, she might be killed. However, she could not find Chu Wanwan. Jiang Ming also realized that the servant girl was looking for someone and could not help but feel strange. Could it be that she was not looking for Chu Wanwan? Logically speaking, these two people should have agreed to meet. How could they not find her? Or did Chu Wanwan want to meet someone else? Did this servant girl go because she was worried? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ming felt that it was possible. However, he could not figure it out any further and decided to continue observing quietly. However, when she could not find Chu Wanwan, the servant girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. She did not want Chu Wanwan to be hurt, but now that things had come to this, she really could not figure it out. Where could Chu Yuanqi take Chu Wanwan? At this moment, Chu Yuanqi had already dragged Chu Wanwan to a wall in the outer courtyard. As long as they went past this wall, they would be able to leave the village. Chu Wanwan was still looking for an opportunity to escape, but Chu Yuanqi was holding on tightly. She had no chance to break free. She could not help but look bitter. She really did not expect that she would suffer such a fate. If she had known this earlier, she would not have come. She also did not know where the servant girl was now. If she had come earlier, she would not have suffered such torture. Thinking about it, she could not help but complain about the servant girl, but she could not do anything. After all, she could only use her intelligence to stall for time. Chu Wan Wan, let's eat something after we get out. You must be hungry, Chu. Yuan Shi muttered to himself. Don't worry. With me around, I won't let the people in the villa find you. As for the chief, he might be angry, but I will also protect you. When the time comes, all the punishment will be directed at me. At this moment, the village chief was in his master bedroom, leisurely drinking tea. Although he was holding a teacup in his hand, he was thinking about Jiang Ming. He could not even sit up straight and could only lean on the recliner. His eyes were filled with raging anger. Jiang Ming had gone too far. He had never thought that he would be pranked by such a person. If it was possible, he really wanted Jiang Ming to die painfully. This daughter of his had also been bewitched by him. She had actually followed Jiang Ming to resist him. He had treated her so well. The village chief sighed and held the cup tightly. With a bang, the cup shattered into pieces. Immediately after, the tea inside flowed all over the ground, and blood flowed out of the village chief's hand. The servants at the side could not help but panic. They came over one after another, wanting to treat the village chief's wounds. The village chief was worried that he could not find an outlet to vent his anger. Seeing this, he directly raised his hand and shook off one of the servant girls. The servant girl fell to the ground. She did not dare to make a scene. She immediately stood up and knelt down. Her eyes were filled with panic, and she said, "Chief, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again." The village chief snorted coldly and took a handkerchief from the side to bandage himself. He snapped, "You can't even do such a tiny thing properly. You're really clumsy. If you dare to do this again, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. You might as well leave the village." The servant girl became even more anxious. She had a family and a sick elderly relative at home who relied on her. She really could not lose her current job. Although the people in the village had bad tempers, they were treated very well. Thinking of this, she cowed out even more fiercely. "Chief, thank you for your magnanimity. I will definitely do my best to repay you." With such a fierce kowtow, her forehead had started bleeding. Seeing this, the chief felt relieved. He waved his hand at the servant girl. "You can go now. Also, call Lord Chu Shangshang over." The servant girl quickly nodded and turned to leave. The village took out the prayer beads that had been sealed for a long time and thought of something. That illegitimate child was finally of some use. When the time came, he would be put to good use, and everything would be resolved. Although he did not like him, he had inherited his spells. In recent years, Chu Shangshang had also become proficient in spells under his guidance. He was even obediently listening to him. It was just right for him to come into play at this time. At this moment, Chu Shangshang was outside the village, taking a walk with a servant. The village chief's birthday was coming up in a few days, and he wanted to choose a good gift in advance. The servant boy was brought over from the village. He said helplessly, "Sir, the chief doesn't like you that much. Why do you have to go up to him?" Chu Shangshang sighed. "You always say such things. You're not allowed to say it again next time. If the chief hears it, then both of us will be finished." "I understand. But, sir, I really don't want you to see you suffer." The servant pursed his lips. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since he is my father, he will naturally like me. He just wants his son to be talented. You don't have to say anything else. Chu Shangshang expressed his stand. Seeing this, the servant could not say anything more and could only nod his head. They continued to stroll around and happened to bump into another servant who had come to look for them. He was in a hurry, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Chu Shangshang's servant thought that the other servant was here to find trouble and hurriedly stood in front of his master. Are you from the village? Why does it look like you're here to kill Master Shangshang? Master Shangshang, the servant immediately said. The chief has asked you to come over. It seems like there's something urgent. Hearing this, Chu Shangshang rushed into the village. He was very flustered. If anything happened to the village chief, his position would be at stake. His servant followed behind him. At this time, Jiang Ming could not help but lose his patience when he saw that the servant girl could not find the person she was looking for. This servant girl was simply wasting his time. Could it be that she felt that he had not left yet, so she was deliberately stalling for time? After thinking about it, he felt that it was a possibility, so he pretended to leave and investigate. In the end, he found that the servant girl really could not be found. He sighed. Looking at this servant girl's anxious appearance, he wanted to help her find the person. Whatever, he might as well leave first. He estimated that this servant girl would not be able to find him no matter what. If this continued, it would only be a waste of his time. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked toward the road outside. At this moment, Chu Wanwan was still entangled with Chu Yuanqi. Due to Chu Wanwan's actions, she just could not climb up the wall. Chu Yuanqi, who had been supporting her from below, could not help but feel anxious. Chu Wanwan, why can't you climb up? Try again. Can you step on my hand? If you don't hurry up, we'll be easily discovered. After saying that, he raised his hand. Chu Wanwan pretended to be coy. Ah, Chu Yuanqi, it's not easy for me to climb up. I want to climb up too, but there's no way. Let me try again. As she spoke, she stepped on Chu Yuanqi's hand. Chu Yuanqi felt as if his arm was about to break. He endured the pain and encouraged Chu Wanwan. It's okay. Take it slow. I'm just afraid that someone will find us. I'll take care of everything later. If we're discovered, so be it. He comforted her. In fact, he was not very skilled. Otherwise, he would have brought Chu Wanwan up the wall directly and not let her step on him. He sighed. Still, he was sure he could bring Chu Wanwan happiness. They had been in a stalemate for a long time, and Jiang Ming happened to bump into them. He was stunned when he saw the two of them about to climb over the wall. He did not expect to bump into Chu Wanwan. As for who the man beside him was, he glanced at Chu Yuanqi and frowned. These two looked like they were about to escape. Why did they not just leave the village? Wasn't Chu Wanwan the eldest daughter of the village? Could it be that they would be strictly investigated even if they left the village? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes. Chu Wanwan happened to see Jiang Ming as well. She could not help but pretend to be alarmed. Jiao Zhu, why are you here? As she spoke, she deliberately fell down, feeling overjoyed. No matter what, she was lucky to have met Jiang Ming. Moreover, she was not caught in a compromising position with Chu Yuanqi. When the time came, she would use her words to deceive Chu Yuanqi. The most important thing now was to let Jiang Ming save her. With that, Jiang Ming naturally exposed his position. Chu Yuanqi also looked over and helped Chu Wanwan up. You're her husband, Jiao Zhu? A murderous look flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly. Jiang Ming nodded. Sensing that Chu Yuanqi was up to no good, he frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you with Chu Wanwan? Who are you to call her by her name? She is the eldest daughter of the village. You're just a live-in son-in-law." Hearing this, Chu Yuanqi was furious and jealous. Previously, when he was in love with Chu Wanwan, he did not really call Chu Wanwan by her name. He could only call her by her name currently because his position had changed. Why could Jiang Ming call her by her name as he pleased? Seeing both sides getting aggressive, Chu Wanwan felt even more delighted. From the looks of it, she would be able to get rid of Chu Yuanqi very soon. Jiang Ming was way more powerful than Chu Yuanqi. She had checked them both just now. Chu Yuanqi's power had been greatly reduced compared to before. He would never win. It's not your turn to judge whether I'm worthy or not. Who are you to her? Jiang Ming sized up Chu Yuanqi and snorted coldly. He felt that Chu Yuanqi was taking himself too seriously. He had married Chu Wanwan and was considered one of the masters of this village. Who was Chu Yuanqi in comparison? When she heard Jiang Ming's words, Chu Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly said, "Jiao Zhu, please don't fight. This is all my fault. I climbed the wall because I wanted to go out and have fun." Her words could not help but arouse Jiang Ming's suspicion. As a pampered young lady who could call the shots in the village, why did she have to escape like this? Even if she had a conflict with the village chief, it should not be like this. Right? Moreover, the village chief had already relented. It was not like she was not allowed to go out. This was a little too strange. Chu Wanwan sounded a little flustered. She did not realize that there was a contradiction in her words. She immediately said, "Chu Yuanqi, let's go first. Jiao Zhu, I'll look for you later." Chu Yuanqi could not help but feel smug. He knew that Chu Wanwan was biased toward him. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming provocatively, as if he was telling Jiang Ming that even if he married Chu Wanwan, it meant nothing. Chu Wanwan still chose him. Jiang Ming did not care much about Chu Wanwan, so he did not care about Chu Yuanqi's provocative gaze. However, he understood one thing. The relationship between the two of them was not shallow. Therefore, it was suspicious that they were climbing a wall. He began to suspect that the two of them wanted to run away behind his back. But then he shook his head. It should not be like this. He did not do anything bad to Chu Wanwan. Moreover, his marriage with Chu Wanwan was single-handedly arranged by Chu Wanwan. If she insisted on going far away with someone else, why would she help him? Plead with the village chief? At this moment, Chu Wanwan's heart was beating out of her chest. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Wanwan was afraid that Jiang Ming would find out about her past with Chu Yuanqi. She really liked Jiang Ming and did not want to fall out with him. On the other side, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not stay in their room any longer and were huddled together anxiously. The two of them had a bad premonition. Jiang Ming's recent actions had been quite mysterious. He would only tell them after he completed them. There were many drawbacks to this. Once Jiang Ming's operation failed, he would undoubtedly lose himself. No, we have to follow Jiao Zhu. Yuan Hehe was impulsive. Seeing this, he immediately waved his hand and planned to go look for Jiang Ming. He felt that if he let Jiang Ming continue like this, Jiang Ming would definitely be in danger. Hey! Sikong Wu Yuan also became anxious. He quickly tried to stop Yuan He. Why are you so impulsive? This isn't a problem with Jiuzhu. What do you mean? Yuan He's eyes were filled with confusion. Other than the safety of Jiang Ming, what else could there be? Sikong Wu Yuan gestured for him to sit down and listen to him in detail. Seeing this, Yuan He sat down as he was told. Think about it. What if we mess up Jiuzhu's plan by going there so rashly? Sikong Wu Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. He cleared his throat and said, besides, we're being so rude. It's the same as not trusting him. What if we cause a conflict? We've been building up our friendship along the way. It's such a pity if it's ruined because of a small matter. We need to maintain boundaries. Only then can friendships last long. Yuan He also felt that his words were clear and logical. He nodded and then sighed. Sikong Wu Yuan, your analysis is right. If I continue, there will definitely be cracks in our relationship. He let out a sigh of relief. Sikong Wu Yuan continued. Let's just wait for Jiuzhu. There are so many people, and it's such a big village. Why can't we save him? Huh? Yuan He was dumbfounded. So many people? He only said 3 words, but his throat was stuck, and he could not speak at all. He felt that his brain could not function. Those who did not know the meaning of Sikong Wu Yuan's words would think that this village belonged to Jiang Ming. But he knew the truth. Jiang Ming was not the master. Why should the people in the village save him? He was puzzled and picked up the teacup to calm himself down. He seriously suspected that Sikong Wu Yuan had gone crazy, but he had no evidence. What are you thinking about? Sikong Wu Yuan asked. He could roughly guess what Yuan He was thinking. He was a little uncertain. You should be able to tell. Yuan He smiled bitterly and said, don't hit me, but I think there's something wrong with your mental state. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to take another sip of tea, but when he heard this, he almost spat out all the tea. He began to doubt himself. In the end, he looked at the tea stains all over his body and smiled bitterly. Like Yuan He. I think I'm going crazy. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and tell me what you're thinking. This made Yuan He anxious. He stood up and paced back and forth. He thought about it, but he did not know if he should say it. At the end of the day, he was worried that his thoughts were too simple and there was no point in saying it out loud. He might as well let Sikong Wu Yuan tell him why. All right. Sikong Wu Yuan felt helpless and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately gave Yuan He an answer. It's very simple. The village chief favors Chu Wanwan. Ultimately, the real chief is Chu Wanwan. Chu Wanwan is biased toward Jiuzhu. Now that the two of them are married, naturally, if something happens to Jiuzhu, Chu Wanwan will definitely use all the power in the village to save him. I understand. Yuan He nodded. Sikong Wu Yuan, you've thought it through. Then, he started to worry again. That may be the case, but the village chief is obviously full of killing intent toward Jiuzhu. If something happens to Jiuzhu, he will definitely stop Chu Wanwan from going down to help. We can't let our guard down. Of course, I've thought about this. Sikong Wu Yuan smiled. Aren't we here? We can help Jiuzhu while restraining the village chief. Besides, with Chu Wanwan's personality, this village chief won't be able to stop her. Sikong Wu Yuan shrugged. Yuan Hehe felt that this was the case. He immediately let go of his doubts. Sikong Wu Yuan, you have indeed thought things through more thoroughly. In that case, we shall wait for Jiuzhu. With such complete preparations, I am not afraid anymore. As he spoke, he sat down on his chair and continued to drink his tea. Sikong Wu Yuan nodded when he saw Yuan Hehe's reaction. He also drank his tea with anticipation in his heart. He hoped that Jiang Ming had good news. On the other hand, although Chu Wanwan said so, Jiang Ming did not intend to let the two of them leave just like that. Aren't you going to introduce me to Chu Yuanqi? He asked with raised eyebrows. Chu Wanwan, have you known each other for a long time? Sensing his suspicion, Chu Wanwan felt as if a huge stone was stuck in his heart. She said awkwardly, what's there to say? It's not like he's just anyone else. She wanted to say that he was someone unimportant, but she was afraid that Chu Yuanqi would say something or do something bad in his agitation, so she said something else awkwardly. Chu Yuanqi wanted to say something to declare his position, but Chu Wanwan tugged at the corner of his shirt. Having been together with Chu Wanwan for many years, Chu Yuanqi knew her intentions like the back of his hand. Naturally, he knew what she wanted to do. This was obviously to shut him up. He exhaled. It was probably because she did not want Jiang Ming to know about their relationship. As for why she wanted to hide this relationship, the meaning was obvious. Chu Yuanqi was already angry. He wanted to give up. What right did Jiang Ming have? He had known Chu Wanwan for much longer than she had known Jiang Ming. How could Jiang Ming even begin to compare? He was so jealous that he went crazy. He rushed forward and wanted to kill Jiang Ming. His eyes were full of killing intent. He understood. Jiang Ming could not be left alive. Jiang Ming did not expect him to rush over so suddenly. He was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Ming moved toward Chu Wanwan extremely fast. He could tell that Chu Yuanqi was interested in Chu Wanwan, so running to Chu Wanwan was the best solution. Chu Yuanqi did not expect Jiang Ming to be so fast. He was stunned for a moment. Was he seeing things? Was Jiang Ming even human? With such an absurd speed, was he trying to take his life in an instant? He had lived for nearly 30 years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so fast. This was simply shocking and ridiculous. Thinking of this, he turned around as fast as he could. He was inexplicably afraid and panicked. He had not even exchanged blows with Jiang Ming, but Jiang was already so terrifying. If they exchanged blows, wouldn't he lose his life? But soon after, he became unyielding again. Wasn't it just a bit of speed? It was nothing. How could he be scared by mere speed? Maybe Jiang Ming was half-baked? Perhaps his spells and techniques were awful. Moreover, Chu Wanwan was still here. He did not want to embarrass himself and make Chu Wanwan feel that he could not be relied on. Chu Wanwan was dumbfounded. She did not expect Chu Yuanqi to make a move. Moreover, she had even tugged at the corner of his clothes. In the end, not only did she fail to persuade him, but Jiang Ming had also come to her. However, this was also good. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was safe and sound. However, wasn't Jiang Ming's speed a little too high? He was as fast as lightning. She could not believe it. However, she knew that the most important thing now was not to be surprised, but to find a way to protect Jiang Ming. Thinking of this, she quickly turned around and stood in front of Jiang Ming. Without hesitation. At this moment, Chu Yuanqi continued to attack Jiang Ming aggressively. He gathered his spiritual energy with both hands, intending to kill Jiang Ming in one move. However, he did not expect Chu Wanwan to stand in front of Jiang Ming. He could not retreat for a while and could only force himself to stop. Seeing the determination in Chu Wanwan's eyes, he felt incredulous. What was so good about Jiang Ming that he was worth her being like this? Even when he was with her, she did not treat him like this. He stared blankly at all of this, and the jealousy in his heart gradually dissipated. He suddenly realized that perhaps Chu Wanwan did not have any feelings for him at all. She was truly in love with Jiang Ming. Even if she was not, her feelings for him were deeper than what she had for him. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, but this gave him a chance. He directly flashed behind Chu Yuanqi and used his spiritual energy to conjure a rope in his hand to tie him up. He clapped his hands and sighed in his heart. This rope was useful. It had bound many people before. Seeing that he was tied up, Chu Yuanqi was not annoyed. Instead, he laughed loudly. It doesn't matter if you tie me up now. At the very least, Chu Wanwan left with me at that moment. You're already married to Chu Wanwan, but she's still willing to leave with me. Are you still comfortable being cuckolded? As he laughed, his eyes became moist. He had been obsessed with his relationship with Chu Wanwan for so many years. But what was the result? It was all for naught. Fortunately, he could also make Jiang Ming feel uncomfortable. He did not believe that Jiang Ming would not feel anything after what Chu Wanwan had done. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanwan was immediately on guard against a formidable enemy. She quickly went forward to grab Jiang Ming's sleeve and explain, but Jiang Ming already understood everything. He pulled down his sleeve and put Chu Wanwan's hand down. His expression was serious. You have to tell me what your relationship with Chu Yuanqi is. Even if you don't tell me, I'll figure it out. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yuanqi without giving Chu Wanwan a look. He sighed in his heart. He had originally felt guilty toward Chu Wanwan. However, it seemed that he had worried for naught. Chu Wanwan's eyes were filled with tears of regret. If she had known earlier, she would not have come to look for Chu Yuanqi. In the end, they had become like this. At this moment, the servant girl rushed over with an anxious look in her eyes. She sized Chu Wanwan up and said, "Miss, how are you? Are you all right? Did he hit you?" As she spoke, she stood in front of Chu Wanwan and looked at Jiang Ming. "Jiao Zhu, Miss has nothing to do with Chu Yuanqi. Chu Yuanqi is spouting nonsense. The reason why she came here was because she was kidnapped by Chu Yuanqi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here." "That's right," Chu Wanwan quickly said. "Please believe me. We are husband and wife. How can we trust an outsider like Chu Yuanqi?" Chu Yuan's eyes were cold. He did not look at Chu Wanwan. Instead, he looked straight at Jiang Ming and said, "Jiao Zhu, I believe you should understand. Women. If you follow whatever they say, you will be easily fooled." Upon hearing this, Chu Wanwan was instantly flustered and exasperated. She immediately stepped forward and pushed Chu Yuanqi. She even slapped him. Without hesitation, she said fiercely, "Chu Yuanqi, what nonsense are you talking about? You're just a servant in the village. What right do you have to say such things to me? If I didn't pity you, I wouldn't have followed you. I wanted to give you some money to send you away, but I didn't expect you to say such words to Jiao. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you back then. This was the first time Qu Yuanqi had seen Qu Wanwan like this. He could not help but laugh. Qu Wanwan, you've finally revealed your true nature. I knew it. How could you be so nice to me? Furthermore, the time we spent together meant nothing. Right? Those tender feelings were probably all lies. As he spoke, he felt a pang of sadness. What did he do before? No matter what he did, he could not influence Qu Wanwan. Qu Wanwan was at a loss. She had to admit that she felt a little apologetic toward Qu Yuanqi. Seeing his current state, she suddenly felt a little regretful. At the end of the day, Qu Yuanqi only had deep feelings for her, but she really did not want to give up on Jiang Ming. She was hesitant and could not do anything ruthless. The servant girl understood and immediately took out a dagger from her pocket, wanting to stab Qu Yuanqi to death. However, Jiang Ming saw everything clearly. Without hesitation, he went forward to stop the servant girl, snatched the dagger, and threw it far away. What are you doing? The servant girl was in disbelief. She felt the pain in her hand and asked hesitantly, Jiao, what are you doing? You should get rid of such a troublemaker. Otherwise, it will affect your relationship with Mississippi. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You don't want the two of you to hate each other as soon as you get married. Right? Are you thinking about me and your mistress, or are you trying to hide your mistress's past? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He could tell that what Qu Yuanqi said was true. He could also see that Qu Yuanqi's heart was in turmoil. He was afraid that Qu Wanwan had done something to disappoint him. Moreover, the servant girl was actually trying to absolve her mistress. Did her conscience not hurt? Qu Wanwan was stunned. She did not expect Jiang Ming to be able to see through her. However, she immediately made another accusation. Jiao, you still believe him after all. You don't believe me, right? As your wife, if I'm so unworthy of your trust, then what about our previous friendship? Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. Qu Wanwan really knew how to persuade people. With just a few words, she had cleared the charge of having an affair with someone and even blamed him. He really admired Qu Wanwan today. Just as he was about to say something, Qu Wanwan beat him to it. Jiao, everything that happened earlier is in the past. I'll ask my servant to take Qu Yuanqi away. We just got married and haven't had time alone. As she spoke, she stepped forward and wanted to forcefully pull Jiang Ming away. Qu Yuanqi was not as angry as before. He did not react at all when he saw this. His feet did not move. He did not say anything either. His eyes were fixed on Qu Wanwan. This woman who was so beautiful in his heart was just cruel. She had already been backed into a corner. He wanted to see how Qu Wanwan would explain and how Jiang Ming would judge the situation. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming roughly understood what he was thinking, but he did not do what Qu Yuanqi thought. Instead, he looked at Qu Wanwan and said, I can let bygones be bygones, but there are some things that I need to understand in detail. He raised his head, and his eyes seemed to have a deep chill. Qu Wanwan's heart tightened. Then, she smiled awkwardly. There are some things that you don't need to know in detail, right? There are some things that can't be hidden like this. He did not intend to let Chu Wanwan continue to indulge herself like this, so she spoke to him seriously. Seeing this, Chu Wanwan did not know what to say and could only look at the servant girl for help. There was an inexplicable panic in her heart. Although Jiang Ming did not threaten her, she felt a low pressure. This pressure made her dizzy, and she was terrified. The servant girl sensed this and quickly looked at Jiang Ming. Jiao, you are being cruel. Miss is pure and innocent. She will not do anything bad. Don't worry. As for Chu Yuanqi's matter, it's all in the past. There's no need to continue asking. Speaking of which, it'll only bring up bad memories for Mississippi. As she spoke, she signaled for the other servants who had heard the commotion to take Chu Yuanqi away. She was extremely anxious. She really hoped that Chu Yuanqi would not say anything that would cause misunderstandings. Otherwise, she really did not know what to do. Naturally, Chu Yuanqi did not want to let the servant girl have her way. Seeing that the servants wanted to take him away, he immediately released his spiritual energy and shook these people away. At the same time, he snorted coldly and said, "Unless I want to leave, no one can take me away. Then someone who is better than me can take me away." Chu Wanwan, doesn't your heart hurt? Don't you know how I treated you before? Aren't you afraid of retribution for treating me like this? He reprimanded her with every word, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to strangle this unfaithful woman in front of him, but he still had some fond memories of her. Otherwise, he would have made a move. He knew Chu Wanwan well and knew that her spells and martial arts skills were not even worth mentioning. What are you barking at? Chu Wanwan could not take it anymore. She was already a little afraid, and since many things were going on, she felt even more guilty. She was very afraid that Jiang Ming would see through her, so she hurriedly shouted loudly, wishing she could beat Chu Yuanqi to death. If it was not for Jiang Ming, she would have beaten him to death. Chu Yuanqi laughed. I'm just telling the truth. Everyone can see it. You should be more concerned about yourself. Look at you now. You look like a mangy dog. People who don't know better would think that you like Jiao very much. In fact, it's just fake. The servant girl was instantly enraged. She hurriedly reprimanded the other servants. Why can't you all do anything? Hurry up and drag Chu Yuanqi away. Are you going to let him affect the relationship between Miss and Jiao? The servants at the side heard this and immediately shivered. Then, they got up and wanted to rush toward Chu Yuanqi. Although this servant girl was a servant like them, they knew in their hearts that she was dear to Chu Wanwan. She was no less important than anyone with a high status. If they delayed Chu Wanwan's matters, the servant girl would definitely reprimand them. Hearing this, Chu Wanwan could not help but get angry. These servants were really useless. Thinking about it, she wanted to take care of things herself, but she was stopped by the servant girl. The servant girl's eyes were thoughtful. Miss, you don't need to do anything to this kind of person. He's just a stray dog. Don't dirty your hands. Chu Wanwan felt that this was reasonable. She nodded and waved her hand. I'll leave everything to you. Then, she looked at Jiang Ming. Jiao, let's go first. If we continue to Listen to Chu Yuanqi's nonsense, we'll all feel bad. We just got married. How can we be like this? As for Chu Yuanqi, I'll explain everything to you later. Don't listen to him anymore. Jiang Ming nodded. He seemed to believe it, but in fact, he was more guarded. He did not expect Chu Wanwan to be so cunning. Everything had been exposed. But she still wanted to hide it. However, he did not mind. After all, he was only here for the yellow gall grass. Since Chu Wanwan was at a disadvantage, it would be easier for him to mention the yellow gall grass. Chu Wanwan thought that she had escaped a calamity and could not help but feel smug. She then looked at Chu Yuanqi with disgust. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Yuanqi really knew how to make things difficult for Chu Wanwan. He had been with her before, but Chu Yuanqi did not even think about their previous friendship and directly wanted to smear her reputation. If she had not reacted quickly, Jiang Ming would definitely have fallen out with her. With this thought in mind, she went forward and hugged Jiang Ming's arm. She did not even want to look at Chu Yuanqi again and was ready to leave with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming followed her and walked forward. Chu Wanwan changed the topic. I heard that there's a restaurant that's doing very well recently. I love drinking tea. Jiao, please find some time to go with me to take a look. Jiang Ming did not suspect anything. He nodded and casually mentioned the yellow gall grass. Speaking of which, during our wedding, the chief once said that he would give us the village treasure. He hasn't given it to us yet. I wonder if he has forgotten. Chu Wanwan's mood dropped. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she said, "That's because he didn't acknowledge the two of us. If he did, he would have prepared it long ago. I really didn't expect things to develop like this. I feel like the chief is possessed. It's just a single stalk of yellow gall grass. Could it be that the yellow gall grass will fall into the hands of outsiders? Even if you wanted to take the yellow gall grass, it doesn't matter. We're all family, so this yellow gall grass will be in your hands sooner or later." As she spoke, she looked indignant, but there was nothing she could do. She understood the village chief's personality. Since things had come to this, he would definitely not give the yellow gall grass to Jiang Ming so easily. It was really a pity. This marriage was originally harmonious and beautiful, but it turned out to be like this. Jiang Ming nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. At most, we can just wait. Time will heal everything. I believe the chief will definitely acknowledge us. Don't be anxious. You also know the chief's personality. This is all a matter of time." Seeing that Jiang Ming's attitude did not change because of Chu Yuanqi, Chu Wanwan could not help but feel touched. Then, she nodded, her eyes filled with Jiang Ming. "Jiao, thank you for your understanding. As for Chu Yuanqi, he was originally a servant of my family. But he doesn't seem to be in a good mental state. He lost his parents and often wandered around. I felt sorry for him, so I helped him from time to time. In the end, he thought I liked him and did some bad things to me. The chief was very angry and chased him out. However, I felt that he was too pitiful, so I gave him some silver. I didn't expect him to have feelings for me. He kept pestering me. He was pestering me just now. If I wasn't afraid that you would find out, I wouldn't have agreed to him for the time being." As she spoke, she pretended to be teary. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She said helplessly, I really didn't expect such a person to exist in this world. The better you treat him, the more he thinks of how to hurt you. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but fall silent. She was terrible at lying. However, he was not in the mood to expose her. Instead, he seriously nodded at Chu Wanwan and supported her. These people are too much. In my opinion, these people should not receive any relief. It's really hard on you, Chu Wanwan. You will definitely not meet him again in the future. If he comes to the village again, I will beat him up. Jiang Ming spoke as if he was serious, and Chu Wanwan could not help but laugh. Chu Wanwan replied seriously, of course, I won't see him again. You're always thinking about me. How could I let such a person come here again? It's been hard on you. Chu Yuanqi is so persistent. I'll beat him half to death this time, but he'll probably come again next time. Although Chu Wanwan said that, she was also worried in her heart. She knew Chu Yuanqi's personality very well. Since she was treating him like this, he would definitely not let her off. At that time, he might even find Jiang Ming and say some bad things to him. Then, she said to Jiang Ming worriedly, Jiaozhu, if Chu Yuanqi says something strange, you must not believe him. Chu Yuanqi only knows how to lie to deceive people. Jiang Ming glanced at Chu Wanwan and looked away guiltily. He roughly understood that Chu Yuanqi and Chu Wanwan had already fallen out with each other. Thinking of this, he calmed down. This had nothing to do with him, so he did not need to think too much about it. After he obtained the yellow gall grass, everything here could be left behind. After thinking it through, he turned to Chu Wanwan and comforted her, these things are all in the past. I naturally won't believe the words of an outsider. Don't worry, I will take care of everything. You have to believe me. As he said that, he even patted Chu Wanwan's hand on purpose. Chu Wanwan was overwhelmed and could not help but feel embarrassed. She immediately nodded and felt warm in her heart. It was great that she had such a husband. On the other side, the village chief's subordinate who was monitoring the two of them could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly reported to the village chief. The chief was very familiar with Chu Yuanqi. He did not expect Chu Wanwan to still be in contact with Chu Yuanqi. He immediately flew into a rage and broke the chopping board with his hand. His eyes were filled with frustration as he said, what is going on? How dare someone try to mess with the eldest daughter of the village? Then, he looked at the servant beside him and said, get rid of Chu Yuanqi. Don't let him get in the way of Chu Wanwan's happiness. The servant nodded in panic and left hurriedly. The village chief's eyes were filled with frustration. Although he did not like Jiang Ming, he did not want him to have anything against Chu Wanwan. Besides, he did not want his daughter to be framed. Thinking of this, he was a little worried. He turned around and said, go and call Wanwan over. Tell her to be alone. Don't let Jiang Ming come over. Remember this. He spoke earnestly and carefully, afraid that the servant would let Jiang Ming follow him. The meaning in his words was obvious. He also wanted to prevent Jiang Ming from secretly following him. As he spoke, the plan in his heart had already begun. He did not believe that Jiang Ming would still be able to come over after he had calculated everything. When the time came, he would blame Jiang Ming for not taking good care of his daughter. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that time, Jiang Ming would be so ashamed that he would take the initiative to leave Chuanwan. The village chief felt that his plan was flawless and could not help but laugh. Chu Yuanqi had given him a good opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Ming and Chu Wanwan had already arrived at the cafe. The cafe was not very far from the village. The interiors were quaint and old-fashioned. The plaque at the front matched the old-fashioned decor. In fact, it looked more like a temple than a cafe. Chu Wanwan saw this and could not help but complain. It was so hard to find this cafe because it looks like a temple. The lady boss is so odd. She doesn't want to advertise it as a cafe at all. That's probably the lady boss's specialty. Jiang Ming chuckled. So, you know her too? Chu Wanwan shook her head and said, Jiao Zhu, you wouldn't know if you didn't. Come. The lady boss here is very mysterious. Only special people are able to meet her. If others want to meet her, they have to depend on her mood. If she's in a good mood, then she can meet them. If she's not in a good mood, then it's over. But I heard that the lady boss's figure and beauty are unparalleled in the world. Many people want to see her, but very few have seen her. I even suspect that there aren't any who have actually seen her. As she spoke, she pulled Jiang Ming to sit down. At this time, the cafe was already overcrowded. Fortunately, Chu Wanwan had asked the servant girl to reserve a table in advance. Otherwise, their trip here would definitely be for naught. After they sat down, not a single waiter came over. There was not even a cashier. Jiang Ming was a little dumbfounded. What kind of business model did this cafe have? If they could not order anything, how would things work? How would the tea get served? At this moment, Chu Wanwan could tell that he was confused. She quickly answered, the tea in this cafe is pre-made. There's only one flavor, so there's no need to look at a menu. But I heard that everyone's tea has a different color. It's a kind of surprise. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the servant girl beside her and beckoned her to sit down. You worked hard for me, but I never took you out to drink good tea. Sit down and drink with us today. The servant girl was touched. She tried to refuse. Miss, you can't be like this. It won't look good. It won't be good if the village chief sees it. How could he see it? He doesn't like drinking tea very much. Do you think he would find someone to follow us? Moreover, what does this have to do with him? Hurry up and sit down, or else I'll be angry. Chu Wanwan pretended to be angry, her eyes filled with pity. She was doing this as a test. She had suspected that this servant girl had done something that was not beneficial to her. Hearing this, although the servant girl wanted to go along with the flow, she still looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was also considered her master. Although Chu Wanwan had already agreed, who knew if he was willing to let her sit with them? When the time came, if she was unwilling, and he secretly reported it to the village chief, what should she do? Noticing the servant girl's gaze, Jiang Ming roughly understood what she meant. He said to her, sit down. You are Chu Wanwan's personal servant girl. You take care of everything in an orderly manner. You deserve this treatment. As he spoke, he even stood up and moved a chair for the servant girl. Thank you, Jiao Zhu. The servant girl was flattered. She thanked him profusely. In her heart, her impression of him also rose. It had to be said that it was not unreasonable for Chu Wanwan to like him. Jiang Ming was really gentle, and he treated his servants so well. Jiang Ming did not think much of it. For him, this kind of thing was actually a good thing. He just pulled a chair and gained her favor. It was quite good. Chu Wanwan could not help but feel proud. From the looks of it, the husband she chose was indeed not bad. This was a blessing that this servant girl would never have the chance to experience. She would be very envious of Chu Wanwan. Thinking of this, Chu Wanwan immediately became complacent and looked at the servant girl with some contempt. A servant girl was a servant girl. She could only marry into an ordinary family in this life and find someone who was unlikely to be a good man. Only rich girls like her could be so happy. The servant girl did not notice Chu Wanwan's gaze. She was still smiling, immersed in the joy of Chu Wanwan and Jiang Ming treating her so well. However, after a while, the gongs and drums around them suddenly sounded. At this time, many people came out of the shop. They all gathered together and slowly walked toward Jiang Ming's table. Jiao Zhu. Chu Wanwan could not help but be pleasantly surprised. We've been chosen. We should be able to meet the lady boss. I've always wanted to see the appearance of this lady boss. Now, I finally have the chance to see her. As she spoke, she could not help but feel anxious. She even rubbed her hands together, wishing she could run straight ahead to see the lady boss. Jiang Ming did not expect her to be so excited. He could not help but be stunned. Then, he looked at Chu Wanwan strangely. You are very excited. Of course. Chu Wanwan patted her chest. Most importantly, this is the first time I've seen the lady boss take the initiative to look for someone instead of asking someone to beg her to see them. Is this your first time? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, but he did not think much of it. The lady boss might have come because of Chu Wanwan's status as the eldest daughter of the village. Otherwise, she would not have come personally. Jiang Ming really did not expect that the identity of the village's eldest daughter was so noble that the lady boss would personally come over to welcome her. Just as he was thinking about it, those people came directly to him with a smile on their lips, as if they were very friendly. Oh? Chu Wanwan was shocked. Jiao Zhu, they are looking for you, not me. In the end, she was still a little shocked and could not imagine it. She thought that she would be respected by the lady boss no matter what, but she did not expect it to be like this. Although Jiang Ming was her husband, she still could not figure it out. How could she, the eldest daughter of the village, be inferior to a man who had just married into the family? Moreover, she felt that with her own ability, she could be the one who met the lady boss. Before Jiang Ming could react, the people spoke up. Our lady boss has requested for you to come over. Young master, please agree. She said that she must see you. If you're unwilling, she's willing to give up everything she has. It was already shocking enough that they could meet, but they did not expect there to be conditions. Chu Wanwan was stunned. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Then, Chu Wanwan stood there in a daze. Did she hear mishear? How could this happen to Jiang Ming? He was just a young man. It did not matter if he had an identity in the village. Besides, she was the eldest daughter of the village. It was really strange for her to look for Jiang Ming instead of her. Thinking of this, she could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the lady boss had fallen for her husband's looks? Thinking of this, she sized up Jiang Ming again and instantly felt that this was the case. There were very few people who would not like her husband's looks. Moreover, he was the most handsome person she had ever seen. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She looked at the maids and servants and said, "No, this is my husband. If he wants to go in to see the lady boss, she must let me go with him. Otherwise, he won't be able to go." Jiang Ming was still thinking about how to answer, but he did not expect Chu Wanwan to turn around and answer for him. He felt a little uncomfortable. Although he did not think there was any point in meeting the lady boss, Chu Wanwan answering for him felt a little disrespectful. Just as he was thinking about this, a crisp sound suddenly came from the cafe. "Ms. Chu, come in with me." The originally noisy cafe instantly became extremely quiet. The guests chatted animatedly, and their eyes were filled with contemplation. "I didn't expect that Chu Wanwan would come to the cafe to have some tea. This cafe is indeed the best in the world. Isn't that so? However, why didn't the lady boss invite her? Why did she invite the person beside her? That person looks handsome, but he doesn't feel as important as Chu Wanwan. Who knows? No one knows what the lady boss is thinking. It's only possible that she took a fancy to him. He is quite handsome." After a while, they looked at Chu Wanwan with curiosity in their eyes. After seeing through these people's thoughts, Jiang Ming shrugged. Curiosity was something everyone had. It was understandable that he was being looked at. In an instant, the surroundings suddenly shook, and the floor in the cafe shook as well. Jiang Ming and the others immediately frowned. What was going on? Unexpectedly, the faces of the guests in the cafe suddenly changed. They realized something. This was the lady boss's welcoming ceremony, but only the most distinguished guests could attend. Chu Wanwan also felt the shaking. She quickly looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Jiao Zhu, let's leave. It's very dangerous here. Don't get hit by something. This is our lady boss's welcoming ceremony. Please don't be afraid. Everything will be over in a moment." As the person spoke, as expected, the surrounding tremors gradually disappeared, leaving only the dazed customers. The status of the lady boss had been rising every day, and even many travelers from afar would come over because of her fame. However, no one had ever received such favor from her. What did Jiang Ming do to deserve such treatment? This was simply too strange. Jiang Ming did not think much of it. Instead, he felt like laughing. This welcoming ceremony was a little odd. Why was he given so much special treatment? He did not know what the lady boss was thinking. Just as he was thinking, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hihi suddenly appeared in front of him. Yuan Hihi seemed unfazed. He looked at the chair at the side and pulled it over to sit down. His eyes were filled with curiosity. "What are you doing? What are these people doing?" As he spoke, he looked around with excitement. Jiang Ming was quite surprised and looked at the two of them in a daze. When did Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hihi come over? What was even more amazing was how the two of them found him. He did not tell them where he and Chu Wanwan were. Chu Wanwan was pleasantly surprised. She quickly said, "I didn't expect you to find us. It just so happens that we're going to hang out here. You guys should come and have some tea." She was elated. With these two people around, no matter how much the lady boss liked her husband, they would step in as distractions. "Please go in first. The lady boss doesn't like to wait for people." "It's fine. Let them wait a little longer." The lady boss did not mind. Jiang Ming was rather confused. He did not know this lady boss at all, but she acted like she was an old acquaintance of his. He really could not understand. Could it be that they had something that the lady boss wanted? Jiang Ming looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Can the two of you wait for us here? As for how the two of them came here and how they found them, they could put it aside for the time being. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Chu Wanwan. He did not know why she wanted to meet the lady boss. She was just a person. Would she do anything strange to him? However, it was not a big deal. I want to go with you, Yuan Hehe suddenly said. I want to meet the lady boss too. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and the others were stunned. Huh? Why did Yuan Hehe want to join them? Sikong Wu Yuan questioned as he thought of this. You don't even know this lady boss. What are you going to do? Who says I don't know her? I know her. Yuan Hehe suddenly became excited and jumped up and down. Huh? Know her? Jiang Ming and the others looked at Yuan Hehe suspiciously. How was this possible? Could it be that Yuan Hehe was lying? Yuan Hehe coughed and said guiltily, that's not important. Let's go. Jiang Ming nodded and did not intend to continue asking. There was no point in doing this. They had already made these people wait for a long time. It was not good to continue like this. He stood up, followed by Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. When the maids saw this, they looked troubled, but they did not dare to say anything. Their lady boss was determined to meet Jiang Ming today, and she even agreed to any conditions. It seemed that she would accept the other friends of Jiang Ming. Thinking of this, they continued to walk into the cafe. As expected, the lady boss did not say anything more and had already tacitly agreed to this matter. Jiang Ming became more and more confused. This lady boss had no bottom line. Didn't she say that it was difficult to see her? Why was it so easy for him? What was going on? Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, Jiang Ming did not know if Yuan Hehe was telling the truth when he said that he knew the lady boss. He could not help but turned to look at Yuan Hehe. The latter seemed to have understood something. He coughed again and then turned to Sikong Wu Yuan. Have you seen the lady boss? Sikong Wu Yuan shook his head. Of course not. Moreover, I don't think you've seen her before. You just wanted to go with Jiang Ming, so you set it on purpose. Yuan Hehe felt awkward when his thoughts were seen through, but he continued to be stubborn. No, I've just seen her. If you don't believe me, we'll know when we see her later. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not matter whether Yuan Hehe saw the lady boss or not. He could not tell that the lady boss wanted to see him. When they reached the innermost part of the cafe, the lady boss gradually appeared in front of them. Jiang Ming suddenly understood why she wanted to see him. He felt that she was too eager. The lady boss who wanted to see him was Su Chu. At this time, Su Chu had changed into a casual outfit and smiled at Jiang Ming. Yuan Hehe was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Jiang Ming and then at Su Chu. He felt that Jiang Ming knew the woman in front of him, but then he felt that it was impossible. After all, the two of them had never interacted before, so how could they have known each other? However, Chu Wanwan could sense the strange atmosphere. She had the same thoughts as Yuan Hehe, but she also felt that the two of them definitely knew each other. Then, she said with a smile, Do you know the lady boss? The lady boss is a beauty. She looks so pleasing to the eyes. Su Chu smiled faintly. She lowered her head and bowed to Chu Wanwan. Thank you, Chu Wanwan. You also look very beautiful. No wonder the chief loves you so much. Chu Wanwan did not say anything else. Instead, she stared at Jiang Ming. She felt that these two people knew each other, but for some reason, they seemed to be avoiding each other. Could it be because of her? Thinking of this, she could not help but clench her fists. If the two of them were having an affair, then she might as well go all out and kill Jiang Ming. Anyway, there were many men in the world, so it was not a big deal to get rid of Jiang Ming. As she was thinking about it, Jiang Ming shook his head and said, I don't know her. It's my first time in this cafe, and you brought me here. How can I know her? I also wonder why the lady boss is looking for me. He raised his head and looked at Su Chu with an indifferent expression, as if he really did not know her. However, he was extremely confused. They had already agreed to meet, so why did they have to meet here? In fact, Su Chu was also confused. She originally thought that she would have to meet Jiang Ming alone to see the result. She did not expect him to come to the cafe she opened. However, it was also good. She could take this opportunity to hand over the item to him. This way, there would be no need for her to meet him later, and she would not have to rush over at night. Thinking of this, she thought for a moment and said, I saw Jiang Ming from afar. He looked so regal. It was obvious that he was a noble person. I once received a prophecy from my master. If I met such a person, I would give him my family heirloom. Now that I have met him, I want to give it to him. As she spoke, she took out a small box from her pocket and wanted to stuff it into Jiang Ming's hands, but Chu Wanwan stopped her. Chu Wanwan wanted to pull the box over. How do I know if what you said is true or not? She asked. There might be something in here that will poison Jiaozhu. You can't tell what's in a person's mind. Who knows what you're really thinking? Su Chu did not expect her to be so vigilant. She frowned and said, This is something I gave to Jiaozhu. If someone else touches it, the thing inside might disappear. As for whether or not there is anything bad in it, Jiaozhu should be able to see it. Ms. Wanwan, you don't have to be so worried. Hearing this, Chu Wanwan felt uncomfortable and frowned. As his wife, am I not allowed to check these things? Or are you trying to hide something from me? I advise you to behave yourself and give me the box obediently. This way, we won't have any conflicts. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but be surprised. The two of them did not expect that these two women would quarrel over a box. It seemed that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, and they did not know how to resolve it. Then, they looked at Jiang Ming. In the end, the source of their quarrel was Jiang Ming, so Jiang Ming should have a way to persuade the two of them to stop arguing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming was also dumbfounded. It was just a box. How could it be related to harming people? Moreover, it was not like he did not know Su Chu. He had even saved Su Chu. How could she harm him? I'll see it. He looked at Chu Wanwan and said, Since this thing will disappear, let me open it. Chu Wanwan, you don't have to worry. I'm someone who knows how to cast spells, so I'm sure about this. But Chu Wanwan stuttered. She felt really uncomfortable in her heart. She felt that Jiang Ming was speaking up for Su Chu, but she had no evidence. She could only feel uncomfortable. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, could feel Chu Wanwan's unhappiness and could not help but frown. He did not understand what was wrong with Chu Wanwan. Why was she in such a bad mood? A woman's heart was so complicated. At the thought of this, he decided not to continue asking. Instead, he focused on the box. However, Chu Wanwan changed her mind at this time. She quickly said, "Let me keep this box. Jiao Zhu, since I'm your wife, I think it's fine. Give it to me." As she spoke, she wanted to snatch the box again, but Su Chuchu dodged. Su Chuchu shook her head and said, "No matter what, this is your husband's item. It's not good for you to open it yourself. Even if you're his wife, you still have to respect his privacy." Chu Wanwan exploded when she heard the last part of the sentence. What privacy? We're husband and wife. What privacy can there be between us? What's wrong with you, lady boss? Why are you so dumb? Seeing that the two of them were about to start quarreling again, Sikong Wu Yuan quickly said, "This is just a small matter. There's no need for you to quarrel. I think you should continue drinking tea. As for the box, we'll talk about it later." Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I want to see what's in this box. Chu Wanwan snorted coldly and immediately went forward to snatch the box. Su Chuchu did not expect Chu Wanwan to be so tyrannical. She could not help but feel a little unhappy and immediately started to argue with Chu Wanwan. Why are you like this? This box is mine. I can give it to whoever I want and show it to whoever I want. How are you any different from a bully? Hearing this, Chu Wanwan could not help but get angry. Then why are you arguing with me like this? You're such a shrew. If it weren't for Jiaozhu presence, would you have competed with me? She was about to open the box. In a moment of desperation, Su Chuchu used a spell to make the box disappear. What are you doing? Chu Wanwan was dumbfounded when she saw the box disappear without a trace. Then, she said in exasperation, "Lady boss, what do you mean? Could it be that this is a love letter for Jiaozhu, or is it a token that the two of you want to have an affair?" At the end of her sentence, she had already expressed her inner thoughts. What? Su Chuchu felt incredulous. Do you think everyone likes Jiaozhu? She asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When she said this, she felt a little guilty. She did have some thoughts about Jiang Ming, but because of Chu Wanwan, she did not show too much affection to him. In the end, she did not expect Chu Wanwan to see through her. This woman's sixth sense was really strong. Jiang Ming was a little unhappy when he heard that. Wasn't this accusing him of having an ambiguous relationship with Su Chuchu? He had not even had physical contact with Su Chuchu. What right did Chu Wanwan have to say such a thing? Thinking of this, he could not help but get angry. He looked at Chu Wanwan and said, "Chu Wanwan, do you really not believe me? We are already married, yet you still want to say such things. If that's the case, why don't we cancel the marriage ceremony? I can't stand being distrusted like this." Chu Wanwan realized that she had said something wrong. She quickly said, "Jiao Zhu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. I spoke without thinking. I'll stop now. But I really find it strange. I just want to see what the lady boss gave you. Why is she so afraid of me seeing it? Is it something that can make me angry? I don't understand. Other than love letters, what else can make me Angry? Su Chuchu muttered to herself, what else could it be? It must be yellow gall grass. She had stolen the yellow gall grass from the village, but she had stolen it a long time ago. The people in the village did not know about it. If Chu Wanwan saw it, wouldn't the village chief hear about it? She did not want her cafe to be in trouble. Jiang Ming knew what was inside. He quickly helped Su Chuchu. This should be some kind of rare treasure. Didn't the lady boss say so? If this thing is opened by someone else, it will disappear. This should be something that can only be safe if I open it. That's why she's so vigilant. You're not listening to the lady boss at all. That's right, Si Kong Wu Yuan said. Chu Wanwan, since you trusted Jiu Zhu, you shouldn't have snatched the box. But now that the box is gone, everything is in the past. Let's pretend that there was no box just now and continue drinking tea. Yuan He added, yes, the tea here is really good. Come and have a taste. The fragrance and charm inside are very special. I recall that Jiu Zhu likes tea very much. Come and have a sip too. Seeing that the topic had changed to tea, Su Chuchu immediately put on a pleasant expression. Yes, this is my exclusive tea. Chu Wanwan, you should drink more. I didn't make myself clear just now. It has nothing to do with you. Now that we've reconciled, I'll tell you that I don't have any improper relationship with Jiu Zhu. You don't have to worry. Although they had already said so, Chu Wanwan's face was still dark. She did not care about what the others said. Instead, she stood up and ordered Su Chuchu, lady boss, you must take out this box today. I don't care if you've apologized or not. I have to see this box. Otherwise, you can forget about seeing Jiu Zhu. As she spoke, she wanted to drag Jiang Ming away. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why did not he sense that Chu Wanwan was this unreasonable? She did not even care about the thoughts of everyone present. What's wrong with Chu Wanwan? Yuan He raised his eyebrows. We've already explained. Why do you still want to make the atmosphere so awkward? Have you not thought about how to handle this? Aren't you still suspecting Jiu Zhu by doing this? Si Kong Wu Yuan asked. Unhappily, Jiu Zhu is an open and frank person. How could he do such a thing? He reprimanded Chu Wanwan with every word, trying to convince her to stop. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanwan was unwilling to let them off. I have no intention of suspecting Jiu Zhu. I just want to see what's in the box. I suspect that there's something in the box that will harm Jiu Zhu. I just want to save him. Who knows when the lady boss will take out this box to harm Jiu Zhu? These words seemed to be for his sake, but Jiang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. It was obvious that she wanted to see what was in the box and was not worried about his safety. Why did Chu Wanwan insist on looking at this box? Could it be that she knew that there was yellow gall grass inside? How could the lady boss have the intention to harm me? He asked. The young ladies of your village are all here. They can flatten this cafe. If she really has bad intentions toward me, why would she attack me here? As he spoke, he secretly signaled Si Kong Wu Yuan and Yuan He with his eyes. The two of them immediately understood. They said, that's right. Besides, we're still here. If anything happens to Jiu Zhu, we won't let this lady boss off either. Su Chuchu wiped her forehead and sighed. Miss, why are you so suspicious of me? Do you think I can kill your husband? Don't overestimate me. The matter of this box is over. Hurry up and sit down. I'll give you a free cup of tea. Is that okay? Su Chu Chu had already lowered her head, but Chu Wan Wan was still unwilling to let things go. I don't care what you say. I don't need your apology or tea. I just need to see the box. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There must be some secret in this box that I don't know about. I can see it clearly now. Even if it's not something that can hurt Jiao Zhu, it must be something related to me. I have to see it today, so that you won't bring it out to harm others. Hearing this, Su Chu Chu was not happy. She immediately turned hostile and said, "What's wrong with you, Chu Wan Wan? I've already explained, but you're still so unwilling to let go. In that case, please leave. I gave this to Jiao Zhu. It has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about seeing it. Even if I die, I won't give it to you." What do you mean? The land where your cafe is located is given to you by the village. In the end, your cafe is mine. What right do you have to talk to me like this? When the time comes, I'll get the village chief to flatten your cafe and let you remain here. Go ahead. I want to see if you can destroy this cafe. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't blame the people who drink tea here for cursing your village for being unreasonable and losing the hearts of the people. Toward the end, Su Chu Chu was obviously angry. Chu Wan Wan sneered. Everyone in this cafe relies on the village to survive. Without the village, they wouldn't even be able to survive. How could they help a mere cafe owner like you? Unexpectedly, the rest of the people retorted one after another. Even if it's like this, you can't be unreasonable as the eldest daughter of the village. This is clearly something that was given to the lady boss. Why do you have to take it by force? What is this? How has the village chief raised you so badly? You've become such a villain. I think we don't need to live under such a rule anymore. When the time comes for you to take over, you'll be a tyrant. When that time comes, we'll all be finished. As they spoke, they all became indignant. Chu Wan Wan was shocked. She quickly said to the crowd, "How can you say that about the village chief? He has sacrificed everything for you. If you continue to speak rudely like this, I will ask him to chase you all out." With that said, the rest of the people started to get angry and stood up. Then we won't be living in this village. Are you saying there's nowhere else for us to go? As they spoke, the group of people walked toward Chu Wan Wan angrily. What's going on with you? Seeing that the situation was not right, the servant girl quickly said, "I'm really sorry. Miss had some wine today, so she is a little muddle-headed. That's why she said such foolish words. Please don't take it to heart. Her intentions definitely do not represent the village chief's intentions." Unexpectedly, these words angered Chu Wan Wan. She pushed the servant girl and said, "You're a traitor. I've already been criticized like this, yet you still speak up for them and not for me. Are you still my servant? Are you one of them?" The servant girl suddenly felt that she was being unreasonable. She did this for the sake of Chu Wan Wan. She did not expect her to be so ungrateful. However, she could not say anything. After all, she was still her servant girl and relied on her to live. It was not a big deal to be scolded. Miss, you're not just representing yourself. You're representing the entire village. If anything happens to the village, you'll be in trouble too, she said earnestly. Chu Wanwan thought about it and agreed. Then, she said arrogantly, then, I'll forgive them. I'll let you go for now. If you dare to do this again, don't blame me for being cold-blooded. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but shake their heads. They really did not expect Chu Wanwan to be so stupid. She was just smearing her father's reputation. If it were them, they would definitely not be so arrogant. Moreover, from the looks of it, the village chief would definitely be distressed when he heard the news. As expected, when they heard Chu Wanwan's words, those people were unhappy. They quickly said, so, this is the character of the chief's daughter. She's just like a hooligan. The village chief is probably not a good person. I think we should hurry up and leave. I heard that the village chief in the north is actually quite good. Let's just go there and seek refuge. Hearing this, the others also said, isn't that so? We would rather be bullied by others than be bullied by this young woman. What kind of person is she? When she saw that the others were about to leave, the servant girl hurriedly said, don't listen to her. She really drank too much. I beg you, don't be like this. When the village chief finds out, she will inevitably be punished. Jiang Ming and Su Chuchu looked on coldly. Chu Wanwan had brought this upon himself. Chu Wanwan seemed to have finally realized something. She quickly said, I'm really sorry. I drank too much. You guys can stay here. Otherwise, my conscience will be uneasy. Seeing this, Jiang Ming followed suit. Yes, she already knows her mistake. That's it. However, when he said that, everyone was filled with resentment. What? She has already said so many insulting words to us. Can she just apologize and let it go? She's dreaming. The others could not help but feel a headache. In the end, they looked at Chu Wanwan and said, say something else. You have made the people very unhappy. Chu Wanwan was a little irritated. I'm a young woman who lives like a princess. What else do you want me to do? Moreover, my status is one level higher than yours. You got my apology. You should be content. Her words could not help but arouse the anger of the people. Everyone began to curse Chu Wanwan. Does she really think she's all that? She even thinks she's royalty. Come on, almost everyone in this world can do something. Who cares if you're a princess or not? If it weren't for my poor abilities, my inability to cast spells, and my unwillingness to practice, I would have become an official of the village long ago. Would I still let you continue to be so arrogant? Seeing that the people's dissatisfaction was getting more and more intense, Su Chuchu also came out to help. Everyone let her off. She was indeed rude, but she has never experienced living in the real world. She is like a child. Why should everyone argue with a child? Moreover, her intentions cannot represent the village chief's intentions. When the time comes, the village chief will definitely compensate you. Please don't be angry. Just forgive her for my sake. The last sentence made Chu Wanwan uncomfortable. She snorted coldly and even splashed the tea on Su Chuchu. What are you saying, lady boss? You probably want to smear my reputation. Right? I don't need you to do this at all. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're just a nobody. Stay away from me, or I'll teach you a lesson. The tea splashed all over Suchuchu's body. Suchuchu hated people like this the most, so her face darkened. She immediately said, "Do whatever you want. You have a really bad temper. I've already spoken up for you, but you still don't appreciate it. Then you'll have to suffer the consequences." The servant girl also noticed that the matter was getting more and more intense, so she hurriedly pulled Chu Wanwan away. Chu Wanwan wanted to go back, but she was held back by the servant girl. As she pulled, she said, "Miss, don't make a scene. If the village chief finds out, he'll definitely be upset. Although he dotes on you, he can't indulge you forever. You know that he cherishes these people the most. The village can't do without them." Chu Wanwan shouted, "How can you be so rude? I just asked you to sit down and drink tea with me. Aren't you being ungrateful right now? Are you going to let those people laugh at me?" Seeing this, everyone could not help but laugh out loud. I thought this woman was exceptional. In the end, she's still being insulted by a servant girl. That servant girl really did a great job. This young miss should have been punished a long time ago. I've long disliked her. Then, they looked at Suchuchu and said, "It's really hard on the lady boss. She opened a cafe, but she still got scolded by Chu Wanwan. People who don't know better might think that this cafe was opened by Chu Wanwan's family. This village doesn't understand the importance of the cafe at all." Suchuchu smiled and said, "It's okay, everyone. Thank you for standing up for me. I'm sorry for the interruption. You can continue drinking your tea. Everyone present can drink tea for free. Your silver will be returned as an apology for today." Suchuchu's attitude immediately won the cheers of the crowd. They immediately sat down and started chatting again, completely forgetting the unpleasant scene just now. Seeing Chu Wanwan leave, Suchuchu also heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Wanwan is really difficult to deal with. Thank goodness, she has finally left. As she spoke, she used a spell to reveal the box. Now is the time to witness a miracle. A faint smile appeared on her lips. After chasing Chu Wanwan away, everything finally went smoothly. Jiang Ming focused on the box. As long as he got the yellow gall grass, he could leave the village. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly came from afar and snatched the box. The shadow was light and fast. Jiang Ming and the others did not even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the shadow had already disappeared. Suchuchu was dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Ming and the others in a daze. "Did you see the person who snatched the box?" Looking at her empty hand, she was very puzzled. How did they snatch it away so quickly? Moreover, she could not even see the thief's figure, and it was so close. Jiang Ming shook his head. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were also dumbfounded. They had not reacted yet, let alone the other people who were drinking tea. The others were stunned. They also could not figure out how someone could be even faster than lightning. However, this was not the only thing that puzzled them. It was the problem with the box. Jiang Ming suddenly felt like his head was about to explode. He thought he could finally get the yellow gall grass, but what happened? It disappeared again so quickly. He had to go back to the village again. Suchuchu looked at Jiang Ming apologetically. She had originally wanted to share the burden with Jiang Ming, but she did not expect to bring about a situation where his hopes were dashed. If she could, she really wanted to get more yellow gall grass, but she only had this stalk. Since it had been taken away by someone else, there was no way to give it to Jiang Ming. Sensing Su Chuchu's intentions, Jiang Ming shook his head and said to Su Chuchu in his heart, "You've tried your best. This is also my fault. I didn't protect the yellow gall grass. If I had protected it, it wouldn't be like this. Now, you don't have to blame yourself." Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe seemed to have thought of something. They asked, "Jiao Zhu, could the thing in the box be yellow gall grass? Looking at how disappointed you are. Only something like this can make you so disappointed." Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. "Isn't that so? Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of sending Chu Wanwan away." Yuan Hehe could not help but lower his voice. "Isn't the yellow gall grass only available in the village as well as in another village?" "I don't know either." Jiang Ming was a little puzzled. Then, he looked at Su Chuchu and said to her in his heart, "How did you get the yellow gall grass?" "I heard that only people from this village and another village have it." Su Chuchu touched her head and said, "I used to be from this village. I had the guts to steal a few stalks of yellow gall grass. I just put all the yellow gall grass here. If I had known this would happen, I would have kept a few stalks with me." "That's really surprising. Do you have any enemies here?" Jiang Ming was disappointed. That figure is really fast. Those who don't know better would think that this isn't a human at all. "That's definitely not a human," Yuan Hehe quickly said. "Although I didn't see their figure clearly, I could smell the scent of a beast on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run so fast." Siko Wu Yuan also began to ponder. "That's true. I saw that the figure wasn't very big. If it was a human, with that speed, they would definitely make a lot of noise. However, it's also possible that the beast was transformed from a human, right?" Jiang Ming shook his head. "That shouldn't be possible. After a human becomes a beast, it's impossible for them to be so agile. However, we can't be sure. We have to find that beast. Or that person. We can't let our prize escape. Could it be that my pet, Chi-Chi, is playing games with me?" Su Chuchu suddenly thought of something. She looked into the distance and called out, "Chi-Chi, where are you? Did you hear me? I want to tell you something." "Chi-Chi? What kind of pet is that?" Jiang Ming asked, curiously. Su Chuchu scratched her head, and her eyes were filled with frustration. "It's a little tiger. It likes to play and run around. It's always mischievous. I'll go look for it." Then, she turned to leave. Then, she looked at the maid and said, "All of you, treat Jiao Zhu and his companions well. If they are dissatisfied with anything, I will definitely punish you." Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Do you want me to go with you?" Jiang Ming asked. "Perhaps it will be faster if we catch them together." Su Chuchu rejected the idea. "That won't do. This little tiger is afraid of strangers. If something happens, it'll be over." "All right then." Jiang Ming did not force her. "Be careful. If you have any news, let me know." Su Chuchu nodded. After Su Chuchu left, the maids bowed to Jiang Ming and the others. "Sirs, is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, we'll continue with our work. Many guests here still need to be served tea. The other servants inside can't brew tea well. You guys go ahead." "It's okay. We'll just stay here." Jiang Ming waved his hand. The maids immediately heaved a sigh of relief and left one by one. Sikong Wu Yuan asked impatiently. Jiao Zhu, do you already know this lady boss? You two seem to be very familiar with each other. What's going on? Jiang Ming told Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe about his fortuitous encounter with Su Chu Chu and the appointment that night. Yuan Hehe was pleasantly surprised. So, the person you wanted to see is her. Unfortunately, the yellow gall grass is still gone. But are you sure what she said is true? I have a feeling that she might be lying. I don't want us to be fooled. Jiang Ming shook his head. You might think that she's lying, but I feel that she's telling the truth. Don't worry, I won't be deceived. Besides, Su Chu Chu is quite sincere. She doesn't look like someone who would lie. Let's continue drinking our tea. Seeing that Jiang Ming had already said so, Sikong Wu Yuan did not say anything else and continued drinking his tea. Who knew that at this moment, Chu Wanwan would rush over in an imposing manner? When she realized that Su Chu Chu had disappeared, she could not help but ask. In confusion, what about the lady boss? Where did she go? I still want to drink tea. Yuan Hehe grinned when he saw Chu Wanwan. She had a terrible temper. She had not stayed away for long and had come to find trouble again. Fortunately, the lady boss had left. Otherwise, they might have quarreled again. The other guests were all focused on their own matters and did not notice that Chu Wanwan had returned. Sikong Wu Yuan raised his eyebrows. The lady boss is out doing something else. Sit down and have some tea. However, you can't stir up any more trouble. Knowing that she was being unreasonable, Chu Wanwan pursed her lips and did not say anything else. She sat down and took a sip of tea. She said with some disdain, these tea leaves aren't that good. The lady boss's cafe looks lively, but it's just a facade. The servant girl also said, that's right, Mississippi. Why don't you open a cafe? Your cafe will definitely be full of customers. Chu Wanwan was very pleased and could not help but smile. All right. I'm not in the mood to open a cafe. I'll be exhausted every day. Jiang Ming watched from the side and did not say anything. This was just empty flattery, so he might as well savor his tea carefully. However, seeing that he was silent, Chu Wanwan was not happy. She sipped her tea and said, Jiao Zhu, if you have anything you're not happy with, just tell me. After all, we are husband and wife. What is there to hide? What did the lady boss tell you? Especially after I left. Chu Wanwan's face instantly turned cold, and her entire person emitted a low pressure. Su Chu Chu looked pretentious and was not a good person. Who knew how she would seduce Jiang Ming in private? At the thought of this, she clenched her fists again. Her nails under her sleeves were already white. Nothing happened, and she didn't say anything bad. Seeing this, Yuan Hehe could not help but answer on behalf of Jiang Ming. He was puzzled. Why was Chu Wanwan so good at creating problems? She insisted on creating mountains out of molehills. Jiang Ming shook his head. There was nothing special about him. Why did Chu Wanwan always think that other people would like him and snatch him away? As he thought about it, he looked into the distance, wanting to avoid Chu Wanwan. However, she was still unwilling to let him go. She directly looked at his face and said, Jiao Zhu, what are you thinking? Can you tell me if you have any troubles? She pretended to be worried, but her mind was elsewhere. Jiang Ming must have had feelings for Su Chu Chu. Otherwise, why would he be like this after meeting Su Chu Chu? Su Chu Chu was indeed not a good person. Thinking of this, she could not help but become even angrier. She even wanted to go directly to Su Chu Chu and reason with her, but she was immediately stopped by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming knew what she wanted to do. He frowned and quickly said, Chu Wan, who do you want to find? Where do you want to go? Are you looking for Su Chu Chu? What are you doing? Sikong Wu Yuan sighed. Why are you looking for Su Chu Chu? She's just the boss here. She didn't do anything out of line. Don't think too much. We're all watching. If Jiang Ming does anything bad, we won't let him. Birds of a feather flock together. Who knows what kind of people you are? Maybe you're secretly protecting Jiao Zhu. Chu Wan was extremely furious. She huffed. She also did not notice that her words had offended Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. Hearing this, the two of them could not help but turn to Chu Wan and ask. What do you mean? Are you saying that because you think we're all wicked people? No, that's not what I meant. Chu Wan reacted and quickly waved her hand, feeling regretful. Chu Wan had wanted to build a good relationship with Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. However, things had turned out this way. If she could, she would not have said such a thing. She did not know if she could take it back. Yuan He, however, could see through her thoughts. He shook his head. You can't take back what you said. Since you've already said that, it means that's what you think of us. I don't care why you think that way, and we don't care what the reason is. Since you already think that way, then we have a grudge against each other. For the sake of Jiao Zhu, we won't be angry with you for the time being. However, if you find trouble with us again, don't get upset if we take action. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As Yuan He said that, he deliberately waved his fists. He was furious. Chu Wan was really lawless. She was just the eldest daughter of a village. Did she really think that she could control everyone? If she had not married Jiang Ming, he would have beaten her up. It did not matter if she was a woman. He had to teach her a lesson if she offended him. Hey! No matter what, I'm Jiao Zhu's wife. Is it really good for you to treat me like this? Do you want to turn against him? I believe Jiao Zhu will stand on his wife's side. As she spoke, Chu Wan glanced at Jiang Ming. It was obvious what she was implying. If the two sides had a dispute, she hoped that Jiang Ming would side with her. Jiang Ming could not help but feel helpless. He really did not expect Chu Wan to be so unreasonable. Moreover, she was the one at fault, right? However, he could not say anything on the surface. He could only look at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He and say, let's just let this matter pass. What she said just now was indeed a little wrong, but for my sake, forgive her. Chu Wan, don't say anything else. I don't want you guys to argue. After all, you're all important to me. This isn't good. Seeing this, Chu Wan could only purse her lips and remain silent. Although Jiang Ming had mentioned Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He first, she still felt that they were not that important. However, she still could not say anything. Then, she said, let's not talk about this anymore. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He, it was my fault. Let's have some tea. But compared to this tea, the tea in the village is still better. If you want to drink better tea, I have some. I'll get the servant girl to brew it for you. She sat down and began to sip her tea. Her eyes lit up. In fact, she did not want to have any conflicts with these two. If they could get along better, she could get to know Jiang Ming better. Although she and Jiang Ming were married, their hearts were not really connected. This was what she felt. Miss has a collection of good tea. You will definitely be able to enjoy the delicacies, the servant girl hurriedly added. Thank you, Mississippi. Yuan Hehe did not wait for Sikong Wu Yuan to speak and thanked Chu Wanwan directly. It would be a waste if they did not try the tea. Moreover, Chu Wanwan had indeed spoken arrogantly to them previously. She had to apologize. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to refuse. He felt that Chu Wanwan's personality was bad. He really did not want to get close to her, but for the sake of Jiang Ming, he would form a shallow relationship with her. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hehe agreed directly, but he did not say anything about it. Since he agreed, so be it. Anyway, a little tea was nothing. Just as they were about to continue drinking their tea, the village chiefs men rushed over. They looked at Chu Wanwan and said, Miss, the village chief said that he has something important to tell you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and the other two could not help but look at each other. What else could the village chief have to say to Chu Wanwan? It was obvious. These people probably had something else to do, but he did not know about it. As for this other matter, they felt that it should be related to them. Otherwise, the village chief would not have needed Chu Wanwan to personally go over and talk to him alone. Chu Wanwan frowned and looked straight at them. Are you sure it's the village chief looking for me? Or is someone else looking for me? She had wanted to take this opportunity to interact with Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. However, since the village chief was looking for her, she had no way to interact with them. Then how would she find such an opportunity next time? She did not even know what their hobbies were, let alone other things. Not to mention, in the future, through those two people, she could deepen her relationship with Jiang Ming. The servant girl could tell that Chu Wanwan was unwilling. She said casually, if it's not something important, then the young miss will go over later. The young miss still has something important to do now. She will discuss it with the three of them later. Unexpectedly, the messenger did not give up. It's an important matter. The village chief is very flustered. He said that this seems to be a life-threatening matter. Chu Wanwan panicked when she heard this. Bring me there quickly. If anything happens to the village chief, I'll teach you a lesson, she said hurriedly. She was anxious. Usually, the village chief would not call her like this, but today was different from usual. Could it be that something serious had really happened? If that was the case, wouldn't her father be in trouble? Thinking of this, she became anxious and wished she could fly out. She left with the messenger. Soon, they arrived at the door of the village chief's room. Chu Wanwan wanted to knock on the door, but when he thought of the urgency of the situation, she pushed the door open and went in. She said in a panicked tone, Master, how are you? Did you relapse? Perhaps Jiuzhu hasn't completely cured you. Do you want to find another doctor or let Jiuzhu take a look? When the village chief, who was originally sitting, heard her words, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he was a little touched. He had to admit that Chu Wanwan still cared about him. She was still his Considerate little girl. If it were not for Jiang Ming, they would definitely still be living together. Happily. However, since things had come to this, he could not think about anything else. He could only accept reality. When Chu Wanwan saw that the village chief was safe, she could not help but sigh in relief. She then said with some resentment, "Why did you call me here? For no reason? Was there something wrong? If you call me like this again, you'll ruin my plans. I'm still in a hurry to do something." "What do you want to do?" The village chief was helpless. Then, he said angrily, "Don't do anything rash. I've heard about what happened in the cafe. Don't you know that our village relies on these people to survive? If you offend these people and they move away, the village will suffer. If other villages or other people attack and we can't resist, these people will be the best soldiers. In the end, you almost ruined my plans." Regarding this matter, Chu Wanwan knew that she was in the wrong. She quickly said, "It was all my fault. I will never act like this again." "I hope there won't be a next time," the village chief said sternly. "If there really is a next time, I won't be able to protect you anymore. I can forgive you for many things in the past. But we can't ignore this. This is too important." "I understand," Chu Wanwan said solemnly. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She quickly patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, Chief. I swear that it won't happen again." Seeing that Chu Wanwan had come to a realization, the village chief waved his hand. "Forget it. It's good that you know. I can't continue to worry about you now. After all, you're old and married. In addition, you have to take good care of Jiao and the other two. Don't let him betray you. Besides, I'm getting old, and I need a successor. Right now, I really can't think of anyone else other than Jiao." He tapped his hands on the chopping board. After a moment of silence, he said, "If there are any suspicious people around Jiao, you have to help me get rid of them. You have to tell me beforehand, understand? Don't hide anything from me. If something happens, it'll be too late. You don't want to be betrayed, do you?" As he spoke, his eyes were cold. He knew his daughter the best. Moreover, he had made it clear that his daughter would definitely side with him. At that time, if he could accuse Jiang Ming of having an affair, his daughter would listen to him no matter what. He could also get rid of Jiang Ming at the same time. Sure enough, Chu Wanwan agreed. "Chief, you really know me the best. I understand what you said. I will definitely protect the fort and get rid of any suspicious people. Jiao should become a part of the village and be my husband. He has to be obedient." "That's more like it." The village chief could not help but nod. Although his daughter was a little stupid, he had to admit that she was quite clear about these things. In fact, Chu Wanwan had other thoughts. The most suspicious person now was none other than Su Chu. At midnight, she would definitely go to the cafe to investigate. At the very least, she would have to see if Su Chu was having an affair with Jiao. In the cafe, Si Kong Wu Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw that Chu Wanwan had not returned. Chu Wanwan left really quickly. A long time has passed. Could it be that there's something wrong with the chief's health? Although he said that, in reality, he felt that it was rather odd. Judging from Jiang Ming's medical skills, how could the village chief's body have problems so quickly? Chu Wanwan and the village chief were probably discussing how to deal with them. As he thought about it, he felt a little angry. The village chief had wanted to find fault with them time and time again. Wasn't this a little too much? They had not done anything to let him down. At most, they only wanted one stalk of yellow gall grass. He sighed in his heart. Yuan Hehe, who was beside him, could not help but look suspicious. I feel that the chief is too determined to kill us. I'm afraid he won't let this go until he kills us. As he spoke, he put the cup down and said faintly, I think it's impossible for us to stop for the next few days. When we get the yellow gall grass, we should leave quickly. I really can't stand it. We want to leave, but the chief might not want us to leave. Sikong Wuyuan frowned and was about to say something when he saw Chu Wanwan's servant girl appear at the door of the cafe. He could not help but make a gesture to Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe to keep quiet. Jiang Ming turned around and saw Chu Wanwan's servant girl. Forget it. He wanted to say something. However, there was no need to say anything. Chu Wanwan's servant girl walked over slowly. She first bowed to Jiang Ming and the other two. Then, she smiled and said, Miss wants you to continue to drink tea and chat here. She still has some things to do, so she won't be coming. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Ming again, still maintaining her smile. Jiao Zhu, Miss asked me to tell you that she is a little tired today, so she'll sleep in a separate room. Please don't worry. Huh? What was going on? Jiang Ming and the other two could not help but be dumbfounded. This was too strange. They were already married, yet she still wanted to sleep in separate rooms? Who would believe this? Jiang Ming pretended to smile and nodded. I understand. You can go. The servant girl also nodded and left. Sikong Wuyuan touched his chin and looked at Jiang Ming. Did your charm suddenly decrease? Why isn't Chu Wanwan obsessed with you anymore? Go. She must have other thoughts. Yuan Hehe answered for Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming shrugged and did not suspect anything. Do you have any plans? Sikong Wuyuan asked anxiously. Have a good sleep tonight. Don't worry about anything else. Jiang Ming smiled. Huh? Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe were dumbfounded when they saw that he did not answer their questions. They looked at each other, not understanding what Jiang Ming meant. Just listen to me and do as I say. Jiang Ming, however, looked mysterious. Yuan Hehe suddenly thought of something. He looked at Jiang Ming in confusion. What about you? Me? I'm going to be busy tonight, Jiang Ming said with a faint smile as he spun his teacup. Huh? The two of them were dumbfounded again, but they did not continue asking. They knew that tonight was not going to be peaceful. However, they should be able to find out about the shenanigans the next day. The night came quietly, and the chirping of insects in the grass was inexplicably ear-piercing. Chu Wanwan was dressed in black, and her eyes were cold. She had already arrived near the cafe. She knew that she had to be more careful in such a situation. It was easy to get into trouble at night, but there should be no problem. In addition, the strong suspicion in her heart could not be dispelled. She composed herself and jumped into the cafe. She wanted to see what was going on between Jiang Ming and Su Chu Chu. She had to figure it out today. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep at night. The cafe was so dark that it was almost impossible to see one's own fingers. Chu Wanwan fumbled around carefully and walked forward step by step. Then, she took out a lighter. The flame lit up slightly, and he could see a little of the scene inside. Unexpectedly, the floor was messy. Broken dishes were everywhere. Chu Wanwan was speechless. Why didn't the staff clean up? However, this had nothing to do with her. It would be satisfying if this cafe was destroyed. She continued to look inside. She lifted the curtain and entered the backyard. After taking a few steps, she heard some sounds behind her. Who is it? The sounds behind her made her turn around immediately. A gust of wind suddenly blew past and extinguished the fire. Then, before she could think about it, a heavy blow hit her head. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Bro, is that all? Yes. Hurry up and be quick. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Two men in black appeared from behind. One of them threw away the wooden stick in his hand and took out a sack from behind. Hurry up and put her in. The two of them immediately took action and stuffed the unconscious Chu Wanwan into the sack. I really didn't expect that the lady boss of the cafe would come back in the middle of the night. Who cares? Just catch her. But where are we taking her? One of them looked very timid, while the other said fiercely, where are we taking her? To a place where we can sell her. The two of them said as they left with the sack. Just as the two of them left, Su Chu arrived. She did not know why, but she could not sleep peacefully that night, so she decided to go to the cafe to make new tea. She picked up the key to unlock the door and found that the cafe was in a mess. There were several different footprints inside. She seemed to have realized something and was shocked. Could it be that evil people were coming? When she looked again, a hairpin happened to fall into a corner. She touched the hairpin with a thoughtful look in her eyes. This hairpin was very familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. When she thought of this, she could not help but think of the hairpin on Chu Wanwan's head that she saw during the day. She immediately grinned. How did she lose her hairpin? She wondered if she came in the middle of the night and lost it. However, she had to report this matter to the village. After all, if something really happened, it would be difficult for her cafe to continue operating. However, it was very difficult to communicate with the village chief, so she could only talk to Jiang Ming. Unexpectedly, she was targeted as soon as she entered the village. She was not familiar with the roads in the village and lost her way as she walked. Moreover, it was getting late. For some reason, she walked to an empty place. This place smelled pretty good. A floral fragrance? Su Chu could not help but mutter. That's right. It's the fragrance of flowers. Then, a figure landed. Su Chu looked up and saw a strong man with a stubbly beard standing in front of her. You're the village. She could roughly guess. That's right. Who are you? The man snorted coldly. He was extremely bored that night, so he went on a patrol to kill time. Coincidentally, there were suspicious people in the village, so he decided to follow them all the way here. I'm the owner of the cafe, Su Chu. I'm here to see Jiu. Su Chu introduced herself. The man was furious when he heard that. You're not here to cause trouble for my daughter, are you? After saying that, the village chief rushed forward. Seeing that he was serious, Su Chu could only bite the bullet. The village chief was powerful, to begin with. Even in front of a woman, he had to use his full strength. Moreover, this woman in front of him had an ambiguous relationship with his daughter and future son-in-law. he had even used all of his strength. He definitely could not let her off easily. The more Su Chu fought, the harder it became to defend herself. Her martial arts skills were not too weak, but in front of such brute force, she was simply not strong enough. She could not hold on any longer. Ah! Su Chu was finally knocked down by the strong wind that swept away the fallen leaves. However, she was here to see Jiang Ming, so she forced herself to stand up again. When the chief saw this, he smiled faintly. You have quite a backbone. All right, I'll accompany you to the end. The people crowding around, who had been alarmed and rushed over, could not help but feel their hearts turn cold. With the village chief's character, he would probably beat Su Chu until she almost died. They could not bear to see such a beautiful girl being treated like this by their chief. What a pity! Fortunately, the commotion from the fight was loud enough that Jiang Ming, who had wanted to go out to look for Chu Wanwan, heard it. What's going on outside? He walked out of the room and met a cleaner. He pulled the cleaner and asked. I don't know. I heard that a woman came. Our village chief was especially angry and personally attacked her. That woman was beaten half to death and is about to die. After saying that, the man went back to work. Jiang Ming frowned. A woman? Beaten half to death? His heart was pounding. What kind of person was this to make the village chief so angry? Could it be? A bad thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and he hurriedly went out. It had to be someone he was familiar with. Unexpectedly, his intuition was so accurate. Jiang Ming always felt that the battle outside was most likely related to him. When he arrived at the square, he was instantly dumbfounded. With an overwhelming advantage, the village chief swept his leg over. The sound of the wind was deafening. Su Chu instinctively dodged, but she could no longer dodge the next strike. Be careful. Seeing that the strike was coming, Jiang Ming immediately rushed over to grab Su Chu and shot to the side. This strike almost shattered the tree behind Su Chu. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Chu, who was still in shock, and asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine, Jiao Zhu. Su Chu nodded, and Jiang Ming let go. In the eyes of the village chief, this scene between the two of them was simply unpardonable. Jiang Ming saw that the village chief was looking at him with a murderous gaze. He quickly went forward to explain. Chief, I don't know if there's any misunderstanding. This cafe owner, Su Chu, is my good friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief became even angrier. A good friend? Ridiculous. I know that you're also a person who knows etiquette. As the saying goes, men and women should not be close to each other. You hugged her so tightly just now. Can a good friend hug you like that? When Jiang Ming heard this, he immediately frowned. However, he still had to explain properly. Chief, your attacks are very powerful. I had to hurriedly dodge. I only acted out of impulse. He felt helpless. If it was not for the yellow gall grass, he would not be like this. However, his explanation sounded like an excuse to the village chief. It was full of lies. I don't think that's the case at all, right? This girl came all the way to find you, but she didn't escape even after being beaten by me. What kind of friendship can go to such an extent? The village chief's words made Jiang Ming speechless. He looked at Su Chu. Beside him, She was also speechless. Even though this was unreasonable, and she had almost been killed just now, she still had not come back to her senses and did not know what to say. Jiang Ming frowned. They did not know what to say, but they would harm each other. Just as he had expected, the village chief shouted angrily, "Men!" With that order, many people suddenly jumped out from all directions. Jiang Ming was stunned when he saw so many people jumping out. Su Chuchu was even more shocked. Where were these people hiding? Were they always there? The people had already surrounded the two of them. The two of them had a bad premonition and felt even more helpless. What should they do now? Capture the two of them and keep them in the pig's cage tomorrow. Jiang Ming was completely dumbfounded by the village chief's roar. Su Chuchu trembled in fear. Why was this happening? Why? They were innocent. Chief, listen to me. Jiang Ming wanted to defend himself, but he was frustrated. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was a little too much. Jiang Ming and Su Chuchu had not done anything. However, the village chief did not want to give him a chance to explain. Cut the crap. Hurry up. No one dared to disobey the village chief's order. All these people rushed over. When Jiang Ming saw this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. How could this be? He grabbed Su Chuchu's arm and began to deal with these people. He was speechless. It was troublesome to fight these people, but they had no choice. Just like that, the two sides began to deal with each other. When the village chief saw this scene, he became even more flustered and exasperated. He was about to go up personally. At this moment, a person rushed in from outside. Chief! Chief, bad news! Jiang Ming took the opportunity to hold back a group of people. I'm fine, the chief said unhappily to the man. No, chief. It's Miss Wanwan. The man came up to her and said while panting heavily. Miss Wanwan is missing. What did you say? The village chief was immediately stunned. Jiang Ming was also puzzled. Chu. Wanwan? Where could she have gone? Just as he was puzzled, the village chief turned his head and shot a sharp gaze at him. Su Chuchu was so frightened that she gasped. Was he trying to kill them with his eyes? But what was going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the village chief had already walked over in large strides. Su Chuchu felt a sense of oppression. She was really afraid. As expected, when the village chief opened his mouth, he was furious. Speak. Where's my daughter? Jiang Ming was stunned. He was about to say something, but Su Chuchu was faster than him. What do you mean by asking this? It's obvious. Where did you hide my daughter? The chief glared at them. Jiang Ming was completely speechless and grumbled inwardly. Why are you asking me? I don't know. Are you trying to say that I kidnapped your daughter? What do you mean? Why would we hide your daughter? Su Chuchu could not help but feel irritated. If you don't tell me, I'll chop off your arms and legs. The chief refused to see sense. Don't go too far. Su Chuchu was unforgiving, but she was also afraid. So, she retreated. After all, this was the person who had almost killed her. You went overboard first. The village chief became more and more frenzied as he spoke. Su Chuchu could understand. How could he not be upset when his daughter was missing? However, the village chief was too impulsive. Take this. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. The village chief was even about to make a move again. Don't be rash. Jiang Ming immediately stood in front of Su Chuchu. he replied seriously, but the village chief was unmoved. He threw another punch. No. Jiang Ming stopped him again and said sternly, we have nothing to do with Miss Wanwan's disappearance, but we have to find her as soon as possible. Otherwise, she will be in danger. This sentence startled the village chief, and then he said unhappily, it's easy for you to say. I don't even know where Wanwan is. How am I going to save her? Who knows if she was taken away by the lady boss? Su Chuchu wouldn't do such a thing. I can guarantee it. You're speaking up for this girl? This made the village chief suspicious. I'm just telling you. Jiang Ming was a little anxious. This village chief was really stubborn, and he was incredibly stupid. At this moment, Su Chuchu expressed that her cafe had been operating as usual during the day. In addition, she had the hairpin in her hand, so it did not seem like she had lost it during the day. I kept feeling that someone was watching me, but I was too busy at the time. So I didn't think too much about it. Watching you? When the village chief heard this, he thought for a moment and said, all right. I'll believe you for now. I'll give you 3 days. If you find my daughter in 3 days, I'll let it go. If you can't find her, I'll really kill you. Su Chuchu lowered her head helplessly. 3 days was too tight. Who could find her? What's wrong? Can't do it? The village chief pressed her. When Jiang Ming saw the village chief's attitude, he quickly said, okay. No problem. Then, he brought Su Chuchu to his room. It was very late now. The two of them first recalled what happened during the day. Jiang Ming analyzed it and felt that it was very likely that it was someone familiar with the cafe. You felt that someone was watching you, but you didn't take it to heart. As she thought about it, Su Chuchu remembered someone. Him? Jiang Ming was stunned. Yes? Su Chuchu said, he's a famous bully in the neighborhood. He's done all kinds of bad things. He even teased me before, but I taught him a lesson. Jiang Ming nodded and stood up immediately. There's no time to lose. Let's set off. The two of them left the village and returned to the cafe. Jiang Ming found a carriage from the village. He drove the carriage on the way. And let Su Chuchu sleep for a while. Only when you sleep well will you have the strength to work. His comforting words warmed Su Chuchu's heart. I'd definitely be very happy to be your wife. Su Chuchu and Jiang Ming chatted for a while in the carriage. Jiang Ming smiled and did not answer. Soon, Su Chuchu fell asleep. But not long after, they arrived at the cafe. Jiang Ming's driving skills had improved a lot. At this moment, the sky was already slightly bright. The two of them entered the cafe. It was still a mess inside. Afraid that the people watching her would come again, Su Chuchu did not light the lamp. She did not even venture in. Looks like someone has indeed broken in. As Jiang Ming spoke, he and Su Chuchu entered the backyard again. They immediately found a wooden stick on the ground and a wallet. He picked the wallet up and showed it to Su Chuchu. Su Chuchu frowned. This is Wang Jinan's. Su Chuchu had a photographic memory. She could remember all the accessories that the guests owned. The one in front of her was obviously something that Wang Jinan often wore. It really is him. Jiang Ming was annoyed. After all, Chu Wanwan was the eldest daughter of the village. He felt that Chu Wanwan had always been arrogant and did not look like someone who could be caught. Did Chu Wanwan really come there? He muttered again. However, he knew that he could not make a conclusion so easily. On the contrary, Su Chu Chu was very nonchalant. Who cares if he did it or not? Let's go and ask. If he didn't, then we'll look for more evidence. It depends on his attitude. She made some simple food for Jiang Ming. After the two of them ate, the sky was bright. Let's go. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. Inside the mansion, Wang Jinan had a toothpick in his mouth, and his eyes were filled with impatience. At this moment, the maid was playing the zither again and again. Before she could play a note, she was hit by Wang Jinan's hammer and book. What are you playing? Play something else. He snorted coldly, wishing he could strangle the maid opposite him. Feeling the pressure, the maid trembled. Her eyes were filled with panic as she said, "Young master, please don't be angry. I will continue playing now. Please spare me." Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wang Jinan suddenly became even more irritated. "I'm here to ask you to play the zither, not to apologize." As he spoke, he threw another teacup over. On the maid's head was a bloody wound. This made her not dare to continue begging for mercy. She stood up and continued to play, her body trembling. Even though the blood on her head had already started to dry, she did not dare to continue moving. As Wang Jinan listened, he thought of Chu Wanwan and could not help but smile. Since the village chief's daughter was in his hands, he would definitely be able to ask the village chief for something he wanted. This village chief was usually arrogant, but he would brag about how righteous he was. However, at this point, he did not believe that the village chief could still put on that lofty act. When she has finished doing things for me, they will directly expose what the village chief has done. Then that village will be leaderless. At that time I will take advantage of the situation. But before he could think for long, a servant girl suddenly rushed over and said to Wang Jinan, "Not good. Master Wang, she is going to give birth." What? Wang Jinan's expression changed suddenly. He quickly said, "Then hurry up and get the midwife to come over. It's something that has been prepared. I can't let my child die." "Yes, sir." The maids nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Chu Wanwan was locked in a room. The door and windows of the room were sealed with nails and wooden boards. Her mouth was stuffed with a smelly rag, which seemed to be an old sock. Chu Wanwan frowned. What was wrong with these people? However, she couldn't say anything else. She looked around and knew that her top priority was to escape. She tried to stand up, but her legs were tied tightly. She could not stand steadily, let alone move. Seeing that standing was not going to work, she gave up and started to move forward, trying to get as close to the door as possible. However, she had always been pampered and had never suffered like this. Just moving a few times would cause her but to hurt so much that she could not continue. After panting for a moment, she knew that this was not the way to go. She gritted her teeth and moved forward step by step. Unexpectedly, the person outside the door heard the commotion in the room. He turned around and opened the door, cursing at Chu Wanwan. "What do you want to do, woman? Could it be that you're trying to escape? Let me tell you, there are people outside. If you want to escape, don't blame young Master Wang for being merciless. You also know that young Master Wang is famous for being ruthless. Moreover, your father is just a village chief. He's nothing." Chu Wanwan suddenly felt humiliated. She stammered and wanted to scold the person, but she could not say anything. She could only whimper nonstop. Then, she rolled her eyes and pretended to provoke him. The guard was not angry. He was smiling. You've already become a prisoner. Even if you say something, what can you do? You still can't get out. Be careful, or else you'll be beaten up in the future. Chu Wanwan continued to roll her eyes. She was ignorant of the world, but that did not mean she was stupid. Young Master Wang definitely wanted to obtain something from her or the village chief. Just because of this, she did not dare to mess around with him. If something really happened, the village chief would definitely fall out with her. She might even be killed. However, the guards no longer paid attention to Chu Wanwan. They closed the door and continued to watch. Chu Wanwan exhaled. No matter what, she had a chance to escape since she was outside. With that thought in mind, she slowly moved her butt toward the window. On the other side, Jiang Ming had already arrived at the surroundings of the Wang family's residence. Su Chuchu was standing beside him. At this moment, the mansion was gloomy. The faint sound of a woman giving birth could be heard. The servants outside were whispering to each other. They were discussing the kidnapping of Chu Wanwan. The midwives inside panicked and brought out basins of blood one after another. Jiang Ming was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Then, he looked at Su Chuchu and said, "Do you know what's going on? Why is someone in there? Family giving birth? But we're quite lucky. We didn't have to ask around to learn that Chu Wanwan was kidnapped by them." Su Chuchu was also confused. "I don't know either. But I'm sure that the young master of that family is not married yet. This person might be a victim who was forced to do so. This matter has nothing to do with us. We have to save Chu Wanwan first." Jiang Ming shook his head. Su Chuchu nodded. She also felt that it made sense. Then, she looked at the dog door at the side and said, "We can go out through this door." They are panicking now. We can't go in from the front. At that time, if they want to find a doctor or something like that, they will directly bump into us. That will be disastrous. They don't know me, so they shouldn't be able to recognize me, right? Jiang Ming looked at the small dog door and was a little reluctant to go in. Putting everything else aside, with his figure, he would not be able to enter this dog door, right? However, before he could say what was on his mind, a scream came from the mansion. The group became even more anxious and hurried out. Before Jiang Ming could think of where to enter, he saw many people at the door. There were even a few servants guarding the door. He could not help but be shocked. Then, he said to Su Chuchu, "Did these people discover us? What's the problem with these servants?" Su Chuchu snorted coldly. "I don't think so. It's probably young Master Wang's child. Young Master Wang is not a good person to begin with. He forcibly snatched a commoner's daughter to vent his beastly desires. If it weren't for the sake of preserving his bloodline, he probably wouldn't have let this woman give birth to the child. However, who knows? This is just my guess. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, there will be more and more guards. We really won't be able to enter." Jiang Ming nodded and then jumped up with Su Chuchu to the top of the high wall. Su Chuchu was still thinking about entering the dog door. When she saw this, she could not help but be dumbfounded. She then said in shock, "I did not expect you to have such skills. I thought that you were only skilled in other aspects." Jiang Ming smiled and said, if I didn't have this skill, I wouldn't be able to deal with many people. Let's not talk about anything else. We have to find Chu Wanwan first. I wonder which room she is in now. I know where she is. Su Chuchu's face instantly turned cold. I've investigated young Master Wang before. The women he kidnapped are all hidden in a brothel. As for its location, it must be in the abandoned courtyard of the mansion. Otherwise, if his father found out, he would be furious and even let everyone out. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Young Master Wang's hobby is quite special. He even built a brothel at home to house beautiful women. Jiang Ming sneered and then walked in the direction that Su Chuchu mentioned. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard. Just as Su Chuchu had said, the courtyard was extremely dilapidated. There were weeds everywhere. It was as if no one had cleaned it all year round. However, there were traces of people walking around. The servants in the mansion were all busy, and there was no one in the courtyard. Jiang Ming exhaled. It's a good thing there was a birth. It bought us some time. Let's continue looking. Su Chuchu responded and then began to move the weeds to look for the entrance to the brothel. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find the entrance to the brothel. Su Chuchu could not help but sigh. The entrance to this brothel is impossible to find. Where can it be hidden? Could it be here? Jiang Ming noticed a well in the corner of the courtyard and gestured to Su Chuchu. Su Chuchu looked at the well and grinned. I don't think so. This is a well. How can it be an entrance? Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. This is the only place we can enter. There are no other places we can enter. Let's take a gamble. If we can get into the brothel, then we made the right bet. If not, we'll go out. That's the only way. Su Chuchu nodded. Then, she jumped down with Jiang Ming. The well was very deep, and Su Chuchu's hovering spell was not very good. She could not help but feel a little afraid. Jiang Ming held her arm tightly and said carefully, it's okay. I'm by your side. Su Chuchu finally calmed down. Then, she said to Jiang Ming in her heart, thank you, Jiao Zhu. A moment later, they landed on the ground, but the surroundings were extremely dark. They could not see the path under their feet at all. Su Chuchu thought for a moment and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her, and the surroundings were lit up. Jiang Ming could not help but be pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect you to have such a spell. This is great. We'll be able to go a little smoother later. Su Chuchu lowered her head shyly. This is nothing. Oh right, Jiao Zhu, there seems to be a cave in front. She seemed to have noticed something and frowned. Following her gaze, Jiang Ming also saw the cave entrance. The hole was big enough for one person to enter. There seemed to be a long tunnel inside. However, the surroundings of the cave entrance were sealed off. It was obviously man-made. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Ming guessed that this was the place, so he brought Su Chuchu in. With Su Chuchu's spell, they could see the path inside clearly. The tunnel was very narrow, but the surroundings were clean. It was obvious that someone had taken care of it often. Jiang Ming felt that what he was thinking about was right in front of him. Just as he was thinking about it, tens of thousands of arrows suddenly shot out from the surroundings. The path at the entrance of the cave was small, to begin with. It was difficult for them to dodge the arrows. When Jiang Ming saw this, he simply embraced Su Chu Chu and raised his hand to release a barrier. The barrier surrounded them, and the arrows bounced back one by one. Su Chu Chu felt the warmth in Jiang Ming's arms and could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she felt a wave of warmth surge into her heart. She hugged Jiang Ming. Her heart was fluttering. She felt that Jiang Ming was being very protective. Jiang Ming let go of Su Chu Chu when he noticed that the attack seemed to have stopped. Then, he realized something and quickly said, "I'm sorry, Su Chu Chu. I had no choice but to hug you just now." Su Chu Chu shook her head and continued walking with Jiang Ming. This time, their journey was smooth. There were no other traps around, which made Jiang Ming feel relieved. Soon after, they came to a secret room. Through the small window on the door, they saw Chu Wanwan. At this moment, Chu Wanwan looked extremely exhausted. Jiang Ming and Su Chu Chu did not make any sound, but the guards seemed to have noticed them. They quickly said, "Someone has gone in. Let's go and take a look." I didn't expect someone to be so bold as to dare to barge in. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and frowned. What was going on? They did not make any noise. However, they did not have time to overthink. When they saw a pile of rocks next to them, Jiang Ming pulled Su Chu Chu and hid behind the pile of rocks. Following that, they heard the sound of a group of people passing through. There were quite a number of them. Jiang Ming sighed. This was great. With so many people, how could the two of them fight their way out? Chu Wanwan also saw Jiang Ming through the small window, and she instantly became extremely nervous. The guard seemed to have noticed Chu Wanwan's reaction and asked, "Where are the intruders? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll teach you a lesson." Jiang Ming could not help but sneer. These people were quite stupid to actually ask Chu Wanwan this question. What if Chu Wanwan outwitted them by giving them the wrong location? Sure enough, Chu Wanwan gestured in the direction of the entrance. Those people immediately thought that Jiang Ming and the others had escaped, so they gathered. "Let's go out and take a look. Don't let them leave this place. Otherwise, if young master finds out, we'll be the ones getting beaten up." The group of people hurriedly rushed toward the entrance. After hearing the commotion, Jiang Ming came out with Su Chu Chu and untied Chu Wanwan. Chu Wanwan was sick of being bound. Since she was finally free, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Jiang Ming gratefully and said, "Jiao Zhu, I knew you would come to save me. Thank goodness, I have you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." Then, she looked at Su Chu Chu again, but she did not say anything else. She knew that she should thank Su Chu Chu, but she felt a little uncomfortable that Su Chu Chu and Jiang Ming came at the same time, so she did not want to thank them. Moreover, she felt that Su Chu Chu was obliged to save her. After all, the cafe belonged to the village. Without her, the cafe would not be able to continue operating. Su Chu Chu grinned. She roughly knew what Chu Wanwan was thinking, but she did not want to argue with her. Chu Wanwan was raised to be ignorant of the world, and she was also very spoiled. At the thought of this, she decided not to speak anymore. Jiang Ming looked around and said, "There should be a path leading to the mansion in front. I think we should hide nearby and wait for them to go out before entering from this entrance. Otherwise, we'll be walking into trouble." Su Chu Chu nodded. "That's right. I'll listen to you." "I'll listen to you too," Chu Wanwan said. "Jiao Zhu, your plan is really good." Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as they were about to say something, the group of people came back. They were cursing. Jiang Ming pulled Su Chu Chu and Chu Wanwan back and hid behind the pile of rocks again. I really didn't expect those thieves to run so fast. I wonder where they are now. No matter what, we have to guard the village chief's daughter. Chu Wanwan, one of them said, and turned to look in Chu Wanwan's direction. Then, he exclaimed, Chu Wanwan is gone. He could not help but be stunned. Then, he looked around and said, she ran away just like that? Where did Chu Wanwan go? How did she leave so quickly? The other person gritted his teeth. If we knew, we wouldn't have gone out to look for those thieves. I didn't expect Chu Wanwan to run so fast. I guess no one came to rescue her. She managed to free herself and get out. The most important thing now is to capture Chu Wanwan and bring her back. Let's go out quickly. I don't think Chu Wanwan can run far. Moreover, this mansion is so big. She will definitely get lost. That's right. Let's go quickly. Another person followed. Then, the group of people pushed open the door and left. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. Fortunately, they encountered this group of stupid people. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to leave. Thinking of this, he waited for the group of people to leave for a while before pulling Chu Wanwan and Su Chu Chu out. Unexpectedly, the group of people did not go far at all. They were even waiting for Jiang Ming and the other two outside the entrance to the mansion. As soon as they came out, those people pushed open the door and entered. The leader cursed. How cunning. If we hadn't suddenly regained our senses, we would have fallen for your tricks. Su Chu Chu did not think much of it. Do you think you can beat us? She asked. What a ridiculous idea. They did not expect Su Chu Chu to be so arrogant. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Then, they said disdainfully, whether we can win or not depends on our strength. As they spoke, they stepped forward together. Their figures overlapped as they got into a formation. Then, a huge palm print appeared out of thin air and rushed straight at Jiang Ming and the other two. Although Su Chu Chu had seen many spells before, this was the first time she had seen such a spell. She could not help but be shocked by it. She was immediately stunned and did not know what to do. Chu Wanwan was quick to react. She quickly pulled her and said somewhat speechlessly, Su Chu Chu, what are you doing standing there like a fool? Do you want to die? Jiang Ming knew that this spell would be very difficult to counter, so he raised his hand and released a huge wall. The wall blocked the palm print and then bounced it back. Those people could not help but be dumbfounded. They watched in a daze as the palm print came toward them and then sent them all flying. This palm print had used all of their strength. When it was countered, they immediately spat out blood, and their eyes were filled with coldness. They did not expect Jiang Ming to be so powerful. One of them gritted his teeth and said, I know you. You're the husband of the village chief's daughter, Jiao Zhu. We thought you were just a pretty boy. We didn't expect you to be so powerful. If that's the case, why are you willing to be the husband of this village chief's daughter? Why don't you come to our mansion? We'll give you good food, and we'll give you better treatment. As they said this, they were making plans. Their treatment was indeed excellent. Jiang Ming should be able to understand and have some idea in his heart If he agreed, it would be equivalent to having another helper for their group. Moreover, Su Chuchu and Chu Wanwan were only two weak women. They would definitely not be able to defeat them. Jiang Ming saw through that person's thoughts and snorted coldly. You wish. I will never betray the village. As for you, you actually dared to hurt the village chief's daughter. You are simply audacious. You deserve to die. As he spoke, he directly soared into the sky and released a huge spiritual energy bomb. The spiritual energy bomb was extremely powerful. It was instantly shot out by him. Those people hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy, and one by one, they gathered together and became a formation again. A huge protective barrier appeared around the formation. However, no matter what they did, they were unable to block the spiritual energy bomb. A moment later, the barrier was shattered by the spiritual energy bomb, and they were scattered again. This time, they felt weak all over and in extreme pain. They even felt as if their limbs did not belong to them anymore. One of them could not help but exclaim, "What exactly did Jiaozhu do to us? It's just a spell. Why did it make our entire bodies feel like they're crippled?" Jiang Ming smiled and said, "You deserve it. You deserve to be punished for treating the village chief's daughter like this. You're just reaping what you sowed." One of them could not help but feel indignant. He clenched his fists and said, "Nonsense. This is the punishment she should have received. Everyone within 100 miles hates this village chief's daughter. If this village chief's daughter dies, there might be a crowd cheering and clapping. How is that possible?" Chu Wanwan felt wronged and quickly said, "The village has made a lot of contributions to the people. How can the people cheer if I die? What are you talking about?" Then, she felt that this was definitely not the case and rolled her eyes. Unexpectedly, the man said, "Think about what you've done. You're arrogant and rude. You've used the power of the village to shout at your people. How can everyone not hate you? I think you should reflect on yourself." That person also rolled his eyes and then ignored Chu Wanwan. He turned to Jiang Ming and said, "Jiaozhu, you saved Chu Wanwan this time and sided with the village. When the time comes, you will definitely be the one to suffer. That village chief is not a good person at all. He is not worthy of being your master." "Then I'm afraid you're wrong. He's not my master, but my father-in-law." Jiang Ming smiled faintly, completely ignoring the words of the person in front of him. "Exactly," Chu Wanwan quickly said. "You don't even know Jiaozhu's identity. You're obviously insulting Jiaozhu. In the future, when my father passes away, this village will belong to Jiang Ming. In other words, he will be the future village chief. You are not allowed to speak to him like that." Unexpectedly, that person sneered and said, "How could the village chief allow an outsider to take his position? Sooner or later, he will kill you. Jiaozhu, don't let your imagination run wild here. You know best what kind of person he is." Jiang Ming could not help but frown. This person was really annoying. It was better to just kill him. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming launched an attack. The group of people fell one after another. The annoying person from earlier died immediately. The others could not help but feel lingering fear. Their bodies trembled as they looked at the tragic state of the deceased. They simply could not believe it. There were so many of them. How could they not defeat this person? What kind of strength did Jiang Ming have? How could he kill those people with a single strike? Jiang Ming understood what these people were thinking and smiled. If you guys keep your mouths shut, I might give you a chance to live. Those people suddenly thought of something. They quickly knelt down and begged. Jiang Ming. Jiao, please let us go. We are just servants who follow the orders of the young master. Otherwise, we would not be here. Feeling that she had the upper hand, Chu Wanwan smiled. What's the point of saying that to Jiao now? What were you doing earlier? If you had begged Jiao earlier, he might have spared your lives, but it's too late now. Jiang Ming felt a little uncomfortable with her words, but he did not say anything. He still needed the yellow gall grass in the village, so he would allow Chu Wanwan to speak like this. Su Chu was displeased. This was Jiang Ming's hard work, yet Chu Wanwan was showing off and making it seem as if the credit went to her. However, she did not say anything on the surface. After all, Jiang Ming did not say anything against it, so she had no right to say anything like that. She looked at Jiang Ming and said, Jiao, let's end this quickly. Don't wait for these people to send a signal. When more people come, we will get into more trouble. Jiang Ming nodded and knocked out the rest of the people with one palm. He then continued to move forward with Chu Wanwan and Su Chu. Wang Jinan, who was outside, heard the commotion. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Why is it so noisy around here? Did something else happen? Those people had already sent the signal. The other servants in the mansion rushed over and said to Wang Jinan, Master, something bad has happened. 2. People broke in and took Chu Wanwan away. Who started it? Wang Jinan's face immediately turned cold, and his eyes were filled with frustration. He was already busy with the birth of his child. However, someone actually dared to snatch Chu Wanwan away. He was infuriated. It's Jiao, the son-in-law of the village chief, the man said with a trembling voice. Why did he come here to mess things up? I thought he was pretending to marry Chu Wanwan, but I didn't expect that he was sincere. Wang Jinan pondered. That's nothing. Just find a few subordinates to take Chu Wanwan back. What power can that skinny kid have? What about those guards? Don't tell me they have any other news? They seem to be all dead, they said immediately. What is it? They're all dead? Wang Jinan was dumbfounded. He punched the person in front of him. The man was knocked out. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. They also knelt down and said, Young Master Wang, please spare us. Jiao is too strong. We really can't beat him. Otherwise, we would have gone up and fought with our lives. You guys are a bunch of losers. There are so many of you, but you still can't beat that one person. All right. I'll personally fight. I'd like to see how powerful Jiao is. Thinking of this, he ignored the woman who was still giving birth and immediately rushed over. He was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Jiang Ming almost in a moment. Jiang Ming did not expect the person in front of him to suddenly appear and block their way. He could not help but be a little stunned. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be Wang Jinan. He narrowed his eyes. Su Chu immediately cursed, You disgusting tyrant, what are you doing here? Do you want to die? We've already taken care of all your men. If you come over now, it's equivalent to digging your grave. At the end of her sentence, she sneered. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinan started to size up Su Chuchu's face and could not help but reveal a lecherous expression. I didn't expect you to become more and more beautiful. If I had known earlier, I would have kidnapped you. When the time came, I would have locked you up and kept you for myself. As he said that, he laughed loudly, his eyes already carrying a hint of determination. Su Chuchu felt disgusted. I'm someone you can never have in this lifetime. Chu Wanwan could not stand it anymore. My father didn't teach you a lesson earlier because he had a good heart. I didn't expect you to be so overbearing. And even kidnap me. Aren't you afraid that my father will be angry? What is there to be afraid of? Isn't he just an old man? Chu Wanwan, you might as well follow me. I can protect you. This young man is worthless. He's so thin and weak. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to protect you. Right? After saying that, he began to laugh again, his eyes full of mockery. Jiang Ming was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Whether I can protect her or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. You should worry about your safety first. Is that so? Wang Jinan understood what Jiang Ming meant, but he was not afraid at all. He made a face at him and said, forget it. Don't say that I'm bullying people when the time comes. I don't want to bully men, especially men like you who look like women. The last sentence was extremely sarcastic. Jiang Ming looked at Wang Jinan's arrogant face and threw a stone at him. The stone flew into Wang Jinan's mouth. He was dumbfounded. He wanted to spit it out, but he did not expect the spiritual energy inside to be so strong that it was stuck in his throat. He could not spit it out at all. His throat was tightly stuck by the stone. He opened his mouth to speak, but he could not. He only felt an incomparable pain in his throat, as if something was about to break it. Jiang Ming raised his hand to grab his throat and said casually, this stone is controlled by my spiritual energy. It can change size. If I open my hand, it will become larger. Your throat seems rather narrow. What will happen if I opened my hand? Wang Jinan's eyes were filled with fear. I beg you, Jiao, don't do this to me. It's all my fault. He was a little surprised that he could still make a sound. He had thought that he could not speak, but he did not expect to be able to speak so soon. He had to beg for his life. Su Chuchu burst into laughter. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? What's going on now? Evil people really get their retribution. I was really wrong. For the sake of my child, please forgive me. Wang Jinan lowered his head and regretted it. He should not have provoked this group of people. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing this, Jiang Ming did not continue to argue. He said magnanimously, then I'll let you go. However, if you dare to be cruel and hurt other people again, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised his fist at Wang Jinan. Seeing this, Wang Jinan did not dare to have such thoughts again. He quickly lowered his head and begged for mercy. I will change for the better. I will definitely be a good person in the future. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and could not help but feel terrified. As expected, he was getting his retribution for being evil. In the future, he would live an honest life with his child. Seeing that Wang Jinan did not seem to be lying, Jiang Ming waved his hand. Then we'll leave first. Take care of yourself. Then, he left with Chu Wanwan and Su Chuchu. Su Chuchu was confused. Is it really okay to let him go now? What if he comes back? Have some faith in him. Besides, he has already realized his mistake. You should be able to see it soon, Jiang Ming said. Seeing this, Su Chuchu simply did not say anything. When they arrived at the village, the chief saw Chu Wanwan and could not help but cry tears of joy. He went forward and hugged Chu Wanwan. My daughter. You're finally back. Where did you go? Who took you away? Chu Wanwan glanced at Jiang Ming and told him everything. The village chief immediately felt guilty. He had wanted to kill Jiang Ming before, but he did not expect Jiang Ming to forget about the past and save his daughter. He did not believe that Jiang Ming did not realize what he was planning. Thinking of this, he looked at Jiang Ming and said, Jiuzhu, it was all my fault before. I misjudged you. From now on, I hope you and Chu Wanwan will live a good life. As for the stalk of yellow gall grass, I'll give it to you now. As he spoke, he gave his servant a look. The servant immediately understood and quickly ran back. A moment later, he brought back a box. The village chief took the box and opened it for Jiang Ming. There was a stalk of grass inside. There was some white powder covering the grass. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also came over and were pleasantly surprised. I was wondering what the yellow gall grass looked like. Yuan Hehe shook his head. It looks like this grass isn't very special. But it can cure illnesses. Who needs treatment? The village chief was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming and asked, Jiuzhu, did you marry Chu Wanwan just for the yellow gall grass? Jiang Ming was about to answer, but Chu Wanwan shook her head and said, How? Is that possible? I'm in love with him. Isn't that right, Jiuzhu? Jiang Ming fell silent and did not know how to answer. He only wanted to travel around the world. He had been busy with many things. So it was time for him to rest. Moreover, there was nothing he had to do. The village chief looked at Jiang Ming and immediately understood. He pulled Chu Wanwan and said, Chu Wanwan, don't say any more. Jiuzhu, you can leave. I will find a new husband for Chu Wanwan. What do you mean? Chu Wanwan looked at the village chief in disbelief. Chief, what do you mean? You should ask Jiang Ming. The village chief shook his head. Jiang Ming knew that he should tell them everything. He immediately said, The village chief is right. I married you for the yellow gall grass. Now that I have the yellow gall grass, I also hope to end this relationship. I'm very sorry, Chu Wanwan. Chu Wanwan found it hard to accept. She exhaled and said, Jiuzhu, does our relationship mean nothing to you? You don't even want to continue being with me. It's not that I'm unwilling. Jiang Ming frowned. He found it difficult to explain. It's because I really don't have any feelings for you. If anything, I see you like a younger sister. I can help you with anything in the future. But I'm afraid I can't be responsible for you for the rest of your life. Chu Wanwan was furious and wanted to rush up and slap Jiang Ming. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe wanted to stop her, but Jiang Ming stopped them. Jiang Ming looked at Chu Wanwan and said, I'll take responsibility for what I did. There's a couple who really need this yellow gall grass now. Without it, the wife will die. The chief immediately stopped Chu Wanwan and comforted her. There are so many men in this world. Why are you so obsessed with Jiuzhu? Chu Wanwan, come back with me. As for you, Jiuzhu, you and your two companions should leave. quickly. He sighed. Chu Wanwan started crying and left with the village chief. Jiang Ming was helpless. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Let's go. We can't stay here anymore. The two of them also understood and nodded. Su Chuchu was nonchalant. She said, if you want to come to the cafe to have some tea, just let me know. I will always operate the cafe here. Jiang Ming smiled. Thank you very much. In the end, he felt a little lazy. He gave the yellow gall grass to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Grind this into powder and give it to Bai Mimi. The two of them seemed to have realized something. Then, they looked at Jiang Ming. Jiao, where are you going? I haven't traveled the world, Jiang Ming said seriously. Now that I want to travel, you don't have to follow me anymore. You guys should go do what you want to do. There's nothing holding you back. The two of them were silent for a moment. In the end, Yuan Hehe could not help but sigh. Jiao, I can't bear to part with you. We've already gone through so much. Why can't we always be together? As he spoke, his eyes were already wet. Sikong Wu Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, people must part ways in the end. It's not like Jiao is in danger. He'll definitely come back. Besides, it's not like he doesn't know where we are. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and said, you can look for Zhu Aci. And the others? They should be staying in a nearby country. As for Princess Qingmiao, help me inform her that she can return to her own country. She doesn't have to stay there. The others can go their own ways. The two of them nodded. Sikong Wu Yuan thought for a moment and said, we'll stay there. If you want to come back, you can come back and take a look. No problem. We'll see each other again if we are destined to cross paths. Jiang Ming patted Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's shoulders and smiled. Then, he snapped his fingers and disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe went back to treat Bai Mimi and conveyed Jiang Ming's message to Princess Qingmiao and the others. The others sighed, but they also supported Jiang Ming's decision. Many years later, it was said that there was a savior called Jiao. He was a savior with extremely powerful spells. Countless aristocratic families and experts wanted to curry favor with him, but they were all rejected. People talked about him everywhere and spread stories about him for generations. They truly respected the spirit doctor who saved the world. The end. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone.